Abundance, abundance. All
Abundance.
all black people globally are the same. Prove us wrong. It's a lot of division on this app, but nobody's speaking facts. Everybody's speaking just opinions, feelings, trauma. We just want the real truth so we can aid the next generation in a better growth development of their mind and their body and soul. So all black people globally are the same. Tap and share the live, y'all.
Abundance, y'all. Welcome in. I want to see what our people are going to say. I'm actually not going to say too much as an introduction. I just want us to talk about this. I want to see like our community's take on this topic, you know? So welcome in, y'all. Tap and share. And feel free to request up.
Yep, we really want to hear our people's thoughts and visions on who our people's identity really is and what binds us together or what divides us together. Because we need to get to the core of this to explain it to children. We can't be, you know what I'm saying, not very like deep and non-surface level with our explaining of what we are, of who we are. So
we need y'all to explain like what y'all mean when y'all say all skin folk and kinfolk. Like, what does that mean? That's what we want to know.
Yep. So we need y'all to tap and share the live or request up. You see what I'm saying? We see two mothers of life, you see what I'm saying, on the planet. You see what I'm saying? The mothers of our species. What are y'all thoughts and visions on this topic? You see what I'm saying? What are your thoughts and visions? You can tap and share the live as
well. Excuse me. We just gonna wait. If y'all have time to just wait for our people to come in here, we just gonna wait. That's it. We want to talk. I'm live on this page because I gotta tap in. Like them accounts that got me my main page blocked, I gotta get them on this page. Like the ones that's ducking, I'm offering a space. Like no combativeness, just a conversation for us to discuss like our viewpoints. Like we went live the other day on Zell's page, and our people really believe that we are not the same. And so I'm like, I guess this is where our people are at. I gotta, you know what I'm saying? I gotta like see. So we just gonna wait. We just gonna be real patient today. We gonna wait for them to put us in the algorithm.
And y'all probably know brothers and mothers of life that we don't know. So if y'all share it to them, maybe we can see, because We are the people that need to step up and talk about this. Nobody else is gonna talk about this for us. So we gotta understand. You feel what I'm saying? So keep tapping, keep shining the light. Because as soon as we start saying too much, it pushes people away. So we need y'all already here. We need y'all already in here. No miscommunication, no disrespect, none of that. The thing is, it be people already live all day.
Man, they be live all day.
They have our people's attention all day.
But
the same people.
Some people start at like 3 a.m. and they be live until 3 a.m. the next day.
I'm like, when do
damn,
y'all rest?
I was on here like when y'all was just starting the live, and now y'all still like
You still live.
and it's the same 20, 30 people in here all day. I'm like, damn, that's tough though. Like a consistent 20, 30, they locked in. They is truly locked in. Like,
but the problem is about what?
Yeah.
We locked in. You see what I'm saying? We want to say we need to come together now. We locked in as a species, but about what? And that which is actually separating us is actually causing disruptions and signaling through our cells between each other, through our magnetic fields between each other. So I just wanted to say that. I know I'm not trying to say too much.
Yeah, you saying a lot. Let's wait.
You know what I'm saying? I was getting a little too. But now I feel we just need people to tap and share the live. If you're in here, you see what I'm saying? We would greatly appreciate that because we're trying to, you see what I'm saying? We're trying to elevate our people's minds. Let me say that.
So what about the black people who evolved from the white mother who had a mixed child who looks black? So no matter how the child phenotypically presents, the X chromosome is always going to rule throughout that person's biology and their anatomy. So based off of like what you're phenotypically seeing. So because genetics is passed down from grandmother to mother to daughter, the mitochondria effect, the mtDNA, this is how DNA and traits are inherited mainly from the mother. Whatever the mother is what the child is. So I know that there are so-called biracial people that are darker than me in my own family, but we can clearly see that their skin composition is not the same as someone whose mother is fully BLK. You see what I'm saying? That's because the information that was passed, to the child, like the suit that was actually constructed, like her womb did that. That ovum was present her entire life. All the sperm did was spark what was already there. So that's why you are your mother's child, because she's been carrying you ever since you were in your mother's womb. So I'm gonna break that down probably later on in this live too. Because I have some old pictures like from last year of like actually breaking down like the mother effect. Talking about like the difference in, we already know the difference in the cell biology, but even the difference in the pelvic floor when it comes to our women. That's like the how our children develop from embryology, even through fetal development and through child development is not the same because of the genetics. So
Mm-hmm.
I hope that answered it, your question, sister. Abundance, welcome in. I'm glad to see you. I always see you.
Abundance, mother, abundance. You see what I'm saying? And yeah, she explained it perfectly. You see, the people that you saying, oh, what about so-called black people who evolved? They're not black people then. If you have a eukaryotic mother, all your genetic information stem from her.
Yeah.
The father's sperm just sparked it. You
Yeah,
see what I'm
so that's a
saying?
white child. That's what I
It don't
forgot
matter
to.
what species you are, the skin that you're wearing as a male comes from your mother. You see what I'm saying? It comes from your mother. So they may look, Obama, he looks black, but he's not black because he has a white eukaryotic mother. You get your information from your mother. You see what I'm saying? The first throne you sit in is your mother's lap. So you come out of your mother. You see what I'm saying? So abundance.
So they walking around here pretending to be black. And also they don't know that they're not black because the system is patriarchal, telling you that whatever your father is what you are.
Yep.
But your father does not carry you. Your father does not construct your suit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Even his suit comes from his mother. So it's like that's the whole trick in patriarchy. You know what I'm saying? So if we know that you are what your mother is, then we as like when it come to our people, we really gotta lock in with that. Like we can't be saying like these people have I'm not gonna get in it like too much yet, but we gotta understand how traits are actually passed down.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? And once we start understanding that more as like a people, then that's when we'll finally be like, okay, the Asian man, the Arab, the white, like they not supposed to be here. Like you're not gonna be pointing the finger at each other, because the real problem is this nigga in a completely different suit than you. Like, you know what I'm saying? So that's the thing.
Yep.
That's the thing.
That's why you're.
Turn this up.
Oh, okay, yeah, no problem. I was just gonna say, oh yeah, that's it. I was just gonna say that's why your eyes are made to decode and detect. Everything you see can be deceiving, but there's always more than what you currently see. You see what I'm saying? Your eyes are made to decode and detect. So if something looks like that, you gotta find out its functionality to see if it actually matches that. That's what scientists do, and our women are the first scientists. That's all I want to say.
All BLK globally are the same.
Yep.
Prove me wrong. I need somebody to really come in here and prove me wrong on this account today before the live end. You know what I'm saying? We just now getting started. I see people coming in, coming out. You see what I'm saying? That's okay, because I noticed the other day it took us like an hour and a half to get in the algorithm. So I'm just like, I got time today. I got time. I'm gonna just be patient and wait.
Yep.
I got time.
We just want to hear our people's perspective, thoughts, and visions.
Truly, a brother on the last live got it off his chest 10, 12 minutes straight. I gotta post that on YouTube too. That's on Zell's YouTube. If you follow, Zell, that whole live is on his. But there's a brother that came in there. He thought the live was about Pan-Africanism. I'm like, it's not nowhere listed on the board here.
Facts.
So I really want to hear like our people, like how do y'all feel? If you really think that we're not, like we're different? That's a real question. I've heard people say some of our people's craniums are different. I've heard our people say some of the so-called Africans have Neanderthal DNA. I've heard we not the same because of Ham and Shamite. I've heard it all. Like I've heard literally everything. So, but what I never get is the explanation. I never get a clear explanation. That's what I want. That's what I want to lock in with today. I gotta make sure I'm following a lot of y'all back too. On y'all don't even be on this account. That's why I'm on it today. So that way I can share the live with y'all.
Yeah, for real. Tapping and sharing.
Yep. Should have posted on my main that I was live on this account. Yeah. Okay, they'll figure it out.
Mm.
Mhm. Me y'all abundance. We are all the same people, but I want to see what y'all are gonna say.
Yep.
I really want to see what y'all are gonna say. We gotta, talk about this.
What do our people think? Do you know what I'm saying? Because what you think is very detrimental to the species. So do you think we're all the same?
hmm If you don't, feel free to come up. It's not to attack. It's like oh, like if I like, it's not like that. It's just I'm trying to really understand the psychological state of our people because some of the stuff that I hear I've never heard before. I be like, damn, I wonder why they think like that. Like what got them thinking like that? Like I'm interested. Very interested. You got a comment.
Yeah. Mm.
You already did.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
All right, send it to everybody. Just, you know, people rather talk about racism.
That's wild. They're like,
Are black people racist?
welcome up, G.
Abundance.
Hey, what's going on?
Yeah. What's your take on the topic? I can't hear you if you're talking.
Yeah, we can hear, we just heard you and then it cut out. So go
Yeah,
ahead.
how's that?
Yeah, I can hear now.
What was your take on the topic?
Okay, yeah. Is this two people on one account,
Yeah.
like side by
Yeah.
side? Oh,
Yeah.
okay, I'm like freaking out right now.
Mhm.
Yeah, when you say globally are the same, can you break that down into context for me?
So if you think of every landmass and every continent known to man, all BLK people or neuromelanated people are the same, no matter the title.
The same as
The same group of people, the same species.
Yeah, they have the same genetics and biology.
like race and everything.
Not
No,
race,
race is not biological.
genetics and biology. They stem from the same origin.
Yep.
So what is race to you guys when people like the
Nothing
word race?
at all. Nothing. We believe that your genetics and your biology makes you who you are. The title is made up by people that aren't even supposed to be here.
Where is here?
The planet.
The planet. You think
Yep.
Anglos should be not in the planet?
Yeah, so-called Asians, so-called Dravidians, so-called Mexicans as a byproduct of mixing. Everybody that came from mixing, and
White
the and
people.
the and white people, so-called white tea people are they. There's two origins for everything on life, or everything on the planet, and they y'all come from a completely different origin than we do. So we're not the same.
No, I agree they were not the same. I understand that, but you said that they shouldn't be here. That's kind of why I got hung up on was they shouldn't be here on the planet.
Well, the thing is everything on a planet, like what makes a planet is all the plants are the same. All everything that's on the planet is expanding and is here through biogenesis. So if it is not here through biogenesis, it is not supposed to be here. It's not even just about y'all. Like it's fruits, vegetables, animals, insects that don't biologically align with the planet. So I'm not saying y'all shouldn't be here because of feelings. I'm saying y'all's biology and y'all's genomics don't align with the planet itself,
Yep.
like its origin. So that's where I'm coming from.
Europeans as a whole.
Europeans, Dravidians,
Asians.
Asians, and these people that we have mixed with over time that also stem from like the eukaryotic origin, because what makes you who you are is the embryonic, like the stem cell that you come from. That's who you are. Like that's what we can actually trace back to, not historical documents. Like that's just what someone else said when documents became a thing. But before there was documentation, there was life, there was people, there were animals, plants, and everything used to be completely different than what it looks now. Everything now looks different when these people stepped out of caves. So what's your take now that I've broken that down to you? Like how do you feel about that?
It's not a matter of feeling. I'm trying to mentally dissect and understand this. Because regardless of history, whether it's what you discovered and I discovered or anybody else, it's all in a form of documentation, it's all some kind of form of historical research, right? And if what you're saying, I don't think I'm not getting the point that you're like saying you're saying like BLK people globally are the same yet superior. I'm not saying that you're saying that, but from what I'm trying to dissect and understand is like they're the only ones that have genetically, biographically, have an inherent act to be here on this planet, and Europeans and Asians and everyone else, right, or just do not.
I'm not actually saying that. Genetics is saying that. One second, baby Chanel, and we'll get to you. But I'm not actually saying that. What I'm talking about is what genetics, like the scientists in your community is saying this. The scientists in my community are saying that genetic engineers of all backgrounds are saying the same thing because they're all studying the same science. Chronobiologists are saying the same thing that a climatologist is saying. They're just studying different angles of science, which is y'all are just studying our planet, trying to see what you can do more to sustain life here. Like that's what it is. When you ever watched a documentary about water or plants or anything about the earth, every single thing here, down to microorganisms, their biggest threat is y'all's people, like everybody that's not us. So when we look at behavior, behavior is a part of phenotype. It's not just physical characteristics, it's everything that you physically see and can assess. And our people naturally align with this planet, so we are naturally expanding life like with it and progressing life forward. But there's people on the planet that have never like lived harmoniously with us, the plants, the animals, the insects, the microorganisms, because even the microbiome is affecting the plants because everything is connected. So when there's a link that's not biologically connected, that becomes a detriment to all life. But this live, though, I don't want to get too deep into that. This is about how we're all the same. You know what I'm saying? It's about how all my people, no matter where we are on the globe, are the same. There's a lot of our people that think that the so called Africans are different from the so called African Americans. I just want y'all to prove me wrong. Like, I want to talk to those people. I want to talk to those people. No, they're not all the same.
Yeah,
Africans are nothing like Black Americans. Please come explain that. I would love to hear it. It's actually no shade. I really want to hear y'all's take.
Yeah, this is interesting. So globally, they're all the same genetically, biologically, but you would agree that culturally and spiritually they're not, right?
Um, Culturally and no, spiritually we are. Um, come from the same like we. You're saying spiritually and culturally. Culturally is only a byproduct of colonization. So no, we
Here we
don't.
go with this
Um,
TikTok activist
One
bullshit,
second,
bro.
we'll get to you in just a second. I'm in the middle of talking to him, and once I finish, then you can go. One second.
Bad
Um,
nigger.
all right. So the thing is, F1 in the chat, y'all. Um, the thing is when it comes to culture, culture is a byproduct of colonization. It's what we have adapted to after the destruction. You know what I'm saying? And then when it comes to spiritually, yes, we have the same spiritual origin, but we don't all carry the same frequency, which is my point. You know what I'm saying? But who is that
but
that
yeah,
just
all black people around the globe, we all have the same DNA melanin type classification. You classify life through the different types of melanin. So all so-called black people have the same melanin. It's
facts?
called neuromelanin, which is concentrated colors of sunlight. And we absorb the sun and we eat off the sun, which is through the process of water photolysis and black body radiation.
All right, 1 second, G. Go ahead. Her black chickpea, her back chickpea.
All black people globally are the same. Oh my God. Why if they say all human beings come out of Africa, why aren't they trying to convince the Chinese they're African? That's what I want to know. I don't care about the DNA or anything. What I care about is your intent and purpose trying to convince me of this. And you moving and your movements is contrary to the idea that we are globally the same, but we are the only black people on this planet that has been globally accepting of everybody.
Who? What do you mean? You said we, and then you're saying globally. So here's the thing. Um, I'm coming from the perspective of science, genetics, embryology, and biology. Can you give me a little bit, like, can you elaborate, like, do you agree with this prompt or disagree? Like, I'm not under, like, I don't understand what your full take is on the topic.
My full take is this: regardless of the science, where we at in this position in the world, if we were still in Africa, wherever, we would still produce 50,000 patents. This group of people, no other group in the diaspora has done what we've done for the world globally.
When you're saying we, are you talking about so-called African Americans or who?
Definitely so-called African Americans, yes.
Okay. Um, I don't think you're, so the phones that we're on, are you aware that Congolese boys and Kenyan boys made it possible for you to be able to be on this TikTok live? Like, are you
No.
aware that
Look,
water?
that's a tragedy. Why won't they accept the fact that they would sell their kids into that type of labor? That's not my
They're
problem.
not. They're not selling their kids into the labor. They're in.
Oh my
They're.
God.
It's the opposite species is over there forcing them to do this stuff. Like they're over there with GUNs, different uh organizations and foundations to make sure. And he left. But the thing is, notice how he said, I don't care about the science. How the fuck do you ignore science and talk about people selling their children out? Clearly that's a psychological, something is wrong there, right? Have we always seen our people act like what we see them in the state today? No. So how do you ignore science when you're talking about the behavior of people? How do you not ever tap into the psyche of the mind? See, that's what I'm saying. I want to talk to y'all because every time we bring science, whether it's on my main page, the backup, Zell's main page, his backup, you niggas run from the science. You see how he left? He said, oh, I don't care about the science. They selling their kids out and left. The fuck?
And the thing is, all so-called black people around the planet is selling their kids out.
Exactly.
8 million children going missing worldwide. 800,000 children go missing in the U.S. alone. 25 million children in the U.S. go get taught by people who are genetic strangers to us, who have animal DNA, animal consciousness. We sending 25 million of neuromelanated children to go get taught by them so they can teach them 1, 2, 3, ABC. And you talking about we did so much for the globe, but we not doing shit for our children. A grown ass man, a proton, talking like this. You see what I'm saying? So I just want my people when you coming up here, tell me if you don't agree with all so-called black people being the same globally. Can you genetically explain that to me?
That's it. That's all we asking.
Biologically or genetically explain it to me. Don't tell me your feelings. Don't say I feel disrespected by them. That's why they're not me. You feel disrespected by a brother or mother or life down the street. So they're not you now?
Exactly. All African
That doesn't make
Americans,
sense.
all African Americans don't even get along. Y'all don't even speak to each other in the grocery stores, but on TikTok, we want people. Copper color Indian this, American Indian that, we the real Indians. But y'all not acting like that in real life though. Y'all hating on each other over the internet, bro. Because this white man called him African and is now calling you African American. Or we not the African American, we the black Americans. Or we not this, we did like, y'all, we sitting here subscribing to titles that come from fucking monkeys, pigs, and dogs. We asking for reparations from pigs, monkeys, and cats. Like, what the fuck? And we know every cat's out of the bag about their DNA. But you still want their reparations though. You're okay with, you used to own the planet. You were a nomad that moved on across the globe with ease because you understood it. Now you're talking about I'm cool with 40 acres and a hybridized animal known as a mule. Y'all finna get this land, man, and put beans, corn, potatoes, collard greens, mustard greens, shit that we were never supposed to come in contact with. They selling their kids out and he left. We tired of that vomiting shit. That shit where y'all just come in here and spew your feeling like I'm live until I can at least talk to 5 to 10 of my people about this shit.
And the thing is
That's my goal
that we
tonight.
don't get right now. The reason why when we talk about children and then they just completely ignore it is because all so-called black people right now, we're walking with viruses and parasites. We're walking with viruses and parasites right now. All of us have cancer right now. That's why our anatomy is like this. This our skin, our integumentary system is an organ. You see what I'm saying? The reason why it's this color is because it's rust. Just like how a leaf, when it loses nitrogen, you see what I'm saying? And it turns into and it drops to the ground and it gets released from the branch. That's the same thing that's going on with us. We have been poisoned. We're in a polluted environment, a GMO environment. That's the problem.
Until I have at least 7 interactions with my people only. I don't care how many of the other people come up here. They don't count. Until I have at least 7 to 10 interactions with my people on this, I'm not ending the live. If they take this down, I'm going live on my main.
Facts.
I gotta talk to y'all about it, and we gotta do a video about it. And the last one, them same people that was tagging me with them. How do all of y'all? How does the whole so-called FBA community, the American Indian community, how do y'all all have the same 3 sources? I was like, man, it was 12 of them that tagged me with the same video, the same scientists. I'm like, I said, it's 12 of them? I said, what the hell? So we got to talk about it. Surely, when was my last video? Like 5 months ago? Y'all should have locked in by now. Y'all should have locked in because we talked to a brother a couple of months ago that heard us about the antigens on another live, and he was like, "Oh yeah, do you even know how many?" So y'all be listening to us because when we come in them lives, y'all be like, "Oh, I know her. That's like you know what I'm saying."
Yeah.
But can you answer my question though? How are we not the same?
That's all we
That's
asking.
all we asking. Y'all done blocked us.
Even scientists
like, cussed
be
us
ducking
out
from these
bad.
type of questions we be asking them. They be
Yeah.
trying to duck.
Yeah.
Like so, I it's just like
It tastes like gander.
Go ahead, Satisfier.
go ahead.
So yeah, we act different. There's 2 types, right?
You said that what makes us different is because we act different.
Yeah. Some of us act different than like. It's not just like it shouldn't be black, white, or Asian. It should be humans.
Wait, okay, hold on. We're getting off track here. My bad. I was trying to lock in with what you just said. You said we act different, right?
Yeah.
I want to dissect that. So you saying that we act different. All
Yeah.
right. So I'm gonna accept what you're saying, but I want you to elaborate with what you mean. How does that genetically and biologically make us different?
What do you mean genetic? Well, you could say the same about white people, couldn't you?
White people. Okay.
I mean,
So
no, you're.
so no, we couldn't say the same thing. That's a completely different organism.
I mean, by your organism, bro, we're all humans. What do you mean?
I mean, it's true though.
What?
Okay, so are human organisms?
I just want to see what you're gonna say.
Yo,
That is fire.
Yeah.
are human organisms?
Yes.
Okay, so
that's
why
why
would you try to ask that question like you didn't know like what organisms meant? So what
No,
we're
because
saying
she
is
she
that
just said she just said different type of humans. Like
no no
she's
no
acting like white people are a whole separate organism. That's what she
that's
basically
what I
said.
just said.
yeah
I
yeah
wasn't
yeah.
acting. They are. Do they phenotypically present the same as you?
They're a whole different species.
I do they
Bro,
phenotypically present? No, because I'm asking a real question.
are you
Your
guys
gene,
okay?
your genetics Are what you see phenotypically is genetic expression. Am I correct? That's ninth grade science, right? Biology. So I'm asking, like, if you're off the app, we can't hear you. But I'm asking you, like, our genes express completely different than them. So I'm asking you, how are we the same as them? But never mind them, right? You said that BLK people act different, and that's why we're not the same.
Same, like, no, it's just not how it
So
is.
do you think that they're a different species? Like, what do you mean when you
No,
say,
What did you
I
come
mean,
up
because
here
we're different.
to
yeah?
express? Like, what is your thoughts
You
and
just saying
visions?
yes, no, like none of
Yeah,
that. Like, we want you to
we're not
talk.
hearing
Like,
you saying any sentences. We're not hearing you formulate. So we just want you. We're just gonna restart. What is your base premise? Like, what did you come here to say?
That we act different. Some of us act different, like
Who's
they
we?
than other black people. Some people act different than other black people.
every black person I
Obviously.
know acts different from each other. Like, I'm seriously asking you, what
So
do you
then,
mean?
if they
Yeah.
act different, then how are they the same?
Okay. So-called black people
Hmm?
do
What?
not. Hold on for a second, because you asked
If
me a
they act
question.
different, then how are they the same?
Okay, hold on for a second.
You see how
So-called
you?
black people right now are in environments that are polluted. You see what I'm saying? We are not behaving how we're supposed to be behaving. We are filled with antigens, parasites, carcinogens, and pathogens from a genetic stranger that shares DNA with different animals that cannot naturally reproduce with each other. When these different animals come in contact with each other, mutations, parasites, and antigens start to take place. So again, so-called black people, we are the same genetically because we are all um, condensed sunlight, which is neuromelanin. We all share the same DNA. Every organism in life is classified under a specific melanin classification. And so-called black people's melanin classification is neuromelanin because we all are autotroph people and we biosynthesize the sun and we feed off the sun and the earth naturally. We don't need no help from no other species to do that. So we actually do behave the same. The problem is that
No.
the people who strategically planned this to separate and divide us, they made different land masses with different environments to affect us because they know that your phenotype, the rest of the 40% that you absorb throughout your life when you grow up, comes from your environment. This is why they have so-called black people throughout the entire planet near dirty water, because the way our energy functions throughout our body is through electromagnetism, is through water. It conducts. So we do actually act the same. The reason why we're acting different, or the reason why we're hating on each other, the reason why we think there's a difference from each other, because we're not even separating each other from genetics. We're separating each other from a landmass. Remember that, from a title that was branded onto you. You know what I'm saying? That's what we're separating each other
Yeah,
off. We're not even doing it off real facts. We're not doing it off real genetic biological data. When we're doing it off, oh, he disrespected me. He said he don't like me, so I'm not him. But you have somebody down the street that's saying it to you that looks like you. You see what I'm saying? The problem is that we're not all on the same frequency, the same brainwave that we need to be on, which is to be um, in knowledge of self. You have to know how you
Yeah.
all energy of yourself flows through all organizations of life. That's what it is.
Yeah.
So
You're talking about
so-called
like
black
everybody's
people
pretty
are
much
filled with
indoctrinated,
disease.
right?
Huh?
Everybody's pretty much
um,
like indoctrinated.
uh, our people are indoctrinated. This is actually the way that the system had to be like this in order for your people to function. So our people are
Whoa, 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 whoa,
indoctrinated.
whoa, 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 whoa. Can I push back on that?
I mean,
So
go
when you say
ahead.
your people, when you say your people, what do you mean by that?
I'm
There's
talking
no
about
certain type
all
of people. It's
neuromelanated BLK people, so-called BLK people
All normal.
across the planet are the same. So we've been enslaved by the Asian man, the Arab man, the YT man, and then when we mix with these people by force through grape, these created hybrids, and then those hybrids are the ones that forced us into slavery and are the ones that are enslaving our people today. So I'm trying to. I haven't been live like in a long time, like 4 months. So they changed it. I'm trying to put these pictures on the board to show you, like when he's talking about. Here it goes. Hold on. When we're talking about antigens, I'm gonna show you what we mean and how that affects the cell. So I use this picture all the time. Now these are two animal cells, right? These are actually. This is an animal cell. This is a there's a scientist. I don't remember his name. I can show you a picture of him though. There's a scientist who actually injected. He took his DNA and injected it into a pig, or he basically introgressed his genes with a pig's genes. And after he did that, you can see how the cell changed. Like that red, it's not cohesive anymore. So even though this is a eukaryotic cell, this is also what would happen like pretty much when we came in contact with your antigens. It's the same thing. It affects the way that the cell actually looks. The RBCs begin to become tainted. So we're not moving like we're supposed to. Um the different diseases that they're undergoing over there, or different land masses, is because of the different diseases that y'all carry and pass to us through grape and through poisoning the planet. This is 200,000 years worth of being poisoned. And so now we're looking at each other like, oh, you're not the same as me because you have a different set of antigens than I do. So we're like, that's the whole point that we're making
Yeah,
here.
that's what haplogroups are group based off
You trying to
of.
come up here?
Yeah, I was trying to say something, but it's fine. That's what haplogroups are a group based off of is antigens. And antigens are foreign substances, foreign proteins. You see what I'm saying? That are formulated from animal DNA that translate into the solar anatomy of a so-called black man or so-called black woman as a foreign species, and it starts to now attach to the red blood cell and weaken the lymphatic system of that organism to allow parasites, diseases to take place. This is why when you see your history, or when you see so-called white people, Asians, Arabs, when you check out their history, it's all about how they went to different continents. They saw the organic species of the planet. They're living, thriving with the sun, and they brought diseases, sugar, all of these things that deter the brain and deter the consciousness from growing, and actually um, what's it called, stops the growth and development of our children. So that's what's going on.
Yeah, for the most part, everything that you guys are saying is correct. But and I do agree that there has been some lifelong, ups and downs and pretty much negatives and positives when it comes to every other origin of groups, right, within their nations and continents. But so like you said earlier that you're trying to get everyone to understand and make your message across and make them self-aware of who they are, and get intertwined with thyself. So once that happens, what is the next like objective that you guys are looking towards as
That's
far as like
not.
your people?
Yeah, that's not really. I understand why you're asking the question, but me answering that does nothing for you, because the thing is we're not the same species, and your people are
I didn't
undergoing.
ask it in
No,
that
hold
tenor.
on. I understand, but what I'm explaining it though. So your people are actually undergoing photocarcinogenesis. Your people are being wiped out all over the globe due to these UVC radiation that's been ground level for the past going on 11 years now. So scientists, maybe not your news station, but scientists of all sorts are literally talking about how this is the end. The dome is literally breaking, and that what is that layer called? What's the layer called in the ozone layer is
Yeah,
way
yeah,
too
yeah.
opened up. See, our people have actually existed here where there was no ozone layer. Ozone layer is not natural, by the way, and that shit is completely opening up. And this is the reason why there's weather anomalies all over the planet. 14 million Asian men just got sterilized the other day, and they are already no longer reproducing. We're seeing the Dravidian that has no longer been reproducing for the last 5+ years now. We're seeing that now YT people in America, because we've been going live about this for 2 years. And the people that were coming to our lives in the beginning was like, oh, that's not going to happen for another 100 years. But now we're seeing the scientists come out and say that the YT man is having issues reproducing. So I said all that to say y'all are not gonna be here for much longer, and y'all, and France is done. All those places where we had weather anomalies, those earthquakes, North Carolina and shit like that, those places are still fucked up. They have not recovered. Venezuela has no money. 237 countries plus been not had money since 2022.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah,
Yeah, so that's what I'm
America is
saying.
really evil.
When we come in harmonic convergence with each other, um, the more we come in harmony with each other, is gonna boot y'all out of here, because the only reason why y'all have sustained this long is because we've given energy to everything that y'all done,
Yeah.
like to y'all system. When you don't have jobs no more, when you don't have schools, when you can't take the UVC radiation that's pouring into planet. We just learned today that fucking, what is it? Uh, two, what is it?
Yeah, real quick,
1993.
when you say y'all, can I
I'm
ask you
talking
what
about
you
everybody
categorize
outside of
when you say
BLK
y'all?
people. Everybody outside of BLK
So
people
so
is
anyone
not
so
going to
so
be
so
able
from
to
your point of
sustain
view,
on
you're
the
talking
planet.
about non, right? I'm sorry. I just for semantic and just for clarification purposes, like I just got to ask you, right? So I'm not trying to cut you off or nothing, with all due respect. But when
Yeah.
you say all, from your point of view, from your talking point, from you and the individual next to you, when you say y'all, you're talking about everyone that's not a BLK, correct? Like a non.
Yes. Yes.
Fine. That's what I wanted to know. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that.
Yes.
And I
So
respect that, by the way, too, because I hear
it's
the
just
same shit
getting,
from my side all the time.
yeah, it's getting to the point to where it's just becoming hard for y'all to be on the planet. So that's why you hear of bunkers and shit like that, like people trying to go underground and things like that, because like we're noticing that your people are now becoming sunburned at night. Like it,
They're making videos about it saying they're
yeah,
being sunburned at
at
night.
night, because the UVC radiation, like this has nothing to do with anything that they taught in school. This is about real science that they purposely don't tell the public, because why the fuck would they tell us? It wouldn't, the system wouldn't work if they told you the truth. Like, why would,
Yeah,
yeah,
of
so
course.
that's what this is about. An
And when you
inorganic,
say they, who's they to you?
they,
Your
I
creators.
was just getting ready to explain that they is your creator. So uh Asians, so-called Asians, YT people, like everybody that is not BLK, y'all are just essentially pawns. Not to be disrespectful, like y'all are fulfilling orders from the entity that created you. And there's
Yeah,
a ton of different species that actually
I get
exist
it. Yeah, I get it.
we're not exposed to.
Yeah, let
You
her
know what I'm
finish it.
saying? Like, so those entities in the background that your 13 families are reporting to, those are the that's the entity that we are gonna have to deal with. That's the entity. Like once we're back harmonious with the planet, um, all of the interstellar gases are back into the atmosphere. The nanodiamonds have polymerized with our DNA and stuff like that again and charge us up. Like that's the kind of stuff that we're gonna have to figure out amongst our people. Um, that's just a short answer for that. Let me see.
Yeah, so I'm curious.
I'm trying to talk to our
So
people, man. And these, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Is this not productive?
No, I just see like the someone was in the request, like.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah.
CT training, come up too. I'm the one who's in the
Yeah,
comments
so
telling you to come up.
I'm intelligent, very, very aware, very from brain is not on default; it is completely on, and I respect that 100%. But I do want to be curious, real quick, if I could just ask a question right before we get to the other individual. Um, have you guys ever like taken the time to study, kind of research a little bit, or just kind of scroll through like any of like the biblical textures at all, just for the sake of what everybody's talking about for your guys' own self awareness? Like, have you guys ever done that at all, or are you guys just
We
trying
are
to
before.
fuck all that?
So we've decoded the Bible and it's allegorical, but I want to see what the next guest is saying.
Yeah, and I wanted to add that we are before the Bible. So we are protons, electrons. So we don't deal with no scriptures like that. Our language is electromagnetism.
Go ahead, CT training. You're on mute. Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I mainly disagree with the prompt. You're saying all black people globally are the same. I couldn't disagree more, honestly.
We're saying that we're all the same genetically and biologically. I just wanted to clarify that. What's
Well,
your
same.
take?
So are most humans. Like you share the same genetic code as a white person, 99.9%. The only difference is our skin pigmentation. That's it.
Are you aware that your skin pigmentation is, when it comes to skin pigment, that there are 5 different types of melanin? So, what do you mean by skin pigmentation? Because
Right. So
melanin is
it's
explaining your DNA. So, if
right.
the melanin is not the same, then that's because the rest of the DNA and the embryological origin isn't as well. But go ahead.
Facts.
Right. So embryological is just basically talking about the embryo inside of a baby. I don't know how that's corresponding to someone's
No.
skin pigmentation. I mean, if
Oh,
we're being
wow.
honest,
Let's just let him finish.
Wow.
Let's just let him finish. Go ahead.
okay, explain to me what embryological means.
No,
What
you
is
told
that?
us. Nah, we're not gonna give us the. You got it.
Keep going.
But when we're
Okay.
talking about, go ahead. Yeah, go
Keep going.
ahead.
To keep talking.
Right. Yeah. What I'm saying is that race is a social construct, right? We can,
Absolutely.
right. So a social construct is basically predicated on the individuals of that society to give words its meaning. So if race is a social construct, we can understand that based on humans throughout humanity, we share 99.9% of the same genes. The only thing that differentiates each other is our culture, our language, our location, and phenotypes, right? We can understand that Africans living in Africa, right? They have darker skin, higher melanin, right? It helps block out UV rays. They usually have coily hair, but when you look at someone from like Europe, right, they're gonna have low concentration of melanin because there's not much heat over there. So it's about the environment that they live in. So when you say these things that like all black people globally are the same, I just fundamentally disagree. There's just no way.
Oh my God, what am I hearing
Hold
here?
on 1 second. I'm gonna let you go in just a second after I respond.
One at a time.
So I'm actually morbidly confused because you said a BLK person. You were talking about Africa, and then you talked about European, and you first started out saying that race is a social construct. So who are you talking about? Because Elon Musk is African, right? And we know that these people also exist. So this is the reason why this conversation is genetic based, right? This is about biology and genetics. So you talk to me about climate and weather, but that's why understanding embryonic stem cell origin is important. It's not just about a baby in a womb. That's fetal development. We're talking about the cell, and before we get to the baby, before the baby forms, the single most cell that this organism came from. That's what we're talking about. That's what makes us the same. So you said a lot
By
there.
that logic,
Hold on,
everyone's
hold
the
on, hold
same.
on.
I'm almost done because you said a lot. And then
We finna answer
whenever I'm done, we're gonna let the next guest speak because she wants to speak too. Or so
and we'll go back around.
yeah, and we'll circle the panel. But That's the point that we're making. Just because we act different because of colonization. We were a global civilization. We were nomads who shared information. There's historical proof that the Cretans worked with the Minoans. They worked with the Phoenicians. The Phoenicians worked with the Egyptians. That's the reason why pyramids exist on this landmass and that one, because we shared the information to do so, right? So, I just wanted to respond to that.
And I wanted to add one thing about, you said phenotype, that phenotype, we have different phenotypes. No, we have
No, we
this.
don't.
Yeah, we have the same phenotype because we have the same genotype, the same genetic material, which is neuromelanin. All so-called black people possess neuromelanin. Everybody outside of so-called black people have pheomelanin and eumelanin. That's why their phenotype, their physical characteristic, and their behavior expresses like animals. You see what I'm saying? They have animal DNA. We don't have the same phenotype as everybody outside of us. So how we have the same genotype?
We share the same base phenotype. So now you're telling me that the so-called brother in Africa is not BOK? What are you saying now? You're saying no, we don't have the same phenotype.
Exactly.
But our
No,
melanin.
no. What I said.
But hold on though.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Teriyaki.
Hello, our black people. Okay, so hello, I'm from Egypt. I'm African. I heard what he said. He said, first of all, the black Europeans that are in Europe, they're first and second gen. So I don't know what you're talking about. You said like they don't look like continental Africans. Most of them like are first or second gen, like or they are fresh off the boat. There's no such thing as black Europeans. The black British or the black people in France came straight from Africa. So you need to stop, okay? So I don't know what you're talking about. And like they said, like black people, black Africans, and Black Americans don't have the same phenotypes. I mean, you obviously don't look like East Africans. Me personally, I'm Black Egyptian. You know, we don't have the same hair texture, but you guys definitely look like Nigerians. I'm sorry. Like, I have a lot of Nigerian friends who were born and raised in America. They get mistaken for Black Americans every day. So this buffoonery needs to stop. You guys look like Nigerians. Absolutely, yes.
I don't know, but if I look like a Nigerian and the Nigerians are our people, doesn't that prove my point that we share the same base phenotype?
But it's just like the two men who were saying that.
Thank you, Teriyaki 946.
And hold on for a second.
Wait. I was not going against you, host. I was going against them, not against you.
Yeah, but we saying a lot of titles here.
Yeah, I don't know who you're
I'm a
talking
black
about.
this, or I'm a black this.
Well, but like it's just like, can I finish?
You did, and I was responding.
I did not finish. I promise you, I wasn't.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, go ahead.
Our black, okay, culturally speaking, maybe not culturally, but phenotypically, yes, we do have a lot of similarities. Okay, I don't, yeah, it just, and also like I feel like if some Black Americans say that they don't look African, it's just self-hate. I'm sorry, because they're for some reason they're happy when you compare them to East Africans. Like they don't have a problem with it. Like if you sit, I'm talking about my experiences. I'm not generalizing. I'm not flattening all Black Americans into one label. But the ones I spoke to, every time, sometimes like when you tell them they look like Somali women or like Ethiopian women, like they're so happy. Oh, really? Yeah, I'm beautiful. You know. But the minute that you compare them to Senegalese women or dark-skinned people, like they get upset. For example, I heard some people say that Viola Davis is too African looking. And then they said that Beyonce or Aaliyah are pure Black American women. So Viola Davis is too African looking for you, but Beyonce is a purely Black American woman. Have you ever seen a picture of Beyonce's mom? She looks like a white woman. Let's also speak about Chris Brown's mom. Like these people are mulatto. But yeah, it's just anti-Blackness. That's it. Mwah.
But we're calling them mulatto. Some of these celebrities actually have BOK mothers. So
please search Chris Brown's mom. That's not a Black woman. I'm sorry.
Yeah, when we're talking about genetics, though, whatever the mother is what the offspring is, because it's her DNA that rules. It's the X chromosome that rules throughout the biology, which is graduated all the way up through the anatomy.
And training, if this is you in your profile picture, what makes you think you don't look African? Look at you. What about you doesn't give African? You look like you're a continental African.
Okay. I got you. We got you. But so-called, we are neuromelanated people. We are the sun people. We are not African. We are not African American. We are not Native American. We are not Zulu. These titles are brands. like they branded us, just like you can brand a doll. Just you see what I'm saying? And then these people literally enslaved us that gave us these names.
Yeah, that's the reason why
We
you
don't
have the name.
yeah.
Is because they grouped you together by the antigen. They grouped you together by the disease. After you fell
So
for
then, what
the
would you identify
patriarchy,
yourselves then?
after we fell for the patriarchy, then came the title, and these titles have changed over time. Like I guess we need to just talk about that, like how
Yeah.
much the titles have changed over time.
But if that's
And
the case, then what would you identify yourself?
I wouldn't identify myself as nothing within this system. It is that's if there's no
the best
before this there was no
So that's what I'm
title.
trying to
So
figure out is what
okay.
is your guys' system?
The best way to tell you this, so-called black woman, she's an electron. What your scientists study every fucking day to try to figure out how she disappears in and out of existence, how she's massless and filled with energy, that she's an electron. She is filled with electrons. So-called black men are protons, and when we come together, we make an atom, and that atom is our children. This is why 8 million children go missing every year, and 70 to 80% of them are so-called black children because they hold totipotent stem cells. They have adrenochrome and adrenaline that hold totipotent stem cells. You see what I'm saying? So we don't classify under none of these titles because we shouldn't be speaking none of these languages. These doesn't come from us. We are electromagnetism. We speak just
So
like
then, what
trees
should
speak
we be
to.
speaking?
No. It's not we. You. This language is for you. I speak how a hydrogen ion speaks to another hydrogen ion. How an electron speaks to another
What
electron.
the fuck?
You see what I'm saying? You see, you don't get that because you're not a prokaryotic cell. You are eukaryotic cell organisms. You have an animal of cow, pig thinking for you at the same time, trying to formulate a thought to talk to me. So I understand you're only using your orbital frontal cortex. You're not gonna get what I'm saying. So I have to use English right now because I understand that my people are in this frequency to speak this language. But we should
Okay, so
not be
then talk
speaking
to
none of
another
these
language right
languages.
now.
so you're
You
trying to
see,
be I'm gonna come clean. We've been doing lives that's been locking in with our people a lot. And this is the first time really that we've actually had a YT person on our panel in months. And one thing that I've
I'm not a
noticed
YT
about
person.
who are you then? What are you? What's
I'm not a YT person. I'll tell you that though.
well, you're
okay?
eukaryotic.
It's cool. If what I the because we've talked to all different types of people. Anybody that's not our people, y'all come in, y'all ask questions, y'all agree with us, and then y'all start turning. Okay, then do it right now. Then it starts to get snarky and mischievous and facetious. And the thing is, you're being funny, but you don't understand that the first language, like the first thing that you do before you speak, is you use telepathy. So that's the reason why there's petroglyphs and hieroglyphs. That's the reason why we spoke the way that we did. And now we're speaking, which is actually damaging to our brains. But it
Exactly.
causes sulcuses in the brain. I was
Yep.
on user. Yeah, it looks like user was having some issues loading in. But when you load in, you can go ahead. Or yeah, he came later. And after user certified is next.
Mm-hmm.
Can you guys hear me?
1 second. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Is it my turn to speak or is it someone else's?
Yeah, go ahead, user, and then
Mm-hmm.
certified can go next.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I was just gonna say, in terms of like the whole title thing, that I feel like other non-black people have titles and all that so that they have a sense of belonging. Because if people acknowledge that black people originated from the earth and like we're like biologically compatible with the earth, then they would need titles to feel like they belong, if that makes sense. And then our titles would keep changing. And like we'll be fighting over like all these different titles, like saying, oh no, I'm Black American, no, I'm Black British, no, I'm Black blah blah blah, whatever. But then at the end of the day, if we all acknowledge that we're all the same and it's everyone else that is not compatible with the earth, then we will stop all the, do you know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. And the reason why I put this picture up on the board is because we want to, when we say, oh, well, they're African or they're there, these people also exist under these titles. So we actually
Exactly.
don't know who is who. Like, we're saying African, but we know that there's YT so-called Africans or
Mm-hmm.
South Africans or um uh anywhere else,
Yep.
Europe,
Or
Scotland,
mixed
like
people, right?
There's people with white mothers that say they're Black Americans and stuff like that. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But
That's
also
the
mixed
thing.
people
Like,
as well, right?
so hold on. So yeah. So what we got to understand is that these titles don't mean nothing. It's just how a slave, a slave master brands his slave. That's how he did it. So if we keep accepting this, we'll just keep building up our own mental prison. So to be free from that is to have knowledge of self. How does my consciousness flow through all the energetic states of life, all the levels of organizations of life? That's what we should be
yeah.
looking at.
Go ahead, certified.
Oh, he changed the prompt now.
No, this
I don't
is the
know.
original prompt.
Hmm, I don't know. Yes and no to the prompt. That's what I'm gonna say.
Can you elaborate and explain that scientifically and biologically?
I don't have no stats or nothing to prove right now. I'm
Can
tired.
So
I'm
how can you
about
make
to
that
wake
judgment?
up.
hold on. I just
No, no,
wanted to
no. It's
ask.
not me making an assumption. It's just that, like, literally, nobody looks the same, speaks the same languages, behaves the same, has the same values across the board. So I don't think that we're the same. Like, we're the same, meaning like we are of the of African descent, right? But there's so many nuances to each person. Like a Nigerian is not the same as an Ethiopian. An Ethiopian is not the same as a Dominican. A Dominican is not the same as a Black American. A Black American is not the same as a Jamaican. We have the same skin, but we're not speaking the same languages, eating the same foods, with growing up with the same values, et cetera, et cetera. Does
Okay.
that mean one is better than the other? No. But obviously there's clear differences.
Okay, so when I had the other prompt up where it was all the different titles, what made you request up about that?
Just be piggybacking off teriyaki. I was just reading the room
Yeah, guys,
too.
there was an idiot up here who was saying that Black Europeans all look like continental Africans, blah blah blah. He's weird. Like I don't. He's the same one who said that Viola Davis is too African looking. He's a weirdo. Hmm. He said that this woman is too African looking, and that's what I'm telling you guys. They're so colorist. She's not black. She's not even African. She's Black American, but they don't want to claim her. Apparently, she's too African looking. You see, they're
Well, they
anti-black.
just said mixed race people are in black. So I at this point I really don't know. Just
No, no, no,
divide and
not
No,
them,
conquer.
not
okay,
them. I'm
hold
talking
on,
about.
hold on, hold on, hold on. The reason why y'all don't know is because y'all are going through the titles. If these people are under the titles too, how the fuck does that make us African when we know that these people aren't the same as us? How do you say, "Oh, African"? When we just agreed, y'all, I just went through this
Mm.
and you came off the mic and still said that shit. Like, so that's what I'm
No,
saying. Hold
I
on,
don't know who
I'm
said
almost
that.
done.
Let her
I'm almost
finish.
done. Whenever we know that there are biracial people that are mixed, so-called mixed with BLK, like their father is BLK, their mother is BLK. They have some sort of descent, right? From our origin, right? Not naturally, but we'll get into that in a second. So, if their mother is YT Mexican Dravidian, that is a YT Mexican Dravidian child. That is how DNA is passed down. So, a lot of these colorism, racism lives are saying race is not biological, but you're live about racism. And that's the reason why people don't know who the fuck is who. I'm sitting here confused as hell listening to all of y'all. I'm gonna come clean. I don't know
What
who's African. I don't know who is Nigerian. I don't know who, because I look at
Exactly.
my people over here and based off of that logic, I would say, damn, that brother or that sister looks Nigerian. I went to school with somebody that we went to school together for 3 years before I found out he was African. Excuse me, Nigerian. Nobody knew. One day, somebody came into the classroom and said his first and his last name out loud, we was like, damn, you African? He was like, I'm Nigerian. We would have never fucking known. So so if hold on, I'm almost done, y'all, I promise. When it comes to like that shit, if that is in existence, then we can't claim on the titles. We only have these titles because he branded us with this shit. And now you have to ask yourself why? Why would he give me these titles? Why would if division is the main thing that's plaguing our people, that would have had to have meant that we were unified at first.
Exactly.
So if it's pyramids in America and it's pyramids in Africa, why are we saying one is greater over the other when they both exist there? And we not even talking about why the pyramids even exist. You just claiming pyramids and don't even know why you built them. So I just wanted to say that. You know what I'm saying? Like we gotta start really dismantling them titles for real. Because yeah, go ahead.
Wanted to say that the names of current African countries didn't come till after colonialization. And that's the first part. The other thing is that, oh wow, damn teriyaki. The other part is that your friend could have been highly Americanized, because I know what you're saying. Like I've seen that a lot, and I'm from New York City, a very culturally diverse place. And the thing is that a lot of people, they can be from different parts of the world, and they assimilate or take on the behaviors that's in proximity to them, you know, like be what we call that being Americanized. So the
Peace to the
fact that you
family.
didn't know, right? Just like for example, my ex-fiance was Nigerian, but I used to always tell him, I said, you don't act like the typical Nigerian. I feel like I'm with a black American man when I'm with you,
Stop the
because
cap.
physically you look like, can I finish? God damn it, have some good decorum. I said physically you look like you're from the continent. You know, I can just tell certain features, right? But I said the way you come off, the way you socialize, everything is in the Western
That's
way,
called
you know?
cosplaying. But go
One
ahead.
second. We're gonna let him finish and then we're gonna introduce you. So we just do one at a time. Go ahead,
All right.
certified.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to say that might be why like you didn't know that this person was Nigerian, you know?
No, we didn't know he was Nigerian because we're all the same people. Like the title doesn't matter. That's why we didn't know. Because the title, when I look at you, I'm thinking of what I see. I've now programmed my brain to compartmentalize certain shit based off of the white man, how he views us, how he categorizes us. But go ahead, Sosa.
Yeah, I'm a foundational Black American from Mississippi,
Of
40 years
course you
old.
are.
One
Yeah, I
second,
am.
certified. Give him the same respect. Go ahead,
No, he
sir.
didn't
Uh,
give me respect. That's why I
Okay,
told him.
go ahead. Respect my live now, please. One at a time. Go ahead.
all Black people are globally the same, are the same. Prove me wrong. I think we're all different. Some of us may share the same skin color, but I've been to Africa and we're far removed from them. We're different. I respect their culture. I've been in Jamaica. I've been to Haiti. I've been to South Africa. We're different. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I'm glad right now. Even I'm President. I don't know if y'all know President Trump, Tucker Carlson, and the dude Stephen Miller that's doing all the deportations. They are finally saying FBA. So I'm glad what we doing, like the FBA is doing on TikTok is working. The delineation is working. We're different. And ain't nothing wrong with that. Nothing. And like I could tell just by I could tell from a mile away from I know what a Nigerian look like. We're different. I can just look at their eyes and tell you they're not Black American. I could tell you what a Caribbean, they kind of similar to us, but I could tell you what they look like. If I even down to their mannerisms, we got different mannerisms, especially down here in the South. So, but that's I don't think we're nowhere the same.
Man.
Like
I don't get it.
maybe it's just me, but I don't think we're the same.
So, would you agree that we all stem from the same embryological origin?
I believe everybody came from out of Africa,
I didn't
even
ask you
white
that.
folks.
That's not what I asked you, brother. I'm saying, and if you don't know what that is, I can explain it to you.
Yeah, please
But
explain to me because
thank you. So, when we're talking about the stem cell that we all originate from, when it comes to all life on the planet down to microorganisms, everything can only emerge from either biogenesis or spontaneous generation. So when it comes to the embryonic stem cell, the single most point in which your biology begin to expand to your anatomy, from the cell to the organs to the organism that you are, we all come from that same origin, which is the BLK woman. You are literally the replication of the very first BLK man. So we've been colonized, because I heard somebody say socialized, but the real word is we've been colonized to think that we're not the same. The reason why someone in so-called Mississippi may behave different like someone in continental Africa is because of the antigens that they don't share. There's a different set of antigens that are attached to our red blood cells that express itself phenotypically on a physical level differently. And that's the reason why you're saying like, oh, I can kind of tell this, I can kind of tell that, because those people were over there adding the same fucking antigens over and over, and they also share incomplete dominant. So this is why it expresses differently across the globe. But before we came in contact with these people, they didn't did we this would you wouldn't have you see the same people in America doing the same dances that they do in continental Africa. You see the same
I don't
pyramids
know
in
because I
America that you
Hold
see in
on.
Africa.
I
And
was supposed
what
to.
I
Hold
and
on.
what I don't like about this whole FBA and Africa thing is how selfish it is. You're ignoring our brothers in Scotland, Greenland, Iceland, Europe, Australia. And if I go based off of that logic, then we all fucking look the same. Why you don't have smoke with the Australians? Why you don't have smoke with the Chilean brothers?
I'm glad you said that.
Why does it, yeah, I want to talk to y'all. Why does it only come down to the so-called African brother or sister? Please explain that.
I'm glad you said
Well, you're
that.
not talking to me on that because I am African. But I did want to say
I'm
Go ahead, Sosa. And then
I'm
we'll
I'm
get to
supposed
you
to respond
certified.
next. You said it's okay. You know what?
Okay. Like, it's just the fact that you've been talking over me. So you're still trying to talk from when you overspoke, but
like I
go
said,
ahead.
I love
Make
my African brothers and sisters, but
You too grown for that.
yeah, man.
we're different. And you know what really happened was really fast tracking this. The Somalians with the massive fraud they done did is opening up not just white people eyes, Black Foundation of Black Americans. It's opening up the Asians, the Arabs, everybody in America. And now they like, who are these big headed people over here stealing this money? And they different. Okay, this is a foundational Black American. This is an African. So even when I went to Africa, Nigeria, Ghana, South Africa, they don't move like us. We move to a different beat, just like white folks. When they listen to a different beat, like if we clap and they always clap off beat, they move to a different beat. We are just totally different people, from our eyes to our hair to our copper color skin tone, the undertone, even down to our teeth. If you look at the African teeth, their teeth, some of them, not all of them, are either they're messed up or they're usually whiter. But if you really look at their teeth real close, they're sharper than our teeth. Like we are a totally different, unique group, and that need to be respected, just like
Okay.
we respect everybody else.
So I know people all over the globe that are respectful and disrespectful. Just because someone says something that is disrespectful does not mean that they are different than you. What it means is that they are looking at you through a different lens that's probably not their own. So when I hear my people, especially the FBA folk, talk about the so-called Africans, it is everything that fucking white people are saying about us all over the globe.
And let me ask you
Okay,
something,
so
man.
I'm not, hold on.
Let her
I'm almost
finish.
done.
Oh,
I'm
go ahead.
almost done. I'm almost done. I asked you what really makes us different, and I already explained to you embryology. How do you ignore that we come from the same embryological origin, yet say that we're not the same? You're talking about, oh, we moved to a different beat. Okay, but do we both have rhythm though? You said white people. Them niggas don't have no type of fucking rhythm. So why would you compare somebody that shares the same neuromelanin as you and say, are you saying that they don't have rhythm? What beat are they moving to then? Because whitey people, so-called Dravidians and Asians, they don't have no rhythm. They don't even have the pelvic floor, the hip bone to even express rhythm.
I don't know. Let me introduce myself. I don't know who this is. This is a new account because my old account got taken down. I don't know if you ever heard of the name Tethernator. I'm Tariq Nasheed right hand man, but I will say, huh?
Go ahead.
I will say this: we are different. Elon Musk is more African American than me. I would never claim to be African American.
Okay,
Okay,
hold on. I'm confused. Elon Musk is more African American than you.
100% right.
And okay,
Yeah, because
I'm gonna
Okay.
come clean.
Let me
Like,
explain. One, he was actually born in Africa. Two, he lives in America right now. So technically, he's African American. I was never born in Africa. I was born right here. My family was here since the 1750s.
and our DNA goes
Yeah, but you
back
don't get what she's
14.
talking about.
1 second. Hold on. 1 second. Thank you for that. But 1 second. Your DNA, brother, goes back 14.6 billion years. You talking about 1700s. Did your people exist before the 1700s, my brother? I just want to see what you're gonna say.
I know we built the culture right here in America. Ain't nobody more American than foundational Black
You
Americans.
built the culture in the 1700s, but you were
We
already here before the
basically
1700s, right?
American culture is Black American culture.
Wait, hold on. I'm just trying to make sure I'm understanding you.
You
Y'all
going
were
back
wait,
millions of
hold
years. I
on.
don't know what
Wait.
happened millions of years ago.
You
You don't
would if
either.
you studied genetics and if you studied the
We only
planet.
documented everything from 6,000 years
No,
ago, so
it's not
nobody can go
about
back
document.
six
No, you're talking
millions of
about
years ago. A human life.
golly, man. You're talking about historical documentation. I'm talking about nature, science, tectonic plates, Carboniferous era,
Quantum physics.
quantum physics, quantum entanglement.
Before any documentation, before paper, you see what I'm saying? Before any papyrus, before any writing on stone, the way information was stored was through
Yeah,
DNA.
DNA.
It's through DNA. So
Yeah,
that's how we can know the past, present, and future. That's why we tell our people, study your DNA. Because if you keep going in this mental loop, this mental spiral of trying to find out what title you want to be, all you're doing is just finding endless dross in return. All you're doing is just opening gateways to allow 8 million children to go missing. Because once your attention and focus goes into the system, it goes away from the divine trinity, the woman, child, and man, the proton, electron, and the atom. That's what's going on.
Y'all
So
talking
we
about some quantum physics type stuff. I'm talking about reality and what's on paper.
How is that not reality? Science is documented on paper. You're just not reading those books.
Like,
Atom is the smallest building block of matter.
let me give you an example.
How is that not reality?
I
But
could
I'm just
trace I could trace my lineage on my paternal side to Ramses the Great and Ramses the Third. Documented.
and you can go above that. If you okay, do you understand that genetics is passed down from the mother? So it doesn't matter how far you go back, you will
Y'all talking about
always.
the Eve gene.
Okay, 1 second. I want to have a conversation, okay? 1 second. 1 second, okay? Yes, we're talking about the Eve gene. So your genetics comes from the BLK woman that makes replications of herself genetically. So when you're saying you can trace back to Ramses, that's not that far.
6,000 years ago.
that's that's not that long ago when time isn't real. That's why it's important for us to at least understand the basics of quantum, because that's reality. This matrix is not real.
Yep.
Your history books is. Do you agree that these YT people and these Asians and Arabs are animals? Do you agree that they have animal DNA?
Yeah, I agree with
Okay.
that.
So then you are wanting me to believe a monkey. Like that's as high as their consciousness goes. All these different animals that they've been hybridized with, that's as high as their consciousness goes. And you want me to fact check our DNA that existed even if it's not billions of years ago. We can just go 200,000 years and we've already maxed them out genetically, not historically. Historic history don't align with genetics, but everybody is here because of genetics. because of biology, but we don't want to explore that as a people.
So
You know
do
what I'm
y'all
saying?
y'all want me to claim the Africans? I take it.
I never said that. I asked you about the Chileans, the Australians, the Scott. I'm talking about how we're all one people before these titles came. So
Global
I'm not telling
civilization.
you to cling to Africa. I'm telling you to cling to your planet and leave his titles alone. Cause like I said, that title is a barrier between us. I keep telling you, brother, I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about that. You're really trying to comprehend beyond that because you believe consciously you are foundationally black.
I am.
Your foundation comes from a title that came from a man that was on all fours with hypertrichosis and vestigial tails that 6,000 years ago that you was just talking about. So just like you said, oh, I can go back 6,000 years. Funny how they also came out of the cave 6,000 years ago, and you want to talk to me about history. Just food for thought.
Ramses was black.
Cool. Can we go before Ramses?
I
How would we
can't trace
place?
back that far.
But guess what would be the embryological origin of Ramses? Guess what that embryological origin is? That's what I'm talking about. You don't need a name, paper, patents, nothing from these people if you understand the way DNA is passed down and how traits are inherited. That's it.
And he left. And
The
we
name,
keep
yeah.
and we keep trying to break down the documentations from the white people, Asian people, Arabs, but we not trying to break none of the sacred writings, the writings of the divine
By
people,
our people.
by our people on the hieroglyphs. This is why they didn't write anything in no language. They drew things in symbols so your brain can decode and detect the information and break it down.
Yeah.
It's all through light. You don't get it. And you said, oh, I'm talking about reality, but reality is made up of atoms. Reality is made up of light.
You just haven't gone
I'm telling you that we are that.
You just
So
haven't
why are
gone
we
deep.
worried about what landmass we from, what we built 17, like you worried about, like, do you even know what was going on from 1619 to 1919? 1.9 of our women were falling unalive per week due to raping. So that time you was talking about was in the middle of that graping.
Yeah, that's what I
and
was
you
just
worried
gonna
about
say.
you worried about like what was like, oh, I can only trace
Yeah.
back that far when we were graping and they were forcing us to grape each other, our mothers and stuff like that. I don't want to go back to that time. I want to go back to when so-called black people had no genetic strangers involved in their evolutionary path in life. That's what I want to know.
That's what I was just getting ready to say, and I got distracted when I was talking about the 6,000 years that you have documented is when it became crucial for them to document. Like
come
that's
on.
their exit. And then I just know that the people that's been here since the beginning of the live, like, I know they trying to suppress the views because they just know us and they know our facial recognition. Cool, I don't give a fuck. But out of all of our people that have come in here, they have ran from the truth, man. So when I'm really finna lock in. Y'all don't want to hear the truth. He just ran.
That's the third person.
No, that's the fourth or fifth person.
Oh, fourth or fifth person. Fourth or fifth person. We bring up science and you guys run. Oh, you're talking about that. I'm talking about reality. How is science not reality? Biology means literally the study of life. Genetics means origin. But y'all want to know your origin so bad, but that's why you always go back to a certain date.
That's not even knowing your origin.
And the calendar that you're following was made by a pope who was hanging so-called black women because they were performing alchemy in different parts of the landmass. So you're aiding in that. You're performing in ritual in that. I just want you to know that.
You want to be white. You want to be them.
And then you want to say that to your own brothers and sisters. Oh, you guys want to be like them. You guys are following the white man stuff. But we all allowing this shit.
People literally call themselves foundationally black just so that they can get reparations and fucking patents and land and shit from the white man that they already acknowledged was an animal. That's why y'all leave. Nobody can ever ask me, if you know that this man is an animal, why the fuck are you going through his court system that he's already like, why would you do like that? Come on, man. You gotta be out. We out our minds, and we need to really get back in it. Like for real, man. That shit is wild, and we're just teaching this to children. You foundationally black. How am I found? Oh my gosh. How is 6,000 years your foundation, man?
How am I foundationally black, but the foundation of my organism is atoms that you was just trying to deny?
We gotta stop talking like that. Every single last one of your cells is listening to your thoughts, creating your reality. You
They're
talk
like-
about reality, but you're creating it. Like, oh my gosh, man, you gotta lock in with science, bro.
And your cells are like, what? I don't understand that step. You telling me that I'm foundationally American, but we're foundationally atoms. We're foundationally protons and electrons. I'm confused.
That's actually your foundation.
That's schizophrenic. You see what I'm saying? Sulcus is in the brain. Dissociative personality disorder, which makes your brain malleable to be programmed. So you're easily programmed.
Yeah, that's why everybody just clinging to a tie. Solani, Fulani.
Like what is this?
What, man? Like, we don't. I'm like, so.
I'm dead when you said that schizophrenic.
Yo, hey.
I forgot you was up there.
I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. We not finna laugh at you about our species. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, because we're like this because of you. That shit wasn't cool.
Yeah, we're gonna have to remove
get
your
you
ass
out.
because you're the reason why my people are coming up like this. Because
they want to be like you. They want to be like you, and you sitting back laughing.
He's sitting back there. He been there. I forgot he was even there.
Yeah, man, we not cool.
Yeah,
we not cool with that
genetically,
shit.
biologically, we is not cool with you.
Nigga got too fucking like
too comfortable, nigga.
Like, nah, nigga.
Nigga said, right on, nigga. No, nigga.
Hell no.
Right off, nigga. Get
the fuck off the panel, nigga. What the fuck is going on? Niggas said got them so fast. Them niggas out of there, man. Like, y'all sitting here.
We moving like the sun. Fuck you talking about.
They sitting here.
Getting them chromosomes deleted.
Nigga thought it was a kumbaya moment. Like, oh, so like, when y'all come together, what does that mean for us? Nothing. Like,
your time is at an end.
Why would you, if you cause this type of trauma to my people, why the fuck would you want to stay here and still show us your face? What makes you think we want to still see you on our planet, bro?
Facts.
Like, I'm finna, you know what? You kind of pissed me off, so now I'm finna post pictures. Now I'm finna show you because you should never did that, bro. You trying to request back up. But real spill.
Yeah, I'm multidimensional. We multidimensional. We can speak in every tone, every wavelength. So you worried about how we speak it? Don't worry about it.
Whenever you hold the screen down, you can click clear display to take the comments off. But look at how there's a neuromelanated child holding a GUN next to this YT man, and there's a baby lying at the base of his feet. He has his feet on top of the child as a footrest. How, like, what do you think this shit does to the psyche? And y'all still want to talk about, like, oh, can we just all come together? No. Because when you had the opportunity to come together, you wasn't on that shit. And genetically, you can never be in harmonic convergence with your own self to even express that phenotypically. Y'all have never done it. Y'all have never even tried, and it's because you can't. You have not been genetically modified to do that. You've only been genetically modified to so-called oppress,
to divide.
So that's the thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, we can't
there's a lot of pictures we want to show our people.
Yeah, we can't laugh about this shit. Like, we laughing to keep from crying type shit.
Yeah, we're not laughing about the same reason.
Yeah, like, that's not a laughing matter because I don't think we're understanding like how this actually affects the psyche of our people. And this is the reason why you think you're not the same as him. This was 37 years ago. Like, what the hell? So when we say y'all have never, this picture, this was 37 years ago. And that woman, that mother of life that's sitting there, that's an elder. The picture was taken 37 years ago, but that's an elder. So how long was she doing that? So.
Yeah.
I don't think we understanding this is happening. This is happening to us on a global scale. Why else would they have you thinking that this is an African versus an African American thing? Why would they call you the African, continental Africa, right? Refer to you and then say African American. Why did they do that? Why did they do that? You got to start looking at why they did what they did. Why did they label you this though? And why
Right.
has them labels changed over time? They used to call us slave. Now you're saying we not slaves. We did, but they called you that. Oh, we the real Indians, but they calling you African American or black today, right? So you just on TikTok telling us that you not that, but they are classifying you like that, and you're in their system trying to get their reparations.
Exactly.
That don't make no sense. So that's got to change, and that's got to be a global thing. Like that's got to change for us on a global scale. This right here. See, the people that want to talk about, oh, we sold each other out. If you look closely at that mother and that brother that's sitting right there, they don't want to do that. You can tell by her face. She's not even looking at the camera. She's looking off to the side as somebody that's over there or trying to keep from crying or something. We fell in frequency to get to a point to where we just started touching these people. Why is this man holding their hands like that? Why are these people like this was happening on a global scale? He
That's
separated
all.
us so much today that we really say they're not us, they don't act like us because he colonized y'all differently, man. You forget that there's an Asian, an Arab, and a fucking white man.
Filled with diseases,
So
viruses.
we would not all act the fucking same after coming in contact with these people, man.
It's just
I don't
reaction,
understand.
chemical reactions to different viruses.
I don't understand.
If the Asian man is spliced with a different monkey than the white man, and the white man raped somebody on this continent, the Asian man would rape somebody on that continent, y'all gonna have different antigens. And the way you behave, your phenotype is from your red blood cells.
Yeah.
And these antigens affect the red blood cells. So now you start to behave different. That's the thing. But you can see clearly on our phenotype that we're the same, that we're still trying to bond through all the continents. But there's a middleman that's still here that we're ignoring, which is the eukaryotic cell, the eukaryotic plants, the eukaryotic insects, all of these different things that has been affecting our planet, our home, our mind, our woman, our womb. We have to really take this shit serious.
Yeah, so they've worn our skin in shoes, bro. Bookcases, cigar cases. And you want their money is what you want from them? They giving you a piece of paper or a coin with their face on it. That's what you want?
You satisfied with that?
You're okay with just 40 acres? You don't want a whole planet to yourself? You don't want to expand the life of an entire of like planetary. You just want to do it on 40 acres of it. That means that someone is closed-minded. So we've talked to a lot of our people. Oh, well, if you ain't on my tree, then fuck you. But the thing is if we put all of our family trees together, we would get the tree of life. And that's the moment when he left the panel. If you go back, he was like, oh, I can go back, Ramsey. Oh, I can't go back further than that. You want to know why? Because you don't understand genetics. And when he realized that, he left. He left the panel. Instead of saying, you know what? I respect your perspective. I can respect that. I'm going to go do. He left the panel. And that's what y'all do. Y'all come in here, y'all vomit, y'all say y'all opinions, y'all talk about, oh, they treat us similar. But nobody wants to talk about DNA and embryology and genetics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the fact that y'all running from this, y'all running from truth. Y'all running from the sun. Y'all be indoors all day, just being on live. We see you on live all day. Like about the most fruitless, pointless, you see what I'm saying, things that is not elevating us as a species, not bonding us together. It's not doing nothing but separating us more.
Go ahead, Tizmala. Go ahead.
All BOK people globally are the same. Prove me wrong. Well, that's not true at all.
Do we
What?
all stem from the same embryological origin?
Have
That's what
you
we're talking about.
okay, before we continue, have you traveled abroad? Have you been out of the country before?
Absolutely, several times throughout my entire life.
Okay, well, I have too, and when I traveled, I didn't I didn't see a I didn't see any type of BOK people that acted like the average American BOK person.
What does that have to do with embryology?
All right, okay, what are you talking about specifically? Are you talking about genetically or like you know?
Yes, that's when you came up. Before you came up, I was talking about genetics, and you requested up. So yes, that's what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about like culturally and like.
No, you never heard me say anything about culture.
Yeah, we're not talking about how we were
You
cultivated and
probably thought
colonized.
that I was because a lot of our people do, but if you were actually listening to what I was saying, I wasn't talking about culture. I'm talking about how we all share the same DNA as BLK people and stem from the same embryonic cell.
Yep, the stem
Oh,
cell.
Regardless of how we act now because we came in contact with your people, we all come from the same origin. So
I'm not white.
what did you came up here to say we don't act the same?
I'm not white, so
Oh, okay.
Cool. Y'all love saying I'm not white. I'm talking about everybody outside of my people. So are
I'm
white
black.
people, hold on, are white people the only other people on the globe besides so-called black people? I just want to see what
Are
you're
you
gonna
black?
say. Are you black? Like what the hell?
Yeah, yes, I'm
The
black.
screen say black. So what are you up here
I'm
for?
black.
Cool. I doubt it, but
Bro,
cool.
you can literally go look at my freaking channel. What are you
I don't
talking
want
about?
to.
All
Just
right, we
because I
got you. We got you, brother.
I
All right,
don't.
we got you. It's cool. But do you? The question is, do you know or do you believe that all so-called black people are the same globally? Or
no,
if you don't agree, can you
no.
explain to us? Okay, I got you. And if you don't agree, just explain to us genetically and biologically how we are different. If
Okay,
not,
well,
if
with me
not, we
being
should stop. Hold on. If not, we should stop spewing this false information and lying to children. So I
okay,
just want you to be clear and concise with your answer.
Go ahead.
okay, so with me being a black American, when I traveled abroad to Europe and saw other Africans, there is a physical difference between it was a physical difference between me and those people who came from Africa.
Are you positing that all our people that's on these different land masses, Scottish, Australian, all over the continent where our people are, right? Do you think that we just stayed in one place? Do you believe that we were nomadic?
You talking about Africans?
Oh my gosh, y'all fucking love the word African. Fuck. I just said Scottish, Australian. You talking about Africans?
No,
Like,
no,
bro.
I'm saying you were saying were we nomadic people? I'm saying are you talking about like are you saying we're Africans nomadic? What are you saying?
Oh my gosh.
She said all black people throughout the entire globe. She didn't say one group of people on the landmass. She didn't say
I
that.
didn't even say Africa.
Yeah.
Okay, can you ask your question again?
Do you think that our people globally, before colonization and even after colonization, that we just stay in one place?
No.
Okay. Because we also know that there's historic proof that our people were a global civilization along the coastline. And we shared information and we shared knowledge and we worked together.
Yeah, and West
So
Africa, right?
today you're calling these people African, but how many countries are in Africa? Like 57, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're grouping so-called 57 countries of our people that are also mixed in with these people as one group of people, but you're saying that we're different.
Contradiction.
I'm saying specifically African Americans are different than other than any other group of black people globally.
Explain it genetically and biologically, please. Is what I
Well,
asked.
okay, so for example, most African Americans have a higher percentage of European DNA than almost any group of.
European DNA, meaning embryology, or European antigens that have now been attached to the red blood cells. and are affecting the phenotype.
Okay, I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm telling you, most African Americans have 10 to 15% European DNA on average.
So I'm asking you, because of all life, right? Microorganisms, plants, animals, insects, humans, and so called humans, right? All life comes from two origins: biogenesis or spontaneous generation. You're saying that they have European DNA, right? Those people that you're talking about are here through spontaneous generation.
Can you explain what that means? I'm not, I don't
I'm
understand.
explaining it and you're cutting me off. Okay. So biogenesis is everything that naturally expanded with this planet and through the and with the cosmos. So that bio means life, gene means origin, and genesis also means beginning. So we're talking about life origin. So this is true. Your biology aligns with the planet, okay? Then you're saying European DNA, which is synonymous with so-called white people, right? White
Yes.
people don't have the same origin, right? They don't phenotypically present the same as our people,
So
correct?
are you saying
Hold
there are
on,
different
I haven't
species?
said shit because I'm still talking. 1 second. Just 1 second, okay? If those two people are not the same, I'm asking you, that means that they would have those are two different origins, right? So if do they have European DNA, meaning embryology? Do they come from two origins? Or have antigens now attached themselves to the people that are here through biogenesis? How can one person be from two origins when you only come from one, when there's only one embryonic stem cell?
Mm.
So I'm
That's what
asking
I'm
you,
asking you.
are you saying that black BOK people and YT people are different species of human?
They have two different origins, correct, based off of embryology.
No,
Embryologists talk about this, genetic engineers
not.
talk about this, biologists talk about it all fucking day
We
long.
all come from the same ancestor.
What's the ancestor?
It was a ancient primates. A life originated in Africa, and we came from that primate.
What's the ancestor?
I'd have to look it up, but
Please do.
it was an ancient primate that that life started. Like it's known that life started in Africa. Like that's the oldest living humanoid fossils were found in Africa.
So are you insinuating that so-called black people have animal DNA?
No, I'm not saying black people have animal DNA. I'm saying we evolved from primates, an ancient
So then we
primate.
would
So
have
we would have
animal and embryology. We would have,
animal DNA, right?
I mean, we are mammals. We're mammals.
No, so now you're guessing. See, that's why I was
How
asking
am I
that.
guessing by
No,
saying
you said no. So-called black people do not have animal DNA. That common ancestor that you're talking about, scientists today never known how that common ancestor went from a haploid to a diploid. They never know how that monkey changed and lost all his fur and started walking upright and became the eukaryotic cell.
yeah.
They don't know
they
how that
do?
happened.
Yes,
So,
they
Okay, so then
do.
tell us.
okay,
Wait.
tell
They
us.
literally have
Tell
like
us.
documentation of this.
Please
Okay,
tell us.
explain it to us
Yeah,
since you've read the
yeah. Tell
documentations.
us how it happened.
I haven't read I didn't. This is not something I study day and night. But I'm telling you that
So why
the
would you
little
reference something you haven't studied?
because the little research I have done on it, it suggests that scientists they've been able to keep track of different types of humanoid creatures that we slowly evolved from.
Okay. I respect what he's saying because this is what the scientists tell our people. So I'm not, you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? I'm not trying to like laugh at you or nothing like that. But what I'm saying is that embryologists, cell biologists, genetic engineers they have never said in history, even to the megaparsecond, the femtosecond, they have never said that we ever went from haploid to diploid. Evolution is explaining that there are haploids and diploids, that there are prokaryotes and eukaryotes, but the fact how they evolved, that has never ever been proven to be correct.
And they have two
Obviously,
different
you
origins.
can't necessarily, you can't 100% prove it because we weren't there.
No. You can observe nature through chronobiology and can tell what was happening at different so-called times throughout the expansion of the planet. So
Yep.
that's why I'm saying this is about all life because we're connected through quantum entanglement. You would have to study all life to understand you, considering that these people also are lying. You would have to look at nature, not just people, because we can look at the trees, and
Yeah.
trees are telling us that Earth's rotation was knocked off 40.4 degrees.
What
And that's
makes
the
you
reason.
what makes you any different than a YT racist person saying that they're superior and because we come from
Nobody is
different.
talking about superiority. But 1 second, I just want to introduce the next guest, and
And we'll
then
get back
we'll
to
get
you.
right back to you. Go ahead, Ricky.
What's up?
Abundance. Go ahead. How do you feel about the topic? All black people, and I'm putting quotations around BLK, globally are the same.
Yep. Share your thoughts and visions.
So, just on a basic level, which I know you sound like a scientist or you sound like you're familiar with the lab. It's a lot of moving parts. Every YT person is not actually they're not all the same, even with the DNA. But
Facts.
wait a minute. But they did come from the mother. We all came from the mother. So we would all be the same, even some YT. But it's about the blood because there were experiments taking place and animals was brought in along with uh being how you breed a dog to be a certain color. Um the melanin was attempted. It was attempted to breed all of the melanin out, but as we know that you can't do that. That's like a scientific thing that they're still trying to figure out how to break melanin down because it doesn't break down. So every person has a bit of us along with what has been ultimately grafted and evolved till now. It's all mixed. But if you want to be specific, you could go on the bloodline. You can deal with the blood types. That'll tell you who's who. It'll be the blood types. And the closer to the original would be the O blood type. And then you'll go from there. But we all them all so even the melanated people in Africa, if you pay close attention, they're they come from us as well. Some of them can't even grow hair on their face. So they're just a fraction. Even some of those Indians that crossed the river, they're our cousins as well. They all originated from us through different genes and splicing and genetic code splicing and mixing it with this and that. And it
So
evolved to what it is now. But we all come from the mother. Yeah,
okay.
we all the same, but we
Yeah.
different at the same.
So then we're not. If we're different, then we're not the same. So here's the thing. Well, whoever the mother is is that her children is who she is because it's the mother who actually constructs the suit. It's her X chromosome that rules. So when we're talking about people, okay, I gave you the floor. I just want to respond to you. All right.
I'm just saying, civilization came from.
Let her
Hold on.
finish.
I just want to respond to everything that you
Please.
just said. So when it comes to embryo, before you develop into a grown adult, you start off as cells that come together to form who you are today. So when we're talking about embryology, right, which is what I just unpacked, how do you get abnormal amounts of pheomelanin and eumelanin from a neuromelanated woman? So when we're looking at the shades, the BLK woman can create 48 different known shades of herself, but all of those shades come from neuromelanin.
Works.
Right? So when we look at these YT people, it's not that they have more melanin or less melanin. They have a different melanin that is expressing itself phenotypically. There are 5 different types of melanin. So they have pheo and eumelanin, and animals in nature also have that as well. But these people have abnormal amounts. And when they get wet, they smell like the animals that they're spliced with because they are natural producers of those animal proteins and lipids. So you just because they are here does not mean that they come from the hybridization, the mixing is mixing. They don't come from the same totipidin stem cell. They did not naturally evolve and come from her. They are only here as a byproduct of hybridization. When you're talking about that these people have all these different animal DNA that's been grafted together, that's their origin, brother. You see what I'm saying? The different animals, because you're right. When you started out saying that they're not the same amongst themselves, absolutely correct. It's not just about YT people. Asians were first genetically. In their genus, the Asian man is actually first. That's how they graduate up to the Caucasian. So it's the Asian, the Dravidian, and then the Caucasian man is last. So they all have incomplete dominant genetics that express themselves phenotypically different. That's what makes us today. You think that you're black, he's Somalian, because we've mixed with these people, and these antigens now are attached to our red blood cells. Now, you said something about O positive blood, and you got to go through the blood. You can't go through the blood because the blood is tainted with antigens, and the blood type is determined by the antigen. So when you say that a lot of our people have O positive blood, that's because of mixing. We're not natural producers of that. Pigs and zooborn chimps also have O positive blood. That's their natural blood type. So if you have it and the pig is a genetic stranger to you, some type of mixing, when we came in contact with these people, because their seminal fluid was unaliving our people by the boatloads. All in all, we are not the same as these people, and they do not come from us. And scientists, you have to really understand the terminology. When you hear a scientist say a word, you have to go look it up. You can't go off of what you think it means, because a lot of the times the way that the word sounds is not what it means in science. It's not the same. What something means historically will not mean the same scientifically. And that's why when you look in their dictionaries, there'll be several different meanings, and they'll say historical or scientific, or they'll say embryological or biological, like especially on AI and shit now. So they don't come from
You
us.
just said something that wasn't a fact, though.
Go ahead and tell me what I said wasn't a fact.
You said YT people have a different type of melanin.
They do.
They do. Don't you see it on a phenotypical level? So
They
you think
don't.
that they look
All
the same
humans,
as you?
all humans have the same types of melanin. We have eumelanin and we have pheomelanin, and the differences between those two is how much they produce, the ratio of it, and how it's distributed throughout the skin. They don't have a different type.
You want to know why? Because eumelanin and pheomelanin are on the same spectrum. They're the same thing. They're just on opposite sides of the spectrum from each other.
That's why the white
So
man, he's just a albino of the Dravidian. You see what I'm saying? Because the Dravidian has EU melanin. Because you see EU melanin in bats and other dark
yeah,
animals,
sloths.
crows. You see them
Yeah,
in those. You see EU melanin in those animals and bats and everything like that. But pheomelanin is cow, pig, fruit fly, all of these different organ,
dog and cat,
dog,
and that's why they
cat.
smell like them.
And that's why when these people get wet, they release sulfur dioxide. When so-called black people get wet, we release hydrocarbon, and we also have photon emission. We feed off the sun without
A
no.
difference in the spectrum doesn't mean that they're different types.
No, hold on, hold on, hold
I
on.
A
I'm not.
literally,
spectrum,
I
hey,
wasn't
hold
done, and you're
on.
cutting us off now.
Yeah, and I literally told you that they were the same thing. I never said that I said that they were on opposite sides of the spectrum and that
Same
they are the
spectrum.
same. That's what I literally said.
Pheomelanin and
you just
eumelanin are
you
the
just said
same.
you just said that YT people and BOK people have different types of melanin.
We do.
We
So
do.
can you name those different types?
Okay, pyomelanin, allomelanin, pheomelanin, eumelanin, and neuromelanin are the 5 types of melanin, all the way down to microorganisms and up through so-called humans.
Exactly. And
And you're
so-called
on,
black people, we have neuromelanin, which is condensed sunlight.
yeah.
And your brain, was formed from the neural crest cells and your neuroblast cells and your neural tube cells.
In humans,
And those cells,
there's not
those
5
cells,
melanin
those
types in
cells.
humans.
Why would
Hold
you be
on.
talking at the same time as him and nobody can hear you?
And you try to know what I'm talking about. So that's how I know you don't really care what I'm saying.
You said neuromelanin that doesn't exist in the skin, that exists in the brain.
I'm trying to explain that to you.
Are there neurons all over the body?
That's okay. Yeah. See, I was trying to explain that to you, and you cut me off.
Yeah, you gotta
You see
wait.
what I'm saying? You gotta wait, my brother. Look, I value you, man. I respect you, but we gotta talk like civil men, bro. I'm not.
Because what you're doing.
You see what you're doing?
No, what you're doing.
Okay, now you're not finna tell me no on my live, bro. Get the fuck on, bro. You're not finna tell me no on my live when I'm trying to ask you for respect.
You asking him a question and then cutting him off while he's answering, and then telling him no what you're trying to do. I'm trying to answer your question. Like
neuromelanin is created in the substantia nigra, which is the black substance, which is the 4th ventricle in the brain, which then releases in the 3rd ventricle in the brain, then released in the pituitary gland. You see what I'm saying?
All over the body.
And then it releases throughout the entire body. Your whole body has mechanoreceptors, sensory neurons. You see what I'm saying? Your neurons is what carries neuromelanin. That's what allows you to have your senses to sense reality around you. So again, your neural tube and your neural crest that comes from the totiponin stem cell from your mother, when that egg is sparked, now that cell splits up into the brain and the spinal column, and that brain and spinal column makes your heart, it makes your bone cells, it makes your veins, it makes everything throughout your body, and it makes your whole body, your whole integumentary system. So again, your skin that you have is an extension of your brain.
That's the first thing that forms in fetal development, in embryology. So you have that all over your body if it's in the brain.
Neuromelanin is the whole body.
All of your cells are listening to your thoughts and creating different biochemical substances for you to do what you do. Like for you to speak, talk, walk. And it's the only biochemical substance that is condensed sunlight, and it also condenses sunlight on its own. That's why our skin and our hair actually takes in the sun and converts it to energy. That's why we're sun people. These people don't do that. That's why they get sunburn and undergo acute body radiation, also known as sunburn. And they're getting sunburn at night because of the UVC radiation that's penetrating everything. But go ahead.
For your physical body to move, it has to be innervated by your motor neurons. For you to even open your lips, it has to be opened by your neurons, your neuromelanin.
Neurons spark and light is created. Go ahead.
So we're not finna just say it's in the brain.
Dude, neuromelanin literally only exists in specific brain neurons, mainly the substantia nigra and the locus coeruleus. It is not transported, it is not present in the skin, and it does not play a role in skin color.
I have a question. All right.
You gotta let him finish too, and then you gotta stop over talking us.
Also, another point.
Yeah, man.
Another point I want to make. Because I have facts that prove what you're saying is wrong, and everything that I'm saying can be literally looked up and checked. Because I have every fact that I have pulled up right now literally contradicts everything that you guys are saying. And these are facts made by actual scientists, people who actually took the time to get a PhD and study this stuff. So I'm not gonna let somebody who just randomly gets on a TikTok and do a few Google searches overlook years of human freaking research just because you feel
Yeah,
like you're better.
they've done years of research and they still can't figure out how to break down the melanin compound.
Ricky,
Exactly.
Ricky, you need to understand, bro, that what these two people are doing are no different than when YT people.
Okay, so that's enough. So let me go ahead and respond to you. So first of all, you for me to use the words that I'm using, I would have had to have done research. It's foolish of you as a grown man to sit there and believe everything that Google tell you. Do you think the people with the PhDs that you have, do you think they sit around and they Google shit all day? Or do you think that they actually observe data, they observe nature, they observe the way cells move? So that's what
Man,
we've been. Don't fucking overtalk me no more, or I'm taking you off my live. That fucks up the flow. We was calm until you came in here with that erratic ass energy, all right? The brother that's underneath you, he not cutting nobody off. He probably want to speak, but he's being respectful.
I'm
So
listening to you.
get the fuck out of here. Don't request back up no more. You don't have to come off mute to tell me you're listening. You can just listen.
Listen.
Like what the fuck?
Fuck.
So your neurons, them synaptic reactions are not in unison with themselves. We can already see. You don't even let people talk. You might need to create some more neural pathways to create and instill more discipline within your vessel. All right. I can go through a slideshow of I can go through a slideshow of different scientists and what they're saying across different fields of science. Like I said, chronobiologists are saying this, climatologists are saying this, cell biologists are saying that. Hell, even molecular gastronomists are saying this shit too. Because everything goes back to cells. Everything goes back to atoms. So in order for them to understand the organism, they got to start with atoms. Come on, man. So y'all got to understand something. I'm not a Google warrior. All right. I've been telling y'all that for a while. I'm not one of them ones that go around to different TikToks and sit there and Google, and that's not how you learn or grasp nothing.
For real.
We sit down. I've read 8 books in the last 4 months. I'm on my backup. My main page, 1 second. My main page already has like 6 to 8 books pinned on it, and I still gotta drop 10 more. We sit in front of books, we watch documentaries, and we connect dots. You can't learn nothing from typing in yes or no fucking questions as a grown man, bro.
For real. We telling you to go research. You telling you to show me sources. Show you sources that you natural to the planet. Show you sources that you organic to the planet. That's what you want. You want like how can you not know that?
And
That's the problem. It's how you don't know that you're natural to the planet and how you're allowing a genetic stranger to sway you psychologically and mentally so he can do what he's doing to our children in the background without your knowledge of it. How I just told you, neuromelanin is what creates the body. It's a self civilizing, self sustaining, self feeding macromolecule that creates the whole organism. Your DNA, our DNA is neuromelanin. It creates the body. The genotype creates the phenotype. We cannot be this. You see what I'm saying? Like this is very simple. 9th grade biology.
some of the names are not on here, but this is Chris Bowman. The first one was Glenn Olson in Dallas, Texas. Like, what the hell? These are specifically genetic engineers and molecular biologists. The main one that's over, I heard the brother say something about splicing and cloning. The driving force behind that is Jennifer Dowda. This right here, her and another lady who has a long last name, like at least 15 different letters. These are the driving force behind CRISPR-Cas9. So don't ever think that just because you come into a live that the people in that live don't know what the fuck they talking about. That's disrespectful. And you talking about let me back up. So you can just go to Google? No. We want to talk to people about the main topic here. We're getting off track. Let's go back. You see what I'm saying? All of our people are globally the same because of embryology.
Yep.
No matter of how the trees don't look like how they're supposed to look. Animals don't look like how they're supposed to look. So we can't just say, oh, they're acting like that over there. They're not supposed to. And they haven't always acted like that. Their cells haven't always moved and migrated like that. Our thoughts haven't always crystallized in water, which holds memory the way that it's doing right now. But go ahead, Ricky. Did you want to say something? And then you're saying you're not using Google, but where else could you be getting this?
I like the fact that you all have a lab. I like that. That's the way you research. So you can whatever situation you come across, you can put it in the lab and break it all the way down. And if you want to build neural pathways, brain pathways, if you want to build on those, you just do things that you don't normally do. So like if you brush your teeth with your right hand, you want to brush your teeth with your left hand. And this will open up brain pathways.
That's facts, brother. Neuroplasticity, how malleable is your brain? How malleable is them neurons? When you stay stuck into one ideology too long, you're literally you're stagnant.
Compressing yourself.
Your neurons are only so that's why I'm saying we've been clinging on to these titles for too long. We got to exercise new neuroplasticity and saying we really not these titles. And even though you may act different today, we come from the same origin. And that's something that can't be ignored. And that's what I'm trying to address my people about. It's a lot of people that's ducking me on my main. So I said, let me go live on the backup. And I'm trying to catch strays because from our people, because we got to start,
Yeah, we like to focus on the effects, but we don't like to focus on the cause. The cause is the virus.
Yeah.
That's why we act different. We focus on the effect, like, oh, you're acting different. Oh, you're behaving like this on that landmass. But whole time, the water near us that used to help us conduct electromagnetism is dirty. They feeding us microplastics. They feeding us sugar, which does your brain worse than some drugs that are out here.
Yeah, and it's happening all over the globe.
It's happening all over the planet. They're stealing our children all over the planet for their cultivating stem cell that all so-called black women throughout the entire planet have.
And produce and pass on to the children. And the children have the most abundant amounts. These babies' brains and utero are bathed in estrogen. They're bathed in testosterone. This is what makes them abundant in the vitality. When they say that our organs are rich, our brain is an organ, y'all. Our skin is an organ. I just put pictures up there how they were wearing our skin. Do you think they were saying, oh, I want African American skin, I don't want African skin? They was wearing our skin globally. Everybody had briefcases all over the globe of our skin. And they're all doing it for the same reason. You want to know why? Because it carries the same electromagnetic charge.
Fact.
Regardless if you think, even when it comes to the albinos, the albino brothers and sisters still come from the BLK woman. That is just one of the 48 shades that she expresses.
Yep. And
so
she does that.
The title got you thinking, but this is really just one of the 48 shades. They put a title on that because their brain can't comprehend that, So that's what it is. This Christopher Herrera, I don't know what the hell you want to talk to us about. I see him become hell.
What do you got to say about this topic that has nothing
to do with your white ass? Go ahead.
Yeah, nothing to do with my white ass. Number one thing is no two people are the same. A person is a soul. The body's the body.
Please.
Like there's no two people who are the same. Just like you will disagree with another black person. You will disagree with another white person. You may agree with another white person, but at the end of the day, no two people are the same.
What does that have to do with embryology and genetics? Because the truth
your thing up here, all black people globally are the same.
Because
Not
we
even
share the
close to
same
true.
embryology. We don't share embryology with you. You're a genetic stranger. So
Do you know
Genetic
why
that the
did you
stranger.
Bible
request up?
We are human. We are all human. We are all sons and daughters of God. We are
No.
all people. And the only thing that makes us different is based off where we grew up, where our families and our history has had us over years. That's called evolution. And
But we
yes,
never
there are people out there who are evil, absolutely evil, and will 100% take advantage of somebody because of the color of their skin. But at the end of the day, you want to say embryology, you want to take it all the way back, all the way back. Everybody comes from one place in particular.
a
Every
place?
single person on the planet has African DNA.
No, they
You know
don't.
that. I know that. We all know that.
No, we
It's
No,
don't
been
know
they don't.
that.
proven.
No, no, no.
And
Now we're gonna have to stop
and
you.
there are no scientists on this planet saying that shit.
Thank you for
And
concluding
the
your
ones
statement.
the historians might be saying that. The scientists, that's why scientists and historians, a lot of them don't get along. Because then scientists know the truth. Like the hell, they're looking at it in real time. They're looking at not just us as people, but nature and animals too. So I don't know what you mean when you're talking about God. That's dogma. That's religion. That came from your people. That's literally like y'all forced that on us. So I don't even know why that's coming up. That's why this is a discussion for my people and my people only. You are a genetic stranger, meaning that when we're discussing our genetics, it is unfamiliar to you. That's why you're talking about we all the same. I don't look shit like
Again,
you.
Well,
Christianity
let
I
him
don't
started
look
in
finish.
shit like
Africa.
you.
We
I don't
don't
look
look
shit
shit
like
like
y'all.
you.
Like,
Yeah, let that be clear. We don't
yeah.
look nothing like you.
Yeah,
We don't
y'all
smell
don't. Y'all
different.
don't look nothing like me.
Okay, then. So how can our DNA, how
Don't
can our cell, how
you
can our
in
tissue, how can our
and
organ
silence
system,
me. That's
how can the
crazy.
organism
That's
be the
just
same
cowardly.
then?
Yeah. Go ahead, Skybox
How can it be the
Seats.
same then?
Go ahead, Skybox
Like
Seats.
what?
You're on mute.
You are so quiet. You are so fucking. You won't take an argument.
Go
So
ahead, Skybox.
You can't talk
so
to
it,
nobody, huh? You got to mute them right away. That's
Go
messed
ahead,
up. You want to
Skybox.
silence
We're
people.
introducing the next guest.
is
Go
the
ahead.
prompt like is the prompt you saying all black people globally are the same? Prove me wrong. So are you this is your belief, or are you like, is this something that you're saying? I like what do you mean by this?
We're coming from the perspective of embryology, genetics, and DNA.
Okay, yeah, I agree 100%. Of course.
Facts.
Yeah.
Can you elaborate to me on why you agree? Because there's a lot of our people that don't.
That's just like self-hate, but we honestly culturally we're different, but the way that we act are exactly the same. Like you could go anywhere, like you go to Africa, you go to the Caribbean, in America. Blacks act the same. They act the same. Like the mentality is the same. Now the culture is a little different, but they're exactly the same. You know what I'm saying?
I think what you're trying to say is we express our genetics the same, but we may do things like slightly different. Like I
Based
would
on our environment.
based on our environment. Facts.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Facts.
That's what it is. You see what I'm saying? You speaking facts, my brother. So I'm glad that you glad to share. You got to share your frequency. Do you want to say anything else?
Oh no, that's it, man.
Yeah, that abundance and gratitude for that because like when I think about cooking, like we may not be using the same ingredients, but we use the same base. Like we have the same thought process when it comes to our cooking. Like and you may be eating through food or bread or something, but you're both eating a base. You both had the same idea. You know what I'm saying? So our when we look at the way that we dance, the same dances that are happening in America, whether there's cameras or not, would have expressed itself on another so-called landmass with our people because of the genetics. So I don't know, like we're sitting here saying like, oh, Americans are much greater like that. Why are we as adults talking like that? You know? Ricky, did you want to say something else?
Yeah, I was trying to. I'm sitting here thinking about. You guys are exceptional, by the way.
Thank you.
I
Abundance, my
was trying to
brother.
Likewise.
Abundance.
differentiate from genetics and DNA. Is that not the same?
Um,
Yeah, your DNA is your
Genetics.
yeah,
excuse
your
me.
DNA is your genotype, your genetic material. DNA just your genes is just your genetic material, and your genetic material is a biochemical substance. And when you and that biochemical substance is called neuromelanin. And when you break that neuromelanin into a macromolecule, it's a hydrocarbon. When you put hydrocarbon together, it vibrates at 432 hertz to create physical matter within our women's wombs.
And that's the creation point of life. That's when life begins to be observed on a physical level.
So it's alchemy. You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Even when she was talking about cooking, it's alchemy. How we put different stuff together to create a reaction so we can have a good reaction with our brain and release dopamine when we eat our favorite food. Or you
Hmm.
see what I'm saying?
Or do our favorite dance, like we were
Yeah,
saying. Or so that's what I'm saying.
yeah.
Like you're doing it for the same reason. It may not look exactly the same, but like even when we talk about like the pyramids, I keep going back to that because I'm really tired of our people like saying shit like, "Oh, it's more pyramids over here." There's pyramids really all over the globe. There's pyramids that's being made through sound right now. There's pyramids that exist in the cosmos. There's pyramids on Mars. There's pyramidal structures everywhere. Some that you can't even see with your naked eye. But we don't even understand what the pyramids are built for. That's more concerning. Like it for you to take pride in that.
Our people, but our people is dealing with a psychological psychosis, and they're most of the time they're um I don't want to say slow, they're just misinformed because they're stuck in animated suspense, and they keep it's like the same movie every day that they put themselves through. They don't know. They're not gonna know any of these things unless someone like you or the other guy comes and along with this bit of information to kind of wake them up, to kind of get them to thinking, make them think.
Yeah, and
But
that's because yeah, my bad. I didn't know you were still going. Go ahead.
I was just saying, that's all I had to say.
Yeah,
Abundance.
facts. That's actually facts because they're keeping you in this loop. And the loop that they keep you in, that's why we gotta like drop time. Like really everything that these people have introduced to us, or we introduced it to them, but how they have alchemized it for our downfall. You know what I'm saying? We have to do alchemy to undo that shit, which means that if time is not real, why are we going by it? You know what I'm saying? If that was used to keep us in a loop, then we shouldn't be going by that. That means that that's going against our circadian rhythm. So everything from time to the food to the air, everything we have to start becoming more aware of. When you learn when you come in contact with this information, you got to sit down with it and share it with somebody else because that's that neuroplasticity we was talking about. You know, that's what we gotta you know help spark those neurons in the next brother or sister because if we don't, then like this is happening at the expense of like our children going missing, our women going missing because they see us as a way to sustain life here. Like they want to be here to take our vitality. And it's like, and I'm not talking about white people and Asians. I'm talking about the niggas they reporting to. I'm talking about them 13 families, these reptilians that are in these suits. I'm talking about them because that's the I'm telling you these Asians, they're just doing whatever they're told to do. They're just doing whatever. I mean, if you understood their genetics, it would make sense why they act like that towards us. We're strangers. You know what I'm saying? So that's the main thing. Tay Tay, do you want to come up? What's going on?
Yeah, I don't know.
Uh,
That's like that's
We can accept that request. Let me see. Aiden, tell me most black people are criminals. Doesn't mean that all black people are.
That's something like, bro.
But I seen she had tagged Zell. I don't know. But yeah, I'm still waiting for more of our people to come in here. Y'all ducking. Y'all really ducking this live. I'm probably gonna do it on my main page too. I'm gonna have to tap in.
Y'all going in.
Facts. We got time. We just gonna be patient and wait for our people to roll in. Let's see.
You may have some people that may not agree, but I've always, even before I got on TikTok, I've always looked at how, like, even like during the Olympics, when you had every country going around the track, they always got the little melanated, darker complected ones playing the drums in every country. You got that one. And I start to notice how if you go into the inner city of these countries, it's always the darker complected people, the real dark ones, in every country. And I think that's what's being hidden from a lot of people. They don't understand that it's dark complected people like us in every country. But they don't allow you to know that or allow you to understand the significance of it.
Yeah, we all over the globe, and they're trying to make it seem like it's not even as many of us as it is. And you can watch modern day colonization take place, like Elon Musk, these different ones. I was kept up with the story that was going on for a couple of years, where Elon Musk was scouting out these remote tribes, and he would come in contact with these people. The first thing that they do is they offer them like money or tobacco or sugar, corn, like something that's gonna inflame the body. This is how they make peace or amends with the people before they go into these remote tribes. Or like that YT boy that got caught up when he left that Coca-Cola in that remote area. They do that all the time, because sugar to them literally is the brain on sugar is like the brain on a rug. You know what I'm saying? So it's like the brain on
You see what they doing to Chaba and them over there? They messing up their tribe. You see
Yeah,
that?
they're messing it up. And then when they get common with these people, they'll tell them like, "Oh, build one of those big tree houses, and I'll come back with money and tobacco." And it'll be a brother that'll build one of the houses. He might build four, and they come back with that, and they tell him build more. And this is how they begin to start colonization. Is happening every single day. They're just not showing you in the media, but this is stuff that you can watch documentaries about on YouTube. People that record this, or even these different foundations, they think they're doing the right thing by helping these people and introducing them to soda, sugar, cookies, and cakes, because they see that they're malnourished. But you're the reason why they're malnourished, because you're taking all the minerals from their land, and then you're giving it back to them fucked up
through
with
synthetic
through
biology,
exact facts.
and it's made to mess up your gastronomy. You see what I'm saying? Because your stomach, it actually looks like the cosmos as well, just like your brain.
The
So they're
neurons.
messing up the constellations and the orbits of your cells within your body.
They literally say the gut biome looks very similar to the way stars and galaxies look in the cosmos. And so does the brain. And the stomach and the brain are connected to each other by the vagus nerve. It's essentially your lower brain. So they keep you trapped in that lower portion of yourself, or that fear portion of the brain, which is the lower portion of the physical brain. And I'm telling you, like, when people are like, how did we get to this state where we were on top and why we're no longer on top anymore, it's because of colonization. You know what I'm saying? It's because the brain is not functioning like it's supposed to. You're not hydrated. You see what I'm saying? So now you think that somebody that has a different, poison than you, a different antigen than you, well, they're not us. We're not the same. And the Africans, they different. Okay, what about our Scottish brothers? What about the Chilean brothers? Like, why do you just cling to so-called Africans? And that's a white man thing. They make you literally clean. They started that feud. Why would he call them African and name you African American if he didn't want you to view each other different and make it that similar? You see what I'm saying? Now we're saying like, oh, we don't come from Africa, but you come from the same embryological origin. That landmass there's not Africa written on the fucking landmass over there. America is not written on this landmass. They calling it that, and you following that dumbass shit.
Yep, there's no actual city, states, and countries. These
okay,
are
come
forests.
up. Everybody that's saying that we not the same, it's a lot of people that just rolled in. Come up.
Yeah, come
Prove
up.
me wrong.
We live in a forest. We live in jungles and forests on a planet. They destroyed the forests to build homes, to build judicial buildings, to build grocery stores. You see what I'm saying? So again, our genetics matches the planet, and the trees is our grocery stores. Everything that we need from the to sustain life on the planet is from the ground. It's electricity, gas, everything. So we don't need that.
Go ahead, Queen Shante.
We're not the same, sweetie.
What makes you say that we're not the same?
We have different cultures.
What does that have to do with genetics and embryology?
Okay, well, you have to acknowledge that we have different cultures, different ways of life.
Different ways of life due to colonization?
Whatever you want to call it, we have different ways of life.
Okay, different ways of living because of colonization. But when it comes to embryology, okay, so let's have some respect, okay? I want to have a conversation with you. I'm going to let you speak. And when you get done, I'll go. So here's the thing. When it comes to...
Why the fuck
we don't gotta be disrespectful.
Yeah, you can just leave.
We don't gotta do that.
Like, the fuck? Nobody's going to hear what you're saying if you're talking at the same time as me.
And the reason why y'all come up argumentative like that is because y'all have no actual backbone.
Thank you. You don't have shit to say outside of your fucking
We're not the
feelings.
same. We're not the same.
We're not the same. We're not the same. We're not the same. Like,
bro, what the fuck is that?
I'm just asking you a question. You the one. You really think we're not the same? I really want to hear you. I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm trying to say, like, okay, we don't do over talking. 1 second. All right. Taylor Swiftly is going to go next. And then, Godfather, whenever you free, I plan on being live for a second. You know what I'm saying? So come up. The thing is, you said you didn't answer the question though. You responded, and I said, "What makes you think that?" And then you cut me off. So I'm not finna do this tit for tat shit. I let you speak, and when the moment I responded, you cut me off. It's cool. If you want to request back up and you want to have dialogue and talk, we're just not gonna over talk each other. That's it.
And we asked you a specific question. What is the genetic and biological differences?
Yeah, and you said, "Oh, I don't care." Da 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 da. You started over talking me. I asked you about genetics, DNA, and embryology, and you said, "Oh, we don't live the same." I said, "What does that have to do with what I just asked you?" And you started giving up mentally and over talking me. If you want to transmute that energy and come back up and let's talk like sisters, we can do that. But we're not gonna disrespect each other. Go ahead, Taylor, and then we'll get to Azik, and then we'll go back to Ricky. You were you were not in unison with yourselves to be acting civilized, my sister. You was over talking me. All right? You're the divine creator of life. You see what I'm saying? So we gotta carry ourselves like that, like divine women. All right, go ahead, Taylor Swiftly.
It's pretty obvious to the naked eye the genetic differences between black people in Africa.
What
you have different facial structures.
Hold on. When it comes to people that aren't my people, y'all don't get to ramble on and talk and shit like that. All right.
I'm black, you bitch.
I doubt it.
Wow.
And now you got to get up off my shit because I'm talking about all BLK people globally, and y'all come in here African and African American.
We're talking about the
Globe,
global,
all
the
our people,
planet.
man, the planet. Like, I'm not talking about Africans and African Americans. We got brothers and sisters in Scotland, y'all. Australia, Asia. You see what I'm saying? So
In
when I say
India.
that we're all the same globally, I'm talking about the embryological origin. But because you've been colonized, you think I'm talking about some other shit. That's why I ask you, what makes you say that? So we just asking questions. You see what I'm saying? We just asking questions. Go ahead, Azik, and then we'll
First
go
of
back
all, we
to
not
you.
Africans. We not Africans.
Go ahead, Azik, and we'll get to you, Avery.
Hi, I just wanted to say it's wonderful to talk to you two. You guys are so brilliant. I'm so
Abundance,
jealous
gratitude.
sometimes.
Abundance.
I remember when I stumbled upon your live when before the when TikTok was getting shut down. So
Uh-huh.
then you guys came back and I looked at your previous lives. I told my
Yeah.
father some of the
Me.
information about them having animal DNA, the
Mm-hmm.
eukaryotics, white tea people, and everyone else.
Yep.
He reacted in such a way that I was shocked. So then my mother recently passed. And so afterward, he tells me when I first came to the US, I studied with the Muslims. This is in the early to mid 70s. He starts telling me, yeah, they told me they had animal DNA. I said, Daddy, then why did you react in such a harsh way when I was reading this stuff? But he did what he did, but I just wanted to go up and speak because the way our people are completely disassociating and hating everybody who ate them, it's getting a little scary. A little
Mm-hmm.
scary. And then I started researching the genetic stuff and I started looking up what they're doing. There's a black woman out there that has a pig kidney.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
She has a pig kidney and they use bovine
Cut out.
That's dope.
It's cutting out, mother. Go ahead.
I was just so shocked and I'm just like, how the heck did we get here and nobody is telling me this? I had to hear you guys, then do a little research and read a few little pages of books, and it just started disturbing me.
Mm-hmm.
And every time I
Mm.
tell my family, they start laughing at me, especially my father. I said, Daddy, you heard about this in the 70s.
Facts.
And every time someone talks about it, they start laughing. It's like this
Mm.
joke to them, And that's all I really had to say. But keep up the good work, guys. You guys are great. And I'm
Abundance.
happy.
Yeah.
Abundance, mother.
Do you listen? Are you talking? Do you follow my main account?
Yes, I
You're
do.
talking about this account. Okay, perfect. Okay, perfect. Yeah, you said a lot there. The pig kidney. See, and when we keep up with these people that have done stuff like that, the antigens, the way that the rest of their body starts to respond to that stuff, the body begins to shut down. It's because the way that Western medical field, they treat the body separately from each other like cars. They don't actually fully treat the body holistically. They're only trying to solve one problem at a time because they don't understand fully the way that our body works in unison because they don't understand neuromelanin. Interesting that you
And
brought that up.
and I wanted to say the first blood transfusion and organ transfusion was done by John Baptiste, which is a eukaryotic doctor. You see what I'm saying? And he did that with a little eukaryotic child, a white child, and they were able to transfer lamb DNA and blood and organs to a white person to a white kid. But when you do that with us, our other organs in the body view that organ as a
Mm-hmm.
foreign organ, and it starts to shut down.
Yep.
So throughout the years, you're gonna start aging, and aging is just the neuromelanated suit losing electromagnetism. So that's what happened. So we're not really supposed to be aging because aging means that you're filled with poison. And you see what I'm saying? And your electromagnetism is so low that your neuromelanin is not producing enough serotonin and melatonin in the third ventricle of the brain to keep the body in homeostasis or to feed all of the cells.
Yeah, so the body begins to attack itself essentially.
Yep.
But abundance, Zeke, I'm gonna get back to you. Go ahead, Avery, and then we'll get to Edward and Josiah.
Oh, I was just up here because I disagree with we not all the same.
And why do you think we're not the same?
I'm different from these niggas, man. Like you talking about like skin color or like personality?
No, I'm talking about genetics and embryology and DNA.
Mhm.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, we better. We God.
We're better. We're God.
Yeah.
Did you just hear what the co-host said about John the Baptist?
Oh, I don't believe in that shit. Jesus fake. The slave master gave us Jesus.
And he also gave you God. It's synonymous with dogma.
I'm
John
God.
Baptist was a doctor, and you're talking about Jesus. You see, the psychological state of our people, we have sulcuses in the brain. You see what I'm saying? Our prefrontal cortex is damaged from all the sugar that we've been ingesting throughout the years that have been accumulating heavy metals within the brain. You see what I'm saying? This is why a lot of our people, when they get older with age, they have a lot of blood issues, and we get Alzheimer's and Parkinson's because neuromelanin binds with heavy metals.
Do you
So,
think? Do you think we supposed to be eating meat or
No,
no? Hell no. Yeah, I knew that.
nah.
because we don't have animal DNA. And so when we're not producers of animal protein, so that doesn't feed our anatomy, right? These cows, pigs, all the shit that they have you eating is the same thing that they're spliced with.
Damn. Can
It's
I
the
can I
same.
eat ruffled chips?
But I'm gonna
Cause in South Korea.
conclude. I wanted to address something that you said earlier about you was like, oh, you talking about personality, and the thing about it is like when we say we're the same, I only have this topic here because y'all say we not the same. I'm
We
just
not
spewing y'all.
Africans.
Hold on. I'm just spewing y'all back to y'all. We share the same embryology. So I do want y'all to start understanding science and separating that from the way that you feel. I understand that we're looking at each other like, oh, well, I'm not that, but we stem from the same embryonic stem cell. So you're saying that we're better. You said that we were better. What made you say that we're better? Like, what? Why would you say that?
Bro, I'm talking about like niggas in general. We better. You are, bro. I don't even gotta explain this. You know we got literally. It's all in the hair and in
Explain
the
it.
eyes.
Explain it genetically and biologically. Yeah, like
I
explain it.
don't get into that shit. That's what white people do. They be like using needles and shit. I don't do that shit. I stay how in the world, nigga. I'm born on Earth, nigga. I'm not trying to mess with no scientist shit, bro. That's weird.
You think
That's
science is
that's
just you think science is just genetic splicing because you're in an artificial environment. You see what I'm saying? You're in an environment filled with genetically modified organisms. You see what I'm saying? So I'm asking you because you're telling us that, oh, we're different. What is the difference? You're just saying we're greater and then saying shit,
my
yeah, we greater,
melanin.
we greater.
My melanin. I can
Do
go
you know
outside.
that?
I can go
do-
outside and not get
Now
burned.
you're talking about genetics.
You said that you're melanin. Do you know that there's 5 types of melanin?
Uh, I mean, I know my skin dark. I'm not white.
Right, but there are Dravidians that may be so-called darker than you, but they have a completely different composition of their skin, right? So we can't go based off of darker or lighter. We got to talk about the skin composition, which is about the melanin. And if we had the same melanin as these people, then we would phenotypically present the same because that means that we would share DNA with them, but we don't phenotypically present the same as YT. I keep muting you because you have terrible ass feedback. That shit loud as fuck on my
My bad.
end.
My bad. I didn't
Yeah.
know.
So I'm not trying to be funny. It's just loud. But
Now is it straight?
yeah, it's cool. But let me get to Dr. Kine and we'll circle the panel. Go ahead, Dr. Kine Cambridge.
Well, I believe that we are different races. We all share melanin, true enough, but we are different races, and the colonizer has bunched us all together as
under one word, and that's Negro, and that's under white supremacy. But
Is your
originally,
Doctor King? I got a question.
Go
Hey,
ahead. Please don't overtalk. We don't do that in here. Go ahead, Dr. Khan.
one at a time.
well, the colonizer has decided to label us with the same label, and that's so we dissocialize away from what we originally was. That's what separate indigenous people in different geological locations, like the Aborigines in Australia. Those are different type of people. But yes, we are dark skinned just like them, but they are a totally different race of melanated people. And that's the greatest example. There used to be melanated American indigenous black Indians, but they were bred out mostly, and some of them are us, but mostly they were bred out by the colonizer. They didn't succeed, just like the Aboriginals in Australia were in a project to breed them out. They didn't succeed. Tasmania had a lot of melanated individuals that won the same geological location from Africa or America, and they were bred out. So when people's bunches all together under that same word Negro, that's depopul. I would declare that word as a depopulation label, meaning that they're just trying to destroy your origins and make your origins underneath this label. And it's worked perfectly for some people. Some people don't care to know who they are or their origins, and they're melanated. And that's feeding into the Negro label. That's fitting the narrative of the colonizer, not your people. And I'm gonna land my plane on that.
I got a question for you, Doctor King.
I'm gonna come clean. There's an order that we're going in. So like
Question though, like
Yeah, you gotta be patient.
I'm not cause I'm getting to the point where I'm not finna do all that.
Like, we're not gonna
So
ask
you
you
know what I'm saying?
500 times.
I be trying to ask like nicely and then, so the thing is I wanna respond to Dr. Kine. So he said the colonizer, you know what I'm saying? The colonizer. I hear what you're saying. We just gotta start understanding that these people have melanin. Everything on the planet every living organism has melanin. We just don't have the same melanin, and that's literally the reason why we are not the same as these people, because we have different DNA. The melanin that you have is explaining your DNA, because that's what makes you who you are. So when we say that we have the same melanin amongst our people, that means that we are the fucking same. We come from the same embryological origin. We have to understand how neuromelanin expresses itself. Stop saying, oh, it ain't the same. You don't understand how our genes express. You don't understand that there's 48 different shades that the BOK woman can make.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to understand the way DNA is passed down and how genes and traits are inherited. And that this, whatever your mother is who you are. You see what I'm saying? Not to dismiss the father, but the egg cell, the ovum has been present ever since she was a child. So all the sperm doing is sparking what's already there. You are literally your mother's child. And it's her womb that constructs your suit. It's the X chromosome that rule throughout the entire anatomy. One of the first thing that forms in fetal development is the central nervous system, the brain. So when y'all are saying, oh, neuromelanin is only present in the brain, this is the first thing that forms. That forms before the skin. And the reason why the skin is expressing itself the way that it is because of the neuromelanin present in embryology. So that's I now I know for sure Y'all are just going around talking about feelings, man.
Yeah.
And that shit is really embarrassing. Like, as a people, that the children are watching us say that the Africans ain't us because they disrespected us, or the so-called African Americans aren't us because they're getting policed around by their colonizer. We just tolerate ours. But guess what? Our children are going missing for the same reason, and they got you colonized both for the same ass reason, man. So we got to understand, like, what's really good. We could have been got this nigga off the planet. We could have been got these people out of here. We want to cling on to their shit. We on live every day asking for reparations. I'm like, if we know that these people are animals, why are you asking for their money? I'm confused about that. They had our mother's reproductive organs on display in a fucking museum. They were feeding our children to fucking crocodiles. And they still do it today. They take the baby's organs and they feed it to the zoo animals. This is what's in these emails and these different documents that these politicians are writing to each other. Like, I don't, so the thing is like, we have a common enemy. You may think that we're not the same, but we have the same common enemy. This same ass nigga is taking your shit and mine. Come on, man. And our greatest asset is our children. And we not even talking about the things that they do to our children on a global scale. You saying that we not the same, but them niggas is moving more like they moving like they the same all over the globe against us. So I need y'all to start coming in here with science and facts, man. I need y'all to start coming in here with science. I don't want to talk about his narrative, his story. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead. I'll be that 38. And then we'll circle the panel. When someone new come up, we're gonna introduce them and then we'll keep it going. Go ahead, I'll be.
Hey, I appreciate you, sis. You the first person to ever read my shit that quickly.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. That's crazy. But
hmm
nah, it's we can race is nothing, right? Race, we got to put race out of the word race out of our minds. That's a construct that the colonizers put towards just separating their commodities because we became a commodity in their eyes, right? A source of income, a cattle, produce. So that was just a lazy way for them to subjugate, their moneymaker. When it comes down to melanation, you have different. Melanation is a outward indication of what part of the world you're from, right? So you have the most, uh, we'll say, black folks, right, come out of the area, which would be the equator, which would be Africa, right? Um, so that being said, then you have the factions of, because remember, people get time, people don't really have a good grasp of time and the scope of time and how much time is actually gone by that we're trying to decipher and correlate with history, right? So you have like the Aboriginals. At some point in time, there could have been a land bridge, an ice bridge, something that was capable, or they just use boats, right? Because a long time ago, before anybody believes this, right? Africans had the capabilities of intercontinental travel because they understood currents, right? You have the sea currents, and they do the same thing every day, all the time. The Europeans had a hard time using sailing because they didn't understand currents. They were going against the grain as usual, right? So in a small rickshaw, you could come from Africa to the coast. So all these melanated people went from one spot, right? And were thinkers and travelers. I mean, the first college that's ever been established was in Timbuktu, which is in Africa. Now, with the Aboriginals, Australia, which is a wonderful phenomenon to me because they're so far removed and so far removed, even their own historical, because they don't have really a written language, they have a song and storytelling language, and they don't have any story saying that they came from someplace else. Their story is set from as far back as they can tell as being there from the beginning, which could possibly be true because their phenotype is prominently different than ours, right? They have more of like a Pacific Islander type phenotype structurally in the face. But because they had isolation for so long, right? There was a lot of intermingling, not to be rude or anything like that, but there's a lot of intermingling between similar family structures, right? It just was a necessity to continue, you know, because there's only a certain amount of land or whatever, certain amount of people. That being said, everybody traveled outside of that. Now, the problem that we have in as a people now, right, is, you know, we're struggling with the whole reparations conversation. Two things can be true at the same time. We can have different factions of our same people having different goals to accomplish at the same time. It does us no justice to say that looking for reparations is a waste of time. Because if you're not looking for reparations, then go ahead and leave it to the people who are looking for it. Because if it pops up and you happen to be in line, I bet you're going to take the money. That's that, right? That's that. Now, with the whole out of America theory, I do believe that what they're saying is right. But I think that what a lot of people are not doing is actually showing a timeline, right? And as far as what I'm getting about the timeline, the whole America time, the FBA timeline is it's about 400 years. But they're not saying that that's where it starts because they don't want to close cap it because they don't want to leave room for people to negate uh, the situation, because saying 400 years ago isn't that long, but in actuality, because we are a fundamentally different type of black, right? Because we have essentially been born out of the atrocities. We were broke down all the way down and then created ourselves again. So we are definitely different, but still have the same prominent intelligence, right? The same physical attributes. Yet we are, a little bit more mixed with the Irish and some European shit going on. Um, so I'm definitely with you on the fact that we are all, if you're melanated, and I'm not talking about uh, the YT melanation, because yeah, they're melanated as well, but they're a byproduct of the location that they eventually came to be in, right? It's just because they were in a colder climate with less sun and needed to fundamentally, their bodies needed to change in order to accept vitamin D and um, contain warmth in their bodies. That's why they're a little huskier of a breed, right? And that's time.
I'm
It's
gonna
like
say
when
this though,
go
concerning
ahead,
what you
brother.
just said,
Go
that
ahead, brother.
the only reason why they have any melanation whatsoever is through colonization. They stole the melanin.
No,
They
no, no, no.
forcibly bred with our people around the globe and
No,
took that melanin by
we
force.
created them, brother. They are a byproduct
No,
of
no, no, no,
us.
no, 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 no. I
Oh,
gotta
yeah, we gotta
interject.
interject
There
now.
was a lot said, and on that one, I gotta interject. First of all, if we
Please
all of
explain
our
me
people
why.
say that we created this people, but if we look at our behavior, which is phenotype, on a physical level, none of our people are tampering with genetic engineering, splicing, CRISPR-Cas9, introgression, hybridization, electroporation, transfection. None of us. They wouldn't even let us come close to that shit anyways. In a
But nobody
system
was
like
doing
this,
that back
hold
in the
on,
day,
hold
though.
on,
You talked
because
for a long
the
time.
thing is, you have to understand genetic engineering and how long it's been going on. You would have to understand and study genetics of a lot of life, a lot of different organisms. We've sat back and we've studied microorganisms, plants, animals, insects, chronobiology, the different patterns that are found throughout these different species. Earth is not even at her natural resonance, knocked off 40.4 degrees. There's a lot that happened to this planet. You have to understand how we got here. Y'all, can you actually even explain to me how we created them? Through science, through genetics, because our genetics has never expressed to even tamper or even do shit like that ever.
And when you see what we do on a subatomical level, we only create biogenic life, biogenic matter. Protons and electrons, they only build the building block that of matter that they make is through biogenesis. It's not through
It's
spontaneous
not through
generation.
spontaneous generation.
It's
So
not through
there's
calcium ionospores.
yeah.
It's not through
So
none of that.
how would we do something outside of our genetics, like creating them? How would a biogenetic species think of spontaneous
Okay.
generation? That's not even our genetics. That's not even our
Mm,
where our brain circuitry is not even wired to go there.
I don't want to be rude. Can I rebuttal to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. First, let me say there's no need to get angry like that. I thought I came into this room. I heard some intelligent young brothers and sisters. There's no need, like you're telling everybody else not to get their feelings, but the minute you hear something you don't agree with, it was like, God, we don't have to do that. I obviously have some, you obviously can tell I have some sense of I know what I'm talking about, okay? And I am willing to have, I'm willing to be proven wrong so that there's no problem, no issue here, right? So let me go on to this. There's two things, right? So wait, let me get a basis. So do y'all believe in evolution?
No.
Well,
Oh,
no,
okay.
because I was
Okay.
born pale, then I turned brown, then I turned dark, and then I turned brown again. So the question
Wait.
is, where did they come from? Because I was born pale, pale with with their same skin, so they can't be from us.
Yeah,
And
you
my
don't
You
get.
had,
Yeah, facts. You
but
don't
wait a
get.
minute. You have to address that.
Hold on, I
You
am
have to be in
addressing it.
contact with.
Hold on, I
I'm
want to
sorry.
address something that what he said though. He
Forgive
said you
me.
can't get us or you can't get them from us. You can't. What would be the explanation of them being pheomelanated and you melanated when we're a neuromelanated species? Where would this have come from?
Wait. Okay. Okay. So there's an example of this is a great example of evolution, right? It's the most recent that I know of, right? So during the Industrial Revolution, which started about what 200 years ago, right? And you had the coal factories that were in areas with a lot of birch forests. Birch trees are white, right? They have the white bark. You ever seen those trees before? And there's a particular moth called the birch moth, and it is a white moth, right? So to evade predators, birds, it would lay up against these trees, and it would become, in essence, invisible to birds and predators, right? So every once in a while there'll be a genetic anomaly, right, which occurs in every single creature on this planet, including fauna, plants, right? So there would be like a little bit of black, like a little black speck or whatever, right? So inevitably, the coal, right, production would create soot, which would cover the white birch trees, right? So now all the white birch trees were becoming covered with black soot. So every moth that had a little bit of black on it would have a little bit better of survival blending into the tree that it was laying against, thinking it was invisible, like the white moths were thinking they were invisible, but they weren't. So the white moths were getting picked off because they were laying against black, right? The black background. Any moth that had a genetic defect showing some type of brown or black would have a better chance of survival, right? So those moths would intermingle and procreate, right? Creating a lineage of more and more of that anomaly showing up in representation as a different type of color on the moth. So in a short amount of time, right? these these moths turned black, right? To adapt, it was a rapid acclimation to the change of environment for their survival, right? Um, if and then you also have you're thinking about mind in the mind of people. I get it. You're saying that they're so differently in the mind than us. There's no possible way that we created them because that would take away some of our power. No. It doesn't do that. It's just science, right? Because you guys just sound like you're talking science based, right? So imagine, hey, y'all know about dogs, right? You got that, that one nigga that got he got a garage, he breeding dogs and shit, right? Well, every once in a while, you got a bad brain dog, a dog that's really violent, right? Because it's been bred too many times. It's been interbred too many times, right? There's maybe one or two. It's been interbred too many times, basically, right? So then you have a genetic anomaly in its brain to where it ain't right. So that's kind of what happened with them. Somewhere along the lines,
Yeah.
whether it was
a Jacob or somebody who specifically bred them, because the black female can create every single color can come out of us, but no color can come out of them. That shows the hierarchy of up and down or down and up that can happen. And there's no two white people can't have a black baby, right? But two black people can have a white baby. It's happened. There's there's an instance where two black folks had one black child and one white child, completely looked Caucasian, but it's because of, and I'll land my plane shortly, because
Okay,
of
Nick.
evolution.
Oh, you said
If you
shit.
understand, I'll land shortly, real quick. So if you understand evolution, every single animal, creature, everything, we're all connected to. That's why we are of the earth. We are the life. We are a part of every single thing that came before us, right? In this existential run of survival, just like the moth, right? And so there are latent abilities, and they call them like some Europeans are born with tails. This is a real thing. Look it up, right? Because they have a lineage connected to things that have tails. It's just in there, right? Uh, um, um, it's called vestigial, right? So some snakes are born with little legs. It's when they used to have legs, but because they needed to crawl around in holes and shit to chase their prey, they didn't need the use of their legs no more, but they lost them. But sometimes, every once in a while, genetic anomalies, they're born with a set of legs. So these are just all, we if and I'm not telling you you're wrong, because if you believe what you believe in, and it's beautiful to try to learn and figure things out, but don't stop learning. But science is proven, right? And it's not just the white man's science. We have black folks, and all you have to do is look for them, and they do their own research and their own studies, and they
Yeah,
come up with their own conclusions, right? So we're
yeah,
doing good. But I love that y'all over here
yeah. It's
thinking,
not
man.
a
It's a
yeah.
great panel. I
Understood.
appreciate it.
It's not a belief. So you're gonna have to give us time to really unpack this, and when we're done, we need to get to the next guest, too. So you said a lot.
Exactly.
You said a whole lot, and the basis to evolution is how we went from haploids to diploids, how we went from being autotroph to heterotroph, prokaryotes to eukaryotes. The evolution theory, please don't cut me off. Please, please. The evolution theory is all it's saying is that prokaryotes exist, eukaryotes exist. And I'm about to put it on the screen for you, and I'm about to walk the fucking science down, actually. Because the thing is that there's no scientist on this planet that's saying that prokaryotes evolved into eukaryotes. What they are saying is that we don't know how they went from haploids to diploids outside of introgression and hybridization of their existence. We don't even know how they got here. That's the only explanation. You don't get a unicellular functioning organism does not morph and evolve into being multicellular. Where the fuck would the genetic information come from? So you got to understand what they're actually saying. Let me put it on the screen for you. 1 second, because you're basically just saying, "Oh, it tripped off something." That's a mutation. That's after unnatural organisms have been spliced together and put together. Now things are tripping itself off because there's no solid the genomics are mixed. So that doesn't happen in prokaryotes. And I'm about to explain that to you in just a second.
And so-called black people, we don't feel.
So
So hold on, we're not
anything
done.
you're
Yeah,
Hold
you
saying
on.
gotta
is
let
You
us.
gotta
We're
time.
let
not
us.
done. We're
You
not
gotta.
Time.
done.
You
We're
gotta
not.
let us
Yeah,
talk how we
we're
let you
not.
talk.
Yeah.
You gotta let us talk how we let you talk. We let you talk the whole time. We let you fully express. So, damn man.
Like that's why we don't overtalk, because this is about science and it's very, very intricate. And when you overtalk, it trips off everything. Like that's why we don't do that in here, because it's not like we just talking about feelings. We actually talking about science, and you can't do that shit. So here it is right here. So
Exactly.
the
Uh,
distinction. Go ahead.
I was just trying to say this. I remember what I was
Yeah,
gonna
he
say.
left because
Yeah,
we wouldn't let him talk, and that's what y'all always do. Y'all always run. Like that shit not cool. But go ahead.
Exactly. So again, so-called black people, we don't have animal DNA. So no organism that doesn't have animal DNA will produce an animal with animal DNA. We don't phenotypically present like any animal as well. Everybody outside of us has animal features. They have animal characteristics and centrals within their eukaryotic cells.
Thank you. That's why I came to this. So when you're talking about evolution, the distinction between prokaryotes and eukaryotes is considered to be the most important distinction among groups of organisms, meaning that these are two completely different organisms on a cellular level, two different origins. Okay? So when y'all say, oh, they came from us, I need you to explain, how do you get a unicellular functioning cell, meaning that all of its genetic information comes from one place, one origin, to all of a sudden morphing into having multiple origins? Where does it come from? Where does it come from? If literally it says eukaryotic cells contain all these different functions, while prokaryotic cells do not, because what's functioning that cell is neuromelanin. So when he was talking about there are scientists, absolutely there are BLK neuroscientists. Why Darkness Matters, written by 4 BLK neuroscientists. Ann C. Brown, Dr. Ann C. Brown. So these are scientists that look like us, that specialize in embryology and know that we don't come from them and they don't come from us. There's no shared ancestral DNA because there's no shared embryological origin. That's for all life. Like, I'm gonna give one example and then I promise I'm gonna let Maddie go. So, y'all know the grapefruit, right? The grapefruit has a lot of benefits, but the grapefruit is here through orbital hybridization. The parent fruit to the grapefruit is the pomelo, and the genes were introgressed with the sour orange. So that, you see what I'm saying? Just because it is here, it is growing, it may have benefits for whose anatomy if we're not all the same. If it comes from a hybridized origin, it should not go in our bodies and we should not be around it, living around it, breathing in its microbiome, because we are different organisms. So I don't do the whole evolution, because evolutionists, cell biologists, like scientists are not saying that these two origins just somehow came about. They just the origin of the eukaryotic cell is electrical fusion. Period.
And especially the eukaryotic cell, the white people, Asian, Arabs, everybody outside of so-called black people, Dravidians, they only got here 6,000 years ago.
Their
so-called black people, our DEA stretches back to stellar nucleus synthesis within stars, which is the birth in stellar nurseries. You see what I'm saying? That's where we're from, stellar nurseries. You see what I'm saying? Those molecular gas clouds in space, the nanodiamonds, that's us. We are the protons and the electrons that they're studying all the time in science labs. We are that.
We did not make them. If you study genetics, you will know that there are other intelligent life forms that exist here interterrestrially, and also these what am I trying to say? These reptilians, who's they're losing their shape. They're starting to morph a lot more in front of us. So the thing is like, just because you see an organism here, that does not mean we made them. There's other life out here. They classify octopus as extraterrestrial organisms. The same water that's here is the same water that's on all the planets. So you got to understand that it's not just humans. We're not, there's other life here.
That is intelligent.
Yeah, and we did not create these people. And if you think that we did, please explain it to me genetically. Explain to me the brain circuitry behind how we would get to a point to create a group of species, incomplete dominant species, to just oppress our people.
And we will have to rip open our women and our children for their totipotent stem cells to power up that process that you're saying we did.
Yeah.
So how do you understand that? Why would a species do that to themselves? that have the consciousness of the universe and the blood of the sun. Why would they do that? That doesn't make sense. So when y'all say we made these people, y'all need to come up and explain that scientifically.
And I just wanted to, I haven't put this up in a long time, but what we're talking about here, it's not fit to the screen no more because they changed it. But this is the definition, just like, excuse me, a quick overview of introgression, which has been going on for a long time. Just like when I was talking about the grapefruit. You see what I'm saying? Grapefruit has been here for how long? Somebody just Google it and put it in the chat. When did the grapefruit become recognized, or when did they discover it? Somebody can just put that in the chat or yell it out when they find it, because
If
if
we're
they're,
so different,
give me a second. I was talking about yelling out about what I just said, not about something else. So I'm almost done and I'll get to you, Maddie. But the thing is that if we can look at organisms like celery, potatoes, fennel, carrots, cauliflower, and these are man-made vegetables, that means that somebody has been tampering with genetic engineering for a long ass time. Like, do you know how long they've been talking about carrots? Do you know how long they've been talking about broccoli? So you have to understand, in order for them to get to the point to create something like CRISPR-Cas9, which is a gene editing tool that's widely used today to create 3-parent babies, and these scientists are only getting 3 years in jail for it in other countries.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying? So you got to understand, we're not the only intelligent life forms here, and there's a lot of splicing that's been going on. Even when you look at it on a microorganism, when we look at the levels of microorganisms and the different germs, diseases that fucking exist and shit too.
And when you actually look at petroglyphs, which is writing on stone, the Sumerian tablets, you see reptilians genetically splicing DNA. They even have white people, Arabs, Asians on leashes with animal fur. With this is on stone, on limestone. You see what I'm saying? Y'all creators also wrote on stone as well. You see what I'm saying? For y'all to understand y'all origin. Y'all origin came from genetic splicing. There's stones. It's all about this. Pindar, Moloch, the Dragon King, the royal family is all reptilians.
So what I was finna say, I just wanted to read it out loud. Introgression, also known as introgressive hybridization in genetics, is the transfer of genetic material from one species into the gene pool of another by repeated backcrossing of interspecific hybrid with one of the parent species. So when we're looking at grapefruit, that type of hybridization is orbital hybridization. There's like 8 to 10 different types: electroporation, transfection. They use sound to introgress genes. They use electrical fusion. I can show you that on the screen in just a second, to introgress genes. So again, when you're looking at the so-called YT man or the Asian man or the Dravidian, these people come from all these different unnatural organisms, plants, and animals that have been morphed
why are we
together.
able to
we are able to
interbreed then?
we are able to interbreed now because of us mixing with y'all. When we first came in contact with y'all seminal fluid, it was unaliving us because we're not the same species. So just because it's happening doesn't mean that it's natural, and y'all haven't always been able to procreate even amongst yourselves.
All right, then you're gonna have to explain the
So
bridge of
when we
when
look
it
at it on
became
a, hold
from
on,
killing you.
don't say that. F1 in the chat. And first of all, when we look at what happened, when we come in contact with y'all on a cellular level, red blood cell hemolysis, zoonotic disease gets invoked because we're not the same. So just because you're looking at offspring does not mean that action is agreeing with you cellularly. Y'all are thinning our men and our, every time when we lay down with y'all, they're thinning their blood out by doing that. And this is why the RH factor exists. This is the reason why y'all have to make sure, even amongst y'all, is being incomplete dominant. Y'all have to get blood tests to make sure that y'all are even compatible with each other to even have the viable offspring that you're talking about. And then y'all are undergoing hella fucking chromosomal disorders even with that. So the viable offspring that you're talking about, not that fucking viable, my nigga, because every chromosome that exists Y'all are struggling with a fucking disorder. 1p36 syndrome, Q132, whatever the fuck, SLOS phenotype, every single last one of y'all's chromosomes
It's being
is
deleted.
being deleted. So I wouldn't go there with that either.
Every time we procreate with each other, we're just passing on diseases. You don't see hospitals in nature. You don't see all of these medical facilities in nature because each species has the intelligence enough to procreate with their own species. And because they know that I'm an elephant, but if I procreate with that rhino, diseases will start to take place.
Yeah.
That's how it is, because I have a different phenotype than you. Just like a rhino has a different phenotype than an elephant. You see what I'm saying? So we shouldn't be procreating with each other, and you shouldn't be medically and psychologically evaluating my children, and I won't do it to yours. And that's how we need to be moving forward. So again, we have to take the Rogam shot now to tell the mother's womb to look past the foreign object or the foreign species that has now been injected through her, through the foreign phallus. You see what I'm saying? So now it's telling her immune system like, nah, don't unalive that baby. Let it grow and let it flourish in you
Am
and
I gonna
become
get
an
an actual
organism.
turn here?
Yeah, so first of all, I'm gonna list out all the ones that he gave you. Rogam shot is now being administered to those people so that way that it can suppress the
This is
unaliving
why they
of.
leave. You don't even let us talk.
Bro, you asked a question and I'm answering it. So
You're not
again,
letting me respond. You're going on an
get the
hour-long
fuck out of
tangent when
here,
I have
man.
five.
You not this live is for BLK people anyways. The fact that y'all ain't even found a way in here is even crazy to me. The title is of this live is that all BLK people globally are the same. That's what we're talking about.
How so?
I'm not even, 1 second, Shinobi. I'm not even finna get and trying to explain the eukaryotic cells, or I don't give a fuck about that. The reason why y'all are in existence is the reason why my people don't think that they're the same, that we don't have the same embryological origin. That's what it's about. It's not about, oh, we act different. Cool. Do we come from the same origin though? That's what makes us the same. So if we're looking at colonization and how we are acting today, there's hella shit on our planet that's not supposed to look like the way that it looks today.
And it took 400 years of graping for us to start creating babies with each other, because for 400 years, from 1619 to 1919, 1.9 of our women, children, and men were unaliving per week due to your seminal fluid, your reproductive organs, and your venereal diseases. Y'all are a virus to the planet. Y'all have unalived 70% of wildlife. You have unalived millions and millions of organic people throughout continents. Your history is about how you spread diseases. Your racism is about genetic survival. You need the organic species to survive on the planet. That's why you built a genetically modified environment, and you kept you kept the organic species hidden from that, so you can keep extracting our energy, so we don't know that our children are being snatched. You see what I'm saying? So that's what's going on.
Is this a theory or absolute? Is evidence of this? I'm
Yeah,
curious.
there's evidence of the difference and
Because scientists will say that we are the same species. They never say every race is different species. I think
they're
that's the same
saying
thing.
they're saying that we're the same species, but have you looked at the data?
We
So you
literally
gotta
have the
understand
same
the
blood,
hold
DNA.
on. Let me respond to you for a second. So here's what we just ran down with him, because I seen you just came. Somebody brought up evolution. Evolution is explaining a particular theory that has never been proven to be that has never happened, like we've never observed it to happen. So your DNA does not change because of your climate. That's We never went from haploid to diploid. What evolution is saying is it is acknowledging the presence of prokaryotes and eukaryotes, but they're not saying that they are synonymous with each other. I just had on the screen that the mere distinction between them is the fact that they come from two different origins, that they are not the same. So how does one morph into the other? That's the number one question that is trying to be answered every day. So the basis of evolution is, how did we go from haploid to diploids? The data in that theory has not been proven to have ever happened. Do you
That's
understand
wild,
that?
man.
That's why I label it as a phantom existence. Those who would use others as a proxy foundation for origin means. That's what evolution has been implemented to do, is to give beings that have a phantom existence. That means you don't have an origin. No one knows where you come from. You're a phantom existence, but you need what is actually provable and indigenous as a means to prove your existence. So it's just like a ghost. A
I'm
ghost.
just curious on like you say like white people and black people are two different species, right?
Yeah, it's Asians, it's Dravidians, it's not just white people. It's everybody that's not us. They all come from spontaneous generation. So it's not that they don't have an origin. Their origin is spontaneous generation. Um 1 second, Dr. Kine and Shinobi. I want to tap back in with Ricky and Azik. Go ahead, Ricky. I don't know if Ricky wanted to say something. You on mute. Go ahead, Azik.
Okay, hi. I got a let's say I got a little question because you guys mentioned the reptilians. Now, a couple of years ago, I had a very strange dream in which I was around a bunch of white tea people and I was the only black person there. There was this creature that looked like Venom that had I believe, a child, a white tea child in its mouth. And it was like talking, but it wasn't moving its mouth. I guess it was talking telepathically. And it said, if you think we're worse, the Arcturians are way worse. I was wondering if you knew who the Arcturians were, if you had any idea about that.
Okay. Yes. Like we gotta understand that these titles are they come from the eukaryotic cell who's manipulating this system psychologically.
Mhm.
So the word Octarian, I feel what you're saying, but there's other extraterrestrials that have their hand in this as well that help the reptilians splice other animal DNA with their knowledge that they have on the planet that have malevolent thoughts as well. But I wouldn't I just say reptilians because we understand reptiles, but other as so calling other life forms like different names and stuff, please I don't do all of that because that has been mixed up and has been less credential to use. So I just say that there are other extraterrestrials that look like insects, that look like different birds, that are genetically splicing animals and are using our women and children to their stem cells to power up the experiment. You see what I'm saying? Of creation of life because they understand that the so-called black woman who are so tipped in stem cell has the ability of black holes and can vibrate at 432 hertz to create physical matter. She gives birth to physical matter. That's what the so-called black woman can do. So, the Arcturians, that's my answer on that.
Okay, well, thank you so much. I gotta drop, guys. I'm a little sleepy. Have a good
Okay,
night.
Abundance. Good night.
Abundance.
Go ahead, Balenciaga Bandit. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to disagree with the prompt. I don't think all black people are the same around the globe. I think we all have our own different cultures and identities, and that's kind of like what separates us. Genetically, we may all be the same, probably, but if you want to use that argument, then so is everybody, because we all share a origin point. No, we don't. And I think you were long enough and we were okay. Don't do that. I'm only responding to you, okay? So we can have a conversation. So, for all life on this globe, there are two origins. You can only be here through biogenesis or spontaneous generation. It doesn't matter if you're a microorganism or a so called human. If it's an animal, an ant, a wasp, a praying mantis, a piece of celery, potatoes, they all have one of two origins. I need heavy F1s because somebody already flagged my life. You know what I'm saying? when he said that K word, that it's been like 10 minutes since then, and it's probably flagging because of that. So F1s, please. But we don't all have the same origin. So you're saying that we're not we have different identities and cultures, but a lot of our culture is just a byproduct of colonization. We don't even identify biologically and genetically with the systems that we're in. So that actually changes the perspective and the cellular environment that make us who we are. So the other thing that I wanted to respond to that you said is that if we went down the path of genetics, then we would all be connected. We don't all have the same ancestor, and we didn't all emerge from the same genetic embryonic stem cell. Okay, And but there's so why no the scientist that's saying that. And as a matter of fact, there's a branch of science that exists called synthetic biology. And synthetic biology is spontaneous generation. Like, so you got to understand, like, the words that we're in here using, when we say them, you might want to look them up, get a gist of what we're saying, so you can understand where we're coming from for real.
Yep, because the first.
I just want to say one more thing. The only reason why we're saying same is because our people's consciousness is that low. We really want to say we've done it, and our people have not responded. So we have to go low and say we're the same. Trust me, I would have wanted to use a different word. Okay, that's a lot of I'm not very educated on whatever you just brought up, synthetic biology or whatever. But what we're all taught is that we all share a common ancestor and we all originated from the continent of Africa. Everybody on this planet all shares one common ancestor. That's just basic biology. Everybody knows this. Okay, so can you name the ancestor then? Yeah. When you're off the app, we can't hear you. Yeah. Give me a moment. I'm gonna search it up right now. So we all know it, but you gotta search it up. I got you. While you're doing that, I'm gonna tap in with. So are you gonna try to like discredit my point by like making? I'm not. While you're looking for it, I'm finna get, because when you're off the app, we can't hear you. That was just like a really like, I don't know, like underhanded comment. We don't have to do that. Okay? You had an underhanded comment when you said, "Oh, we all know this," like insinuating that I didn't know what the lies that were being taught in school. But scientists are not saying this. Your top scientists in the world are not saying the same things that they're teaching in ninth grade. I just want you to know that. But while you're looking for that, I respect you going to go find it. I'm gonna just tap in with Timothy because he's been waiting. Yeah, exactly, sis Tay Tay. He's on Google trying to talk about phenomenons that are being studied in labs, but
That's happening right now in his face.
yeah. Go ahead. You guys are talking about this metaphysical, whatever. It's not metaphysics. You said it was ninth grade biology. Go ahead and find us that. I never said that. I never said that. You just said it was ninth grade science. I never said it was ninth grade. Okay, you just said it was basic biology, is what you said. Yeah. That's what I said. Yeah, haploid and diploids, prokaryotes and eukaryotes is ninth grade biology specifically. But you said that we all had the same common ancestor, and you're gonna go grab that. So could you elaborate what do you mean when you
Show
say
us
all
what
black
you
people?
Yeah,
like
we don't ask us no questions. We got other guests on the live, and you out here playing. Show us what you was gonna show us, and show us how so-called black people are connected to so-called everybody outside of us, because we are not. We don't have animal DNA. We don't have animal DNA, and we can biosynthesize the sun, and we are autotroph people.
We just want you to find it. Yeah, facts. We just want you to find it, and it's cool. Timothy, go ahead.
Hello. How you doing? I'm basically listening and trying to understand where you're coming from, with your science and everything. It's been a while. Yeah, I had biology back in the day. I'm pretty doggone old. I'm not saying that because I think I know everything, but I'm just saying, And I never heard the philosophy or the approach that you had before about this, because I've always thought that mankind came actually through the same lineage, but was unable to carry on the characteristics of the first man because of sin. And After that, and I believe the first man is the one that has the characteristics of every human being on earth. And I don't think that was exposed until sin came into the world, and they were unable to carry on that same color and and different characteristics and stuff like that start to come out. Because I believe that whatever the shade that the first man came in was appropriate for that time, because it was a time when the earth, um, you know, the skies and everything was different. The earth was, matter of fact, the supply was coming from underneath the earth. The earth was covered with a mist at that time. So I just believe that, I actually believe that when Adam sinned, that's when there's just different genetic expressions happen. That's my belief on that.
I
We don't
heard,
subscribe to religion.
yeah, because religion was forced on our people by these people. So, but what is definitive and is always expressed is genetics. And you are who you are because of your mother's X chromosome and in her womb programming you to be the way that you are. That's just the way DNA is passed down. It's the mitochondria DNA. The mother effect explains that. People all also call it the Eve gene. So,
The
like,
Eve gene is only a theory; it's not a real thing.
but guess what though? I didn't just name the Eve gene, and it's not. And the thing you have to understand about scientific theory is you have to actually read what the base of the theory is. So just like what I explained to you with evolution, the basis of that theory has not been proven to be correct, but the basis of Eve gene has been proven to be correct through the mother effect and the X chromosome. You got to read, okay? So,
So
I did read about it, and it doesn't exist.
just do keep in there.
okay, so then explain to
I would,
me how then how is genetics passed down? I just want to see what you're going to say. How are
No,
DNA
genetics is
traits
passed
inherited?
down. Obviously, what you said, the mother has the Y, I mean X chromosome, dad got the Y chromosome and stuff. I know it because literally a dude, a scientist, explained it. I forgot what he said, but he's a TikToker. He's a whole scientist, and he explained that it doesn't actually exist. The reason most white, like when you see two black parents have a white child that's blonde hair, blue eyes, it's most likely because they have white ancestry. Not as that's mainly the reason. Genetics works weird ways, honestly.
So then how do we go from haploids to diploids? That's what I'm asking you, because the
Haploids
thing
and
is
diploids.
that whenever you're saying that these people are having white children, blonde hair and blue eyes does not equate to white children. Just because the hair is blonde, you have to understand the way our genes express. And the way that we look today is not the way that we've always looked. You got to understand, when we're saying things like copper color, you're acknowledging the fact that metals rust. You're in a rusted state because of the lack of interstellar gases and nanodiamonds in the atmosphere, and because of everything that's been fucked off on the planet and done to our people and the diseases that we have. Just
so
because you go to the
I got a
doctor
question.
and
I got a
God damn, just because you go to the doctor and they tell you that you're healthy, that's by their standards. These are the same people poisoning you.
Do
So
you
you
think
gotta,
black people and white
okay,
people have the
I'm gonna
same DNA?
conclude. I've already said this whole time that we don't have the same DNA because we don't
But
come from the
scientists
same
prove that we
origin.
do.
Can you name one? And can you tell me that,
Oh, I
like,
can look it up. I can look it up for you, most
okay, so
definitely.
you don't actually know. Like, I don't want to talk to Googlers, bro.
No, I can show you a pre-review source.
The people that you're Googling are not sitting behind Google.
A pre-review source that's is been pre-reviewed. I could show you some. Like you
I've
just saying a
already
lot of
put some
none.
on I've already put like 5 different scientists on the screen today.
Yeah, and
That's probably biased, most likely.
It's not biased. These are the top cell biologists, and
That says
cell
bullshit. That's
engineers.
saying that black people and white people are two different
I
species.
don't. I'm gonna come clean.
yeah, that's
Like you yelling and shit
Evolution is a
in the fucking
colonizer.
phone. Like you yelling in
Evolution
the
is a
phone. Da da da
colonizer
da da
theory.
da 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 da. Like I don't want to hear that shit, man. I'm good off that. I'm good off
Evolution
that
is a
shit. It's
colonizer theory.
2:13. We started at like 10. I'm good off of that type of frequency right now. You know what I'm saying? I'm cool off that. Ricky must be asleep or something or busy, but What was you saying, Dr. Kine?
Evolution is a colonizer scientific religion. It was to have a gap between what is supremacy and what is inferior. So the foundation of being inferior was to turn a person into an animal. So the origin is key to that. If a person is saying that your second stage or your first stage is from an ape, they can place themselves above those stages and say, well, I am natural selection. I am the superior being through natural selection, and that everything before me is inferior. And see, this was reinforced by law. When these scientists placed evolution, the religion of evolution, into play, it went into law, Jim Crow law, and it went into the Bill of Rights, and it had us being treated, what, 3/5 of human? So that religion, that scientific religion, is the most devastating thing that could have happened to anyone who was melanated at the time. And it still is. It's still being practiced. We're still being used as a foundation for a lot of communities who don't have an origin. I'm gonna land my plane on that.
Yeah, you speaking facts low key because what you're referencing is the psychological programming that they use with evolution. But the thing is our people get taught about evolution in school, but they're not taught how to actually connect dots. You're only using 2 to 5% of your brain. You see what I'm saying? Instead of you used to use 100%, and you basketball, football, walking, jogging, that's 2 to 5% of your brain. So you got to understand you've been programmed to have literally reduced the synaptic
Junctures.
yeah, that's actually taking place in your brain. You're producing less light in the brain. And we're light beings. So this is why we're in the shrunken copper colored state that we're in. This is what happens when those metals begin to rust. So you're taking pride in colonization, like, oh, we the copper color. But do you understand how you actually got to that point? Because you left information in the hardest stone known to man, depicting that you were green, reds, these different hues. Now we fell into the frequency to where we talk about black, light skin, dark skin, copper color. We're not even supposed to look like this. The tree's not supposed to look like this. Now they're saying that, 246 billion tons of ice has melted between 1993 and 2019. So these, whatever they call in mountains, is finna be trees again. That sub-zero tech is not holding up no more. From 1993 to 2019, we seen UVC radiation begin to get ground level starting in 2015. So when everybody was talking about, oh, I became woke in 2020 during the pandemic, that's because of where we were in the solar system.
That's because the ozone layer has been depleted. The more the ozone layer depletes, the more light or information can that travels through neutrino beams can pass through your body and can enter your atoms. You see what I'm saying? And communicate with your electrons and protons on how to better evolve the suit that you're walking in to better absorb solar radiation. And that's why when the brother was talking about the Eve gene is talking about how the mother passes her totipotent stem cell to her daughter to create our suit for the species. That's important. She's passing on the blueprint for our species because all of our cells have electron ion channels, which is how electrons travel through to basically build up the cell's electromagnetic field to connect with other cells. You see what I'm saying? So she's passing on a specialized information for the entire species to grow.
Literally, when we say mother of life, we don't, I can promise you, neither one of us say things just to be fucking saying them. We sat with them terms for months, weeks, years at this point before we ever decided to speak this to our people. You know what I'm saying? We not Google warriors. We actually sit in front of books. We're on our backup. Our main page is filled with information. Our YouTube is filled with information. So I just want to let y'all know we begin to change the dynamic when we begin to create new neural pathways. If our people are heavy into history, then we need to start branching into science and actually start seeing things from like a real perspective for real. You know what I'm saying? So we are all the same because we share the same origin. It's not about feelings. It's not because of no damn fucking culture. Collard greens, beans, black eyed peas, beans, greens, tomatoes is not culture.
Yep,
That's colonization. That's programming.
Yep, you've been cultivated to think that the corn is natural. You've been cultivated to think that the society that you live in is natural. So when you say culture, it's just how you've been cultivated to think.
Yeah, programming the literal environment that they have cultivated the brain, reduce the brain into thinking to.
That's why you psychologically think it's okay for a different organism, a genetic stranger, to govern your mental, to be over your mind and control every decision and choice you make, because that's your power, is your choice. So if they can control how you make choices, then they have control of you. And if you're not in control of your energy, somebody else is in control of it and using it good. Trust me.
And I wanted to say something to the brother that was in here earlier. He was saying about, oh, if you don't want the reparations, leave it to the ones that do. Like, I'm gonna come clean, bro. We cannot pass that shit down to our children. We cannot tell our children that these people are animals and then ask for they money. We can't do that. We can't go through the same court system that's wrongly convicting us, that's not serving no justice, and then and try to go in there and get freedom. The system, if you look at its structure, was designed to keep you exactly where you are at. That's why shit has never changed. Just because you drive your dream car, or you live in your dream house, or you live in your so-called dream life, that's at the expense of another brother or sister. And that's why I was telling somebody in the beginning of the live, you sitting here saying, oh, the Africans ain't us. But I can guarantee you the reason why you're able to be on this phone is because it was so-called Kenyan little boys, Congolese little boys mining for them crystals that they put in the phone so they can make the yttrium 90 and all these different unnatural substances that they put in these phones. Yeah. So while you think that, we're so much civilized, at their expense, because they're undergoing colonization, and you are too. You on the phone. So yeah. I don't get why we saying like, oh, we're not the same because we look different, but do we stem from the same origin though? Like the same totipotent stem cell? Yep. Oh, are you going back that far? No. When every time you have all these children being born, is that really that far back ago? Yeah. When there are children being born as we speak, man, those children started from one embryonic stem cell. So why are y'all talking about all the way back? Did you used to be a child? I'm confused.
Yep. And for y'all to be living in this fake luxury lifestyle that's actually at the expense of our children, 27 million of our so-called black people are just in Muslim countries alone being enslaved right now. The same slavery that we talking about, oh, it happened 400 years ago. It's happening right now with our people. Right now. And we're living off the benefit of that. You see what I'm saying? And us being ignorant is allowing children to go missing because our focus and attention is on extremely low frequency instead of the highest frequency on the planet, which is the children, the atom.
Someone in the
protons and electrons create what the so-called black woman and black man create, the atom, our children, the highest energy. Why do you think there's nuclear bombs and nuclear BOMBSs, atomic BOMBSs? Because that's our DNA. Just one of our cells can go up to 27 million degrees and let off heat without dispensing light away from it. That's black body radiation.
Okay, I'm finna address this comment and get off because I do not want them to take my live. So not this. Somebody said not the same. You're on the phone. They slacking over right now. Don't be disrespectful. That shit don't even make sense. I know they don't give a lot of characters in the comments, but you come up to the panel and accept the. And that don't. I don't even get that. So the thing is we are the same because we come from the same origin. Regardless of how we have been colonized and reduced in our thinking to where we view each other as foreign, that has nothing to do with our origin. That has nothing to do with genetics and DNA. So somebody said the phone is made in China. Okay, so on the last fucking brain neuron. So the thing is like, aren't there different compartments that make up computers, that make up iPads, that make up phones? So when you said that the phones are made in China, are you positing that our people aren't slaves over there as well? Number one. Number two, how is that disputing the fact that there are baby boys mining for doing what they're doing over there?
That's where they get the materials from to make the
phone. Come on, man.
They got our people. They got our people in Asia slaving. They got our people in Muslim countries slaving. You see what I'm saying? We here in America sending 25 million of our children to get taught by animals. We sending them to get sent to their hospitals to get evaluated like animals.
Facts. The cobalt, the yttrium 90, in order to make that substance, because that's not a natural occurring substance. The glass, all the different compartments of this phone does not come from one fucking place. Like, I don't even know anybody that's thinking like that. I'm gonna come clean. I ain't trying to be disrespectful. I didn't even know that people thought that phones only came from the phone is manufactured there. They still had to make the gadget itself.
He's right.
And the full gadget is made in actual Taiwan and the Philippines. It's not even made in China. China makes everything else. Your electronic.
Taiwan. Yeah.
Yep.
You can't even charge a phone without lithium. You can't even have a stable battery without lithium. And that's plentiful in Africa. But it's also being harvested by children there under slave labor.
Mm-hmm.
So that is 100% correct that even blood diamonds, where children are being unalived.
That's a whole documentary. Mm-hmm. That's right. That's a whole documentary about it. And the thing is you're only viewing the so-called African brother or sister through the white man's lens. Literally through his media. Come on. He's showing you what he wants you to see about them. And vice versa over there. So y'all are sitting here going back and forth on an app that he's separating you on a phone that he separated y'all with. Y'all used to work together. Now y'all talking through each other on a phone. So I understand it's people that don't want to unite. You can't come. Where the planet is headed and where our people are going, you can't come there then because you choose not to.
Yep.
When it comes to global unity, which is where the planet is forcing us to go in, because that's what UVC radiation does. It's a gene mutating wavelength. It's putting you back to be harmonious with the planet again. So if you don't want to work with somebody else, because when this shit shut down, I can guarantee you're not going to be worried about who African and who not, because you're not going to be able to tell. There's not going to be no IDs that work no more. You're not going to be able to look at people's license. You're not going to, nothing about this system is going to be here.
Yeah.
So it's not even going to matter. And before we came in contact with these people, it didn't matter. It only matters because they're here.
And all of our cultures came from synthetic psychological and physical structures. So once that all goes away, you're gonna have to behave like your genetics.
Mm-hmm.
You're not gonna behave like how you programmed how you watch that movie or that YouTube from that person that you've been watching. You're gonna have to behave how your genetics behave when you're in the real environment of nature. The electrical grid is shutting down. That's what's going on. That's what these politicians and stuff is hiding. The ozone layer is removing. There's a South Atlantic anomaly that's removing the ozone layer and peeling it back and allowing more light to come in, which is changing every organism on the planet and subatomically right now.
Go ahead, Copper. I want to see why you're saying that we're not the same and shit.
Well, we're not. There's thousands of tribes in Africa. They're not all the same. They practice different things. They speak different languages. So all quote unquote black people are not the same. And I don't think that we need to be the same in order for us to work together and have a common goal. We don't need to conquer everyone with this idea of blackness and Africanness. You know what I mean? It's not necessary. But no, I don't think that we're all the same, and I don't think we need to be the same. I think it's beauty in our diversity.
Okay, but when we say same, we're saying we're using that vague word to basically explain embryology. We stem from the same embryological origin. So
That's not true.
when you're talking about the different languages and stuff that we speak today, we were not communicating like this to each other until we came in contact with these people and they taught us these different languages. This language actually it's disruptive to the temporal lobe and it doesn't create audible friction for our brain. So that's you got to understand these languages are language barriers. They're barriers between truly understanding, which is done through the retina and the eyes, which is why we left hieroglyphs, petroglyphs all over the globe, because that's how we actually perceive is through light, through images, through sacred geometry, like with our photoreceptors. So I understand that, like, it's like all of y'all come in here and y'all talk about who we are after coming in contact with these people. You really believe that that's your identity. We forget who we are and then talk about how we built the pyramids or talk about this or talk about that. The diversity is because of colonization. That's not genetic diversity.
But that's not true, though. We had diversity before they enslaved us, and we weren't African or black before contact with them. We didn't call ourselves that. So all
Absolutely.
of what you're saying, you know what I mean? So that's what I'm saying. We had diversity. We had different cultures. We
How? Wait, I'm
traded.
confused. You said we weren't black, but we had
Yes, we
different
never
cultures.
considered ourselves to be black. The idea that we are black is something that they use for a racial term and branding. But these are
Mhm.
new things that were branded onto us. It's not who we are or what we defined ourselves at before contact with them.
So
Facts.
what cultures are you talking about that were different if we all didn't subscribe to a name and we were all had a global
Well, I was
civilization?
speaking specifically about in Africa today, there are many African languages. There's much diversity. You have different
You're
places
talking
where you
about
live
today.
with different You have different places where you live that have different food and fauna that grows. There's a diversity, and I think the diversity is good. We don't all need to be the same thing. In fact, when we deal with Africa, they had the Arab slave trade that took place for 1,300 years, which largely displaced and affected the eastern part of Africa. And we could see the phenotypic results of that in what we call a lot of the East African or the North Africans either. Before that, all of what we call Africa today looked like what we phenotypically assume is a West African. You know what I mean? But now this Arabinized phenotype was pushed in through these things. So when we have to like unravel history and understand that we've all been lied to in Africa, in the Caribbean, in Europe, they were lied to. Like what happened to the
Okay.
Moors who ruled there for 700 years? Where'd they go?
Brother,
We
brother, we asked you what was the cultures because before we were black, what was the cultures? And you said and you started keep talking about today, today, today. What was the cultures before we was black, before anything? What was the cultures that differentiated us when we had a global civilization?
Well, when did we have a global civilization?
Okay, in order for the Minoans, the Cretans, the Phoenicians, the Egyptians,
Hmm.
everybody all worked together.
The
We we
Mayans.
we lived along the coastlines and we traded information, we worked
But those
together.
people weren't
We built
Africans.
they were not Africans. We were
Right.
okay. So the thing, okay, what I'm talking about is I'm not talking about continental Africa. I'm talking about the globe, how we moved
Right.
across the globe. So the so-called title don't matter. What I'm talking about
But
is
the idea.
all right,
I'm
I'm a
sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
queen, man.
Go ahead,
God
go ahead,
Can
go
you
ahead.
let her
damn,
finish?
bro. This
Just
shit
let
get
her finish.
annoying, man. I
I
let
got you.
y'all talk, and then as soon as I talk, y'all overtalk me. 1 second, okay?
Not
I
a
just want to respond to everything that you said, okay?
mm,
So the thing is that we were a global. In order for pyramids to exist here and on other landmass, that shows that we shared the same information. In order for megalithic structures to be used and or excuse me, to be formulated in one landmass and for it to be the same on another so-called landmass, and we also see that these people are nomadic, is because they shared information. Water holds memory, and this is what is flowing between all of us. So whether we were talking or not, we were connected to this land, and all the life is connected to each other here through biogenesis. We already talked about the difference between that and spontaneous generation. But the thing is that it's hella proof that we work together even historically. But the reason why we see it is because the behavior that we're assessing, which is phenotype, is merely nothing but just gene expression. So that's why we see the same things all over the globe. How is it that we see the same thing in Asia, in so-called South America, and so-called America, and so-called Canada, and so-called Greenland, Iceland, and Australia? I can point out the same things in all of them different land masses. And number two, the land masses, how they're showing it to you on these maps, the land don't even look like that. And it's also been heavily infiltrated. So we have to go back to our origin as a people and how we move together as one species. So I'm not saying that we did exactly the same exact things, but the reason why we were able, but fuck, we don't do the same exact carbon copy things today, but they come from the same origin. The base of it is the same, and that's because of genetics. If it's slightly off, that's colonization.
nah, I hear you. I hear you.
It's a lot of people talking about it's about culture. It's not about culture. It's not
My thing
about
is
that.
My thing is that even at that time, like we talk about the Minoans, we talk about the Nubians, the Egyptians, it wasn't so it was a world-reaching empire, but even the Minoans were taken down by neighboring peoples who weren't connected to them and things of that nature. But in those times, there was a form of unity, but it wasn't what you're implying now. Now, I don't think that there's anything wrong with us as the melanin rich people of the world coming together and being the custodians of earth like we're supposed to be. But I don't think it's necessary for people to act like the colonizers and conquerors and try to conquer people with their ideology. So if right now in Africa there's people arguing about who's who. All of those divides and lines were created during the Geneva Convention. These African countries are very, very new. A lot of us have great great grandparents that we could trace that go further back than the creation of these borders in these African countries. So again, we were all lied to, and I think is necessary for us to address the information that we have been indoctrinated with and taught, and even the things we read through that lens. Because when we start talking about coming together, if a quote unquote Black American says, "Oh, I'm indigenous to America," people start jumping down your throat. Like, what is that? Does that mean that we can't be unified or that we can't work together? Do I have to be an African? It's just the same thing with religious conquering. Oh, if you're not a Christian, then I can't rock with you. Like, yo, why do we have to do that? We don't need to do that. We need to know that we're moral, we good, we on point, we understand what's going on, and we're doing our part for where we at. But I don't think we need to be trying to conquer each other with each other's ideology and identity. I mean, if you're African,
So
congratulations. I love you.
I'm confused.
Hmm.
It's like you say something and then you're contradicting yourself. You're
How
saying
so?
that because you're saying that I don't think we need to conquer each other with the ideology of that we're this or that we're that. But the
Hmm.
this or that does not come from us. Are we understanding each other with that? That the title, the name of the land
Hmm.
masses, the tribes, the language,
Right.
like we're
Hmm.
not talking about 6,000 years ago. We've been falling in
Hmm.
frequency for at least 200,000 years. So when our people are talking about the Egyptians. Like when I brought up the Egyptians, that's too soon. That's
Uh,
that's 4 to 5,000 years ago. You know what I'm saying? That's
Yeah,
too
you're
so
that
right.
we were
can
falling in colonization then. So if we go prior to us coming in contact with these people, it is a completely we look completely different. The things that we're doing, the plants or the way that the state of our planet looks completely different than what it's supposed to.
I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Um, and I heard what you said before, and it's gonna hurt to hear, but it truly does come down to culture, though. That's the one thing you want to sweep off the table. It truly does, because there are so many different cultures that influence so many different black people that saying all black people globally are the same, that's even wrong, because I wouldn't even say that all black people nationally are the same, to be
Exactly.
completely honest.
When we're saying
Exactly.
same, it's a very broad term because when I say we're the same, we come from the same embryological order.
Same, yeah, but
Okay,
same is
I
not.
let you speak. I'm gonna come clean, man. Y'all see how I let y'all talk, and then the moment I respond, y'all do that. We do one at a time, y'all. Let's relax, let's converse, and let's not over talk. All right. So the thing is, you're saying that I'm trying to sweep culture off the rug. No, I'm actually trying to make you focus on the fact that the reason why you act the way that you do today is because of colonization. Your culture is a byproduct of how you were cultivated to think. So I'm not sweeping it under the rug. I'm saying, look at this shit. This is not who you are. You're not African because Elon Musk is African too. And do you share the same genetics with him? No. So we definitely have to drop the title. I'm not trying to force a narrative like, oh, I want to try to conquer all of it. I'm not trying to the only thing that I'm trying to conquer is getting better in ascension. Like I'm not trying to persuade you. I'm not here to convince you. I'm saying that we come from the same embryological origin. I don't give a fuck about what it looks like today. Where do you come from? That's what we need to be talking about is
That's a
getting back to
community.
that. I'm gonna come clean. Thank you for, y'all like sharing that. I don't do the over talking, man. If I let you speak, let me speak. All right. So the thing is, when I say same, that's to get you in here because everybody's talking about history. If I posted a bunch of science shit, the only person would be in here would be white people because they're the ones that are studying our fucking planets. They're the ones studying our DNA. They're the ones doing this shit, and we too busy talking about our colonization. They're trying to figure out, how can we cellularly oppress them? How can we mentally program them more? And we're sitting back talking about the programming and trying to like trophy it like, oh yeah, like my people was here first,
Like football
like
teams.
football and basketball teams, like fucking children on playgrounds. When
But
it
like
comes
we
to,
greater. Like
yeah,
that don't
we're
make sense.
greater, we're better, we're gooder, you are a grown man and woman. We at some point or another, history and knowing our history hasn't done shit for the so-called black community. Not a damn fucking thing. They sit there and rehearse our traumas, graping, using our skin as fucking bookcases, cigar cases, and shoes. We don't need to know and teach that shit to our children no more. We need to teach them who they actually are genetically
From it.
because that's what programs the brain to do what the vessel is telling it to do based off of the genetics. So this is not about, oh, I know you don't want to hear it, but culture, the reason why I don't want to hear that shit is because it's not the truth. It's a fucking lie. So don't put words in my mouth. Oh, it's really about that. No, the fuck it's not. It's not about that. We need to actually transmute that energy and get back to each other again. You too busy trying to be different, not understanding how the fuck we the same. You come from the same origin, the same embryonic stem cell. Nah, he over there, he eating monkeys and you're eating pigs, cows, fucking dogs, and human meat. So you gotta understand his colonization may look different, but goddamn, niggas is vibing way too low globally. That's what we gotta lock in and take responsibility for. We not vibing like we supposed to.
Yep. the same way that an atom turns into a molecule, to a cell, to a tissue, to the organ system, to the organism, and all so-called black people is the same. That's what we're saying.
That's what we're saying.
Everybody outside of us, they have different processes that takes place to get there from different animal genetics, and they have also over 25,000 genes, and 14,000 of those genes come from animal DNA. So-called black people, we have one single set of chromosome, which is our totipotent stem cell that comes from our mother. She has the whole genetic blueprint to create us. So
go ahead, the official. You're on mute.
In that case, I do kind of understand what you're saying now, but I would like to add that in order for evolution to go down, I would say that there was a point where white people and black people were just one species until they evolved and got their own. Because the thing is when you put these evolving species in a very cold climate, they're gonna be white. You put these species in a very hot climate, they need more melanin. You feel me? That's
No, I
essentially
don't.
what happened. We all came from one single bloodline. We split off. We all came from Africa, but you are absolutely right about that. We did all come from Africa. That's because that's
You
where the
didn't say
original
that.
gene. Where the original gene for humans came from.
I never said that. I never said nothing about Africa. I talked about biogenesis and how all life on the planet, or all of this land, came from the same single most point. I'm not gonna divide Africa from America because the land don't know that you calling it that. It's the same land. The only thing that's separating that land is water. And that water biologically identifies with both landmass because it's just in another form of itself. So I don't think we're understanding each other, but I'm glad that you had a mental breakthrough and you were able to connect to what I was saying.
And human means animal, and man, animal man. So so-called black people, we don't have animal DNA. We don't stem from the same origin as everybody else because
That's just a lie. That's just a whole lie.
Okay. So if it's a lie,
that was just made up 100%. I can prove you wrong in like 2 seconds with one Google search.
Okay,
that
please,
was like,
because there's no scientist in the world that has ever explained how we went from haploids to diploids.
Bro, there's YouTube videos on it.
We're not gonna.
I'm not gonna do
other.
that.
We're grown.
Like, we don't have to do that. If when you speak, we speak. All right. So I'm responding to what you just said. No scientist in this world can explain how we went from haploids to diploids unless it's for electroporation in introgression. Because you would then have to tell me what is the origin of the eukaryotic cell. There's 2 origins, prokaryotes, eukaryotes. Where if they're not the same origin, if haploids and diploids are not the same, where did the multi-cell come from?
Prove us wrong right now.
No scientist has done it today, but you think you can. Well, if you got to go to Google, cool. We're going to go to James while you're doing that, if you think you can do it.
Because even scientists that we've been talking for 2 years through lives, they have never told us how we went from haploids to diploids. Some of them even admitted that it never happened.
Yeah, it was a YT lady. She was a some type. I think she was like a knee doctor or something like this. This was like year and a half ago. She was in our live for like 2.5, 3 hours. When we used to do lives, we're not all the same species. And when we first got to TikTok, it was science galore. That's how we got good at this information, was from talking to the doctors and the cell biologists on the app. So, and also connecting with our people. But go ahead, James.
Yeah. Globally, I don't think all black people are the same. I mean, to what context? Like, we got to be more
embryology,
genetics, biology, and embryology.
Oh, I mean, I thought we were talking about. I don't know. I don't know how to answer that question. Biology. I don't know what you mean by like biology and like whatever those terms you talk about. Can you give me a reason why? How all black people are the same? I'm just confused. I get a better understanding.
I'm gonna put I got you. I'm gonna put something on the screen to help you see it in 1 second. Let me go to And
Like, are we talking
go.
like spiritually or like just globally, like the way, like just people in general? Genetics, you must be kind of ignorant. Comment is genetics. People have different genetics. It's hilarious how you say that.
All right, so boom. When we're talking about uh embryology, we're talking about totipotent stem cells when they split and replicate the most abundant or the most I'm so fucking getting tongue tied. We're talking about cell potency. Totipotent, pluripotent, multipotent is talking about how potent the cell is to split itself. So when you start to go down this chain, the potency of the cell to be able to perform that function gets a little bit lower. The chance of it happening shrinks. So when we say that our women carry abundant totipotent stem cells, this is essentially what we mean at the top of the stem cell flow here. So when it comes to embryology, the stem cell that you come from, our mothers hold that as BLK people, and that cell splits into daughter cells and makes a replication of itself. So we literally make replications of ourselves genetically and biologically. That's what we're talking about now. Would you want to say something?
Yeah, I wanted to say that all these cells inside of all these neuromelanated people throughout the globe's body is coded in neuromelanin. And neuromelanin is condensed sunlight. And neuromelanin is your DNA or your DEA, your deoxyetheric acid. It's an acid, you see what I'm saying, a self-civilizing, self-organizing, and self-sustaining and self-feeding acid. You see what I'm saying? That feeds itself through water photolysis. And this sunlight is concentrated colors, and that's our DNA. That's what created. That's what's in our atoms. That's what created the molecules, the cell, the tissue, the organ systems, the organism. That's what it created, and this cell is the start of it. So we are condensed sunlight, and we are neuromelanin.
Yeah.
That's how we know that all so-called black people are the same genetically throughout the entire globe. And we don't just exist on this planet. We are ubiquitous to the entire universe. We are everywhere. That's why you see pyramid-shaped UFOs flying in your skies. That's why you see orbs changing different colors and they look like quirks. The same quirks that electrons, which is miniature black women, use within her womb through the color force to create protons. You see what I'm saying? Which is the first building block of matter. And protons is just black men, which is the core of the sun that powers up the sun. You see what I'm saying? So so-called black men is the sun walking in the flesh. And we are just the universe, which is the black woman's sun.
We're not really trolling. You have to understand that atoms are the building blocks of life. You have to go back to an atomic and a subatomic level to understand how you go from an atomic, a molecule, or excuse me, from an atom all the way up to the organism that you are today. They tell you that atoms and cells are the building blocks to life. So when we start breaking it down scientifically, like, oh, they trolling. No, you just don't understand how we arrived to this point because you're not connecting dots. You have to go from micro to macrocosm. And when you're up here talking, you gotta understand, y'all may just be coming in this live. We've been live for like 5 fucking hours running this shit with people back to back being cut off, being like, it's a lot too when you're talking about science and not feelings. So I
So my
apologize that when in those other racism lives and shit, when y'all just vicariously just letting off emotions, we gotta actually like the language that we're speaking is not, we're not even supposed to be speaking it.
Yeah, it's disrupting our prefrontal cortex and temporal lobe specifically. And you see a lot of these people that are talking in the comments is some of these people already came up and have been debunked. Some of these people have came up and have now given us a genetic or biologic answer. You see what I'm saying? Have no proof of this, but it's telling us that we're wrong. So this is
but
happening
there's
today. So-called
but
black
there's no
people. Go ahead, man.
sorry. Yeah, I was gonna say, but there's no proof of you guys substantiating that it's all black people. That's you're just telling us the science fact and like the biology fact of everything of how it runs down, but it doesn't. You're not substantiating that it's all black people. I'm still kind of
Okay,
confused.
I'm confused on your question. You're saying you broke it down, but you're not saying how this goes to all black people. I broke it down to you, down to
No,
a cellular level of how cells replicate, of how
yeah, of how cells
Okay,
replicate,
I'm gonna
but
come
you
clean after Will. I'm done for the night. I'm gonna just come clean. All right. So I'm gonna respond to you. We're gonna get to Will, and we're gonna call it a night. Okay. So the thing is, I'm explaining to you how cells replicate between. There's only two known cellular form types for all life. All life. Okay. So both of these cells function completely differently. That's what makes one a prokaryote and one a eukaryote, right? They don't have
yeah,
the
but you're
same.
still not explaining
All
how
right.
all of them are the
Thank
same.
you for your time. Go ahead, Willie.
I
We
kind of
just
wanna. I kind of wanna agree.
explain
I
how
mean,
both
this.
of them function differently. Go ahead. My bad.
Yeah, I kind of want to disagree with the prompt. At the same time, I agree, but I disagree at the same time. It's kind of because black people come from everywhere around the world. We are the dirt.
Facts.
We are the dirt. We are the soil.
Mm-hmm.
That's where we come from. Now, white people all come from one place. All of them come from one place. They just migrated. We were already there. Everywhere they came, we were already there. You feel me? You got black people from North America, then you got black people from Asia, you got black people from every continent in the world. So that's why I disagree. They're not the same. They have different cultures. They have different everything. So that's why I'm saying that.
So we're all the same, but we have different everything. I be
We
confused when I hear
no
my brothers and
listen,
sisters
listen.
talk,
I'm
man.
saying we're what I'm saying is we come from the soil, but we all have different cultures. So I'm saying we are different.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm
So we're
saying?
the same. So okay. So let me ask you this.
We
Um.
come from the earth. We are the soil, like I said.
So if we all come from the earth and we all come from the soil, and you're saying that what makes us different is the culture. Does culture have anything to do with genetics and DNA? I just want to see what you're gonna say.
That's why I said I kind of agree with the prompt, but then I disagree.
Wait, it had cut out. I think you may be driving, so I didn't hear you at first.
Yeah, can you repeat your response?
I said I began when I began to say I said we are different. I mean we are the same, but I disagree with the prompt because we are different in heart. Like we're different in culture. We're different in what we do. Like that's what I'm saying.
And
That's
see,
why
I
I
think
said
the
I
the
agree. I
question.
agree, but I
Hmm.
disagree. That's why I said that in the beginning.
Okay, so the thing is like you're saying that our culture or how we have been cultivated, how we have been socialized, or the lack thereof, is the reason what makes us different. So culture is a byproduct of colonization. That's not really how we were moving before we came in contact with these people. So essentially what I'm saying is that you know how you said we come from the dirt? That's embryology. That's what I'm talking about. That's what makes us the same is because we are made up of the same genetics and DNA.
But
The
that's
different antigens, I'm almost done. The different antigens that have now been added into our bloodstream is what it affects phenotype and affects behavior. You can go to Google right now and you can look at the definition of phenotype. And then the last thing that people forget in that list is behavior. So these antigens affect the way that we behave already in a poisoned environment. So this is the reason why we now look at each other and there's no unity. Oh, you're not the same as me. The Africans ain't us because you're viewing the Africans through the white man's lens. I don't want to get caught up and pick on the white man because the Asians were the first to enslave us. We need to lock in with the Asiatic slave trade. We need to lock in with the Arab slave trade. And when we began to mix with these people, the hybrids that were created had us in chains too. So
So
go ahead.
that's kind of where I disagree. Cause we were all around the world. We was already there before the slave trade, before these people came in and made us slaves. Like that's how that was. They didn't own anything. We owned it. But what I'm telling you is like you got to think about this. African soil is not the same as American soil. It's two different. It's
What makes it
soil. It
different?
comes from the earth, but it's different.
What makes it different if it comes from the earth?
The climate,
The climate don't have.
everything makes
No,
it
no, no,
different.
no, no. We said what is different about the Earth. You started talking about the climate, the wind patterns and
Not
temperature.
just the
I'm
wind pattern.
talking
Okay,
about
like,
the. I'm talking about the Earth. How
and
is
I'm
the
telling
Earth different in America to Africa? How is the Earth different if it was both formulated by the inner core sun of Earth?
the same way the water is different.
Explain
Just
it
just
because the
same
water
way.
on.
I'm telling you, the same way the water is different. The water is different from okay, so lake water is different from salt water. Then you got American soil is different from African soil. Asian soil is different from European soil. It's
You're
all
saying that
different.
it's different, brother, but you're not explaining it to me
I'm
how.
telling
Is
you
it
how it's
different?
how
Is
I'm
it different
telling
in
you.
pH? Is it different because of the sedimentary rock there? Like, can you give me, like, what about it makes it different? Because the lakes that you're talking about, most of them are man made, right? So that water would not biologically align with the ocean. You know what I'm saying? And you gotta elaborate a little bit more with me here by what you're talking about. You're saying different, but you're not explaining how.
And you're saying just different, just different. Like that's not a scientific explanation. Like tectonic plates, like what do you mean? What's different?
He keeps this Balenciaga in the comments. I'm like, oh, he's saying you don't. Okay, you got to understand that totipotent stem cell that we just showed you. How does it move? How does it replicate? And then tell me how electrons move in nature.
Yep.
So stop, like, man, you gotta understand that if you've never studied this before, why are you trying to debunk something you know nothing about? That's not intelligent.
You're in a black woman right
If
now.
this is a womb, Earth is a womb. That's what I'm trying to say. Y'all trying to divide her womb up and say, oh, America is the motherland. Like, this is a womb.
The solar system looks like an atom. The sun is masculine energy, and every planet around it is feminine planetary energy. And when the sun lets off coronal mass ejections, that's the same way as when a brother lets off his seminal fluid ejection inside of a woman. And then when it goes into Earth, it starts to create life at 432 hertz. That's the same way we create our children. It's the same way life gets created on the planet when the sun interacts its energy with the planet. It's that simple. As above, so below. It means that every organization of life operates the same way. Your cells, your atoms, tissues, they all orbit. They all orbit and cycle in rhythms the same way.
Can you explain to us how the soil is different and the water is different? Willie. Yeah, he left. We didn't even take him
Exactly.
off. That's the
Exactly.
thing. If when you say the water is different, you got to talk to me about hydrogen. You got to talk about oxygen. You got to talk about the how atoms are polymerized together, like how these things actually came together, how they're bonded together. You can't just say, "Oh, it's different." Explain it. And if you don't know how, say, "I can't explain it." And then you shouldn't be talking. You just came up here and lied because you said one thing and you couldn't back it up.
Everything is just different. Everything, the land, everything. Not one fact.
Yeah.
Imagine if a child came up to you and asked you that question, will you run away like that?
Imagine if a child heard you say that the water in the
Would you
soil
run
was
away?
different and they ask you how is it different and you just say, "Oh, everything is different." That's not answering their question, but you telling us that we're the idiots. Y'all calling us names, but every question that y'all have asked us for the last 6 hours, we have answered using science. We didn't use no history book. We didn't say that somebody else said, or I was on another live and they said, we giving you straight fact. We got a library in the next room from us. We sit back. Like I said, in the last 4 months, I've read 8 books. It's no telling how many Zell has read. We read at different speeds.
We've been up in our mental state. You see what I'm saying? That's what it's about, learning and growing and sharing information. That's what electrons do, and that's what protons do. You see what I'm saying? That's how they identify atoms and identify elements to create chemical changes in matter, to move in different phases of matter. So I see people were saying, they were like, oh, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, I don't know, like, what the hell
Yeah,
y'all
go
talking
study
about?
it.
Like, y'all, so all you're saying is you can't comprehend what I'm saying, because when I speak to scientists about this, we've spoken to scientists about this, and they can uphold a conversation about life, biology. You can't hold a simple thought and vernacular speech about biology. This is why you see fit to send your children to the opposite species so they can teach them 1, 2, 3, cat, dog, how a fucking atom turns into a cell. You think that's suitable for your child's future to do that? But we know that we have to teach ourselves. We have to learn ourselves. You see what I'm saying? So that's why we have our own library. We don't subscribe to no school which is just scole. You see what I'm saying? Just to hold you back or keep you clear from the truth. That's what school is about.
Go ahead, Divine Dragon.
I just want to ask Rickley, do you watch Terrence Howard?
I don't know who the fuck that is. I seen you say that in the comment. I don't even know who that is.
I responded to you and said we watch nature. Maybe you watch that organism, but I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. But we watch nature. We watch how nature moves. You see what I'm saying? We watch documentaries about quantum physics, different fields of science. We go outside and we biosynthesize the sun and we interact with the environment.
Somebody said this is a college course or something like that. Divine Dragon, do you have anything else to say?
I mean, what's this prompt mean? All black people globally are the same.
Yeah, ignore that.
It means that we stem from the same embryological origin.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay, thank you. Anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay. Like, the fuck is going on here?
You
Like,
try to come and disagree with me and you had
no reason. You see what I'm saying? That's what we be talking about, man.
But it's like the way our people are questioning us about this, we need to be questioning the eukaryotic cell about this. We need to be questioning their scientists, their politicians, their FDA, their child protection services, where 70,000 children to 100,000 children go missing a year, but you're supposed to be protecting children. The World Health Organization, who's actually giving you diseases and over 200 chemicals within vaccines. We need to be asking them these type of questions. You see what I'm saying?
I want our people to just express how they feel. Somebody said, why you want people to disagree? I want y'all to come in here and express how y'all feel, but I just hope that your feelings is backed up by real facts.
Exactly.
When they're not backed up by real facts, and that means that you're believing a lie, and 9 times out of 10, if you believe it, you're teaching it to a child, and that's not okay. I listen to my people lie to children all the time. We just lie for no reason, then wonder why we can't trust each other. Like, what the hell? Why do we teach our children the truth and how to lie? Like, that causes double-mindedness, and would literally you begin to perform schizophrenic. The brain don't know what to do because you're telling it one thing while telling it to not do another.
Yep, it starts to see the truth as lies and lies as truth. It's called dissociative personality disorder. It's when you create sulcuses in the brain. And you have different personalities that connect you to extremely low frequency. Like you have a mood or emotion when you eat a lot of sugar that disrupts your body, but you like the way it makes you feel chemically. Or when you watch TV, or when you do stuff that is just keeping you in a low state, like your phone, all of that.
Go ahead, bro.
I personally think that that the black people,
Are the ancient Israelites mentioned in the Bible?
Okay. When we say that we're all the same, that's just to get people in here. What we're saying is that we all stem from the same embryological origin. So before we get into colonized Bible talk, shit like that, this is about science. I just wanted to give you perspective. Were
Oh
you
no,
aware of
yes.
that?
The world is divided into 4 races: the Negroid races, the Caucasoid races, the Arisoid races, which is the Asian people, and the Demetriosoid. This is scientifically true. Negroid is a whole different race with have melanin, which is includes the people in the Levant all the way to regions of Africa. But those are they're classified as Negroid. That is the correct scientific term for it.
Um, Race is not synonymous with biology, but I understand the point that you're trying to make. But Negroid is not a scientific term. That's more synonymous with history and haplogroups
It
and grouping
sounds
together.
wrong. It sounds racist. I'm sorry, but this is the actual you want to say scientific name for it. I'm
I
sorry.
mean,
It sounds so wrong too,
I
but
don't really care that you're saying Negroid. I don't give a fuck
it's
about
because
that because I
I'm seeing the
understand.
comments.
Yeah, I'm.
Focus on the conversation
Yeah,
that you're having with the co-host.
yeah. What I'm saying is the title Negroid. That titles come from history and grouping, and that's more. You might see that in population genetics, but very seldom because that's still about embryological origin. That's still about prokaryotes and eukaryotes, essentially in biology. But go ahead, Tati D, and then we'll get back to you, bro.
Oh no, that was it. Thank you. Have a good night.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't all have the same melanin classification.
Oh
So-called
yeah.
black people, we have neuromelanin. Everybody outside of us has pheomelanin and eumelanin. Your melanin is your DNA. So if we have different melanins, we have different DNA and phenotypes. We're two different species. Let's move forward.
Go ahead, Tati.
I just want to basically say that I agree that all black people are globally the same, whether we're talking about in a biological sense or an or a social, like a historical sense. That yeah, we're basically the same. We're all black, like Caribbean, African, Black American, Black Canadian, Afro Latino, all the same, just from different origins. I mean, not different origins. Sorry, I mean different ethnic groups. That's it.
Okay,
I didn't try to say it differently.
I
Sorry.
agree. Black is black.
yeah, I understand where you coming from, sis. You basically saying like no matter the title, we're all the same. Like we're just on these land masses and we subscribe to these titles that we didn't create. So essentially, like she started out by saying biologically, genetically, we're the same. No effort. Did you want to hop in the conversation? And then
Yeah,
we'll
yeah,
circle
yeah.
back to I think Ricky's sleep. I'm
No,
finna.
I just say I agree with her. Black people is
Nobody
black,
said we're
and
totally not the same
who
in the
said that
comment.
in the comment? They tripping.
I
Hold
said
on,
that.
hold on, one at a time. So it was no effort's turn to speak. So can you share your thoughts and vision on the prompt, and then we'll circle back around. We just want to keep this very smooth and clear.
Yeah, I agree. Black people, everywhere in the world, they're the same. At the end of the day, all black people came from Africa, whether you agree or not. We all Africans at the end of the day. So that's all I gotta say.
How do we all come from Africa if we were all? How do
Oh,
we come from one landmass?
what do you mean, layman? Like, what do you mean?
You said that we all come from Africa. Like
Yeah,
we're
we all.
like you saying that you believe that we're genetically the same, but then you're saying that we all came from one place. Like all this
Yeah,
land that's here expanded naturally from the same point. So the
look,
land that's here,
we all came from Africa because white people kidnapped black people from Africa, and then they stole Africa resources, including the people. They stole the people, and then they brought the resources and the people to America, and they made the people build America with African resources. They made black people build America with African resources. So technically, the slave people from Africa came to America, and then That's how they had kids, you know. And then that's how Black Americans are here now. And then some Black Americans, when they take a DNA test, they have like 10% European because back in the slavery days, the white people, they did some terrible stuff to the Black woman, you know. That's how Black people in America, some of them have European DNA.
Yeah,
We
but they don't
totally.
have European embryology. So the European that you're talking to, what you're talking about is red blood cells that have now infiltrated our system. It's not because we're natural producers of their same genomics. They would never be able to produce the same thing that we do genetically, and we would never
I
be
know.
able to produce the same uh things that they do because it's a different protein synthesis. It's a different way that we synthesize everything. Our environment, the sun, how our integumentary system even takes in water, like they're a completely different organism. So they don't come
No.
from us. We didn't create them, and we are not just on come from Africa. We come from the entire globe. It's all the same land. They called it Africa. That's not the actual. There's no name to the
And we
landmass.
asked you a specific question: what is the genetic origin of Black people? And you said because white people came to Africa and took them and brought them to America. You're telling us about after we fell in frequency. We're talking about our genetics. You see what I'm saying? How did the organism become that organism? How did our atoms bond and fuse together to make molecules to make the prokaryotic cells, which is us? That's what we're asking. You see what I'm saying? So-called Black people, our genetics is literally hydrocarbon, which is what you find in stars, what you find in stellar gases, molecular gases, nano diamonds. You see what I'm saying? Cosmic rays that you see light up the universe. That's in what's in our genetics. The so-called Black woman got a whole set of genes inside of her that is connected to so-called Black people outside of the planet, indicating that she is older than the planet. You see what I'm saying? We don't live in cities and states and countries. This was branded. The land was branded, just like that lion was branded, just like that elephant was branded, just like you was branded African or African American or Native American or Zulu or all of these different names that has nothing to do with your functionality as a being. So we cannot tell our children you will come from a landmass when they actually come from stars, when they actually come from electrons, from protons, which are everywhere and ubiquitous. It's not an actual place. We are from
So
everywhere.
black people came from stars.
That's what the pyramids are for. The pyramids align with the stars. As above, so below, as within, so without. Like, that's what we got to understand. We go in pyramid for pyramid, but we're not understanding that these megalithic structures were built to connect us with the cosmos. Earth is in the cosmos. It's in space, so-called space. But I wanted to get to Let It Be Known, and then we'll get back to Tati, and then circle back to No Effort.
Hey, good evening. All black people globally are the same. Prove me wrong. Well, we speak different languages, live in different places, and skin color is not, I don't think, a binding theme. I'm trying to understand why there's such a need for people to erase themselves into this flat black structure. Is it fear or is it insecurity? Because I don't understand the goal of someone in South Africa or Kenya or on the continent trying to say that they are the same as I am a black American. Um, I don't understand, what the goal is. Black in America is not a color. It is the name of our ethnic group. And that's what a liberated people does. It names itself, and we chose black Americans. So when we say that we are the only black people, that's what we mean. We mean we are the only ethnic group called blacks and that others, are not us. And just because your skin might match a few of us doesn't make us the same.
What?
Okay, are you aware that the skin, like that what you're talking about is melanin, right? So when you said that our skin matches, well, essentially what you're saying is that our melanin matches. Okay? So what you're saying is that our melanin, or we share DNA, because if you have the same melanin, you have the same DNA. Your melanin is explaining your DNA.
No, that
And
makes
there are
absolutely
5
no
different types of
sense.
melanin.
That makes
So, if we all,
absolutely
okay, I'm gonna come clean.
no.
We're
One
not
at a
gonna do over
time.
talking. I let you speak. We're respectful here. When I'm done responding to you, then that's when, we can speak. You said that we might have the same skin. The reason why you're saying that we have the same skin is because the melanin is expressing itself on a phenotypical level to present the same. How you physically look is because of your genetics. Genotype is connected to phenotype, remember? So the thing is like when you say that we have the same melanin, that makes you the same because you're saying that your DNA and your genomics come from the same origin. Now, you also said that's what a group of, I think you said, civilized people do, is they name itself. None of these titles that are listed on this board right here came from us. None of them. These are classifications that came from the opposite species to classify us in their system. And they have
God.
changed over time. And we can look through their historical documents how they have literally classified us. That's the literal reason why you're saying that Africans is
Familiar
us.
with the Black
I'm gonna
Power movement?
complain, mother. I'm gonna need you to. I'm almost done, and then I'll let you speak. Okay. The reason why you're saying is that you're not the Africans is because they grouped you together with them, right? Because we are essentially all the same people that fell under colonization and were placed under these different titles. That's
Sweet.
why you have to make the distinction today because they labeled you, right?
Sweet.
So, go ahead, let it and respond, and we'll get back to Tati.
Yeah, when I say our skin might match, I mean, you shouldn't take that so literally. I'm just saying people having the same skin color is meaningless. It doesn't, dictate heritage. It doesn't dictate lineage. And yes, I am familiar with the multiple reclassifications. Um, my family has experienced reclassification. That's neither here nor there. The Black Power movement was a thing, and we explicitly, as a community, collectively chose to call ourselves Black. And the people who, have just been born or born, I guess, after 1965, might not be familiar with that, but it's not because of melanin. It has nothing to do with melanin. If you look at me, there's no way you would call me, quote, black because of my skin color. So I just wanted to put that out there. And this recent move to, 5 years ago, nobody wanted to be black, as in Black American, and no one else called themselves black. So all of this is a fairly new phenomenon.
So you're saying that we classified, so you're saying that we branded ourselves and began to call ourselves black. And
Yes.
now you're saying that nobody wanted to be classified as black. Nobody acknowledged the term. Nobody believed
Can I
No,
that.
I didn't
respond?
say anything like that. You're mixing like social racial constructs and then trying to marry it with genetics, and none of it is making sense. I mean,
Yeah,
there's
I'm
bits of
confused more
truth,
about what
there's
you're saying
pieces of
than.
truth. I suggest most people just do their lineage and they will know exactly what their story here in America is, and then not be
Your
subject.
lineage. Your
Pardon?
lineage. Your lineage comes from your mother's womb, which is and the totipotent stem cell to be
Oh
exact.
my
That
God.
is how you're saying, oh my God, but that's how genetics and DNA is passed down. It's passed down through the mother. I thought we knew
Yeah,
that.
and the
Yeah.
father, and you
So
have an entire gene.
Hold on one second.
Oh
I
no.
know that Tati wants to speak. I don't want to get too far off because she's asked several times to speak. I'm going to land right here and I promise I'll come back. I'm just trying to give everybody their time. The thing is like we are talking about DNA, embryology, and genetics. We're not talking about no fucking titles in here. When we say that we're the same, we're saying that we're the same because of our DNA. We're not the same because of a title that we didn't create for ourselves. So when you're talking about lineage, you inherit things from your mother. All these different family trees. I'm not ignoring the father. The father sparked the ovum that was already present. This is how cells work. This is a conception, and you are now a adult human. So the thing is like you're talking about looking at names on a piece of paper. I'm telling you that when there was no paper, when these people were not documenting, before they came out of caves, you are your mother's child, no matter the species. That's even the case even for white people.
Yep.
That's what we're talking about. Go ahead, Tati. My bad.
Okay, so since I realized quickly that this is a scientific topic and not a topic rooted in social, I'm trying to sit it out as much as I can because I actually want to learn more on that aspect of the conversation, but I just wanted to respond to let it because she said that we are not the same and that like she said something about black being a ethnic group in the United States, and I feel like that's just something that Black Americans been spreading, but at the end of the day, the actual like definition of ethnicity is an ethnic group, and black is not an ethnicity. It is a race, which along the line ties to DNA. And yes, a person in Africa is can also say that they are black just as well as a black American and just as well as a Caribbean. I don't know why that's so hard to grasp. Why Black Americans been saying that nobody wanted to be black until Black Americans claimed to be black, which is false. You guys didn't even call yourselves black at first. You guys didn't even give your own selves that title
Liar.
to
And
say
that
that,
is
oh, you guys.
incorrect.
Hey, we're not gonna do
No, the
that.
word black
To
been
spread
existed. The
Hey,
misinformation.
word black,
let
the
us
word
talk.
black been existed before colonialization and
That's a
slavery. The
lie.
word black been existed, and
The
the word
lie.
black
That's
exists
a
in other
lie.
languages as well. The word, yeah, she don't know how to listen. Like, what do you mean that's a lie? Google is free. The word black exists in other languages as well. So to say that only you guys are considered black is very ignorant. Like, Haiti is not called the first black republic for no reason. A lot of countries in Africa are named, are like literally like they mean the land of the black people or stuff like that. There's different countries. I think Sudan and a couple of other countries in Africa are named after the word black, but just in a different language. So black exists not just in the United States. And I have a lot of Google receipts to back it up, but I don't think I have to do that for you. Google is free. And like I said, we're all the same, like the host said, in a scientific aspect. I just wanted to respond because she brought it to a social topic. And we all mentioned we all come from the same thing. Well, at black people, as far as I'm concerned, we all come from the same thing.
Yeah. When you're saying the same thing, that thing is that embryonic stem cell. We gotta lock in with that
We gotta
because
understand that. Yeah.
yeah, we gotta understand how you are here is because of your cells migrating to make this happen, like to make you the organism that you are today. The title don't have shit to do with that. If white people, if Elon Musk can also be considered African, how are you taking pride in that? Who's who? If he's African and you are African, who the fuck is
Because
who?
he's not. He's actually a
Exactly. He is a
European.
genetic stranger to who we are. But we're not even gonna call him European. These people are not native to nowhere on the planet, not even their
Historically,
country.
he's a European who overstayed.
And the fact that Barack Obama, with a white mother that constructed his suit, can call himself black, I don't know why my people are subscribing to any of these titles. Anybody can
Anyway.
fit in these. But do you know what they can't fit in our genetics? You know what
No,
they
don't
can't
speak
do?
Kenya.
You know what they can't do? They can't biosynthesize the sun. They can't create their own food to sustain life on the planet.
His mom is not from, okay, Barack Obama's mother is actually Schmittler's daughter, number one. His mother is YT. His father is from Kenya. That makes him a YT man because it's the mother's genetics rule, the X chromosome that rules, and that actually crafts and makes the suit itself. The first thing
Yeah.
that formulates it, the first thing that formulates in fetal development is the central nervous system, which goes directly from the mother to the cerebral cortex. So
They trying to trick us saying he's black.
yeah, he's not black, and that's the thing. Like even our people that's talking about taking pride in the name black, you're adding a man that was in office for so-called 8 years that didn't do shit for us. He's so-called black too, according to your logic, and he fucked us off, and
He
is
just
still doing it today. And he's laying down
let
with
everybody gay.
he's laying down with the black man every day.
Yeah, and he's pushing that the TRANS agenda. He's
Yeah,
pushing that
because
his wife is that.
exactly.
So
So when you're saying so what, that's very disgusting to sit there and say so what. One of like this unnatural organism has literally tainted one of our brothers, and those children are a byproduct of that, bro. That's how I know y'all only give a fuck about yourselves and not the next generation. You want to spew your narrative. You know what I'm saying? Y'all want to be. Huh.
Well, are you a black American? I mean, or African?
What is going on? Look at what they're doing. How do I do this shit? Okay, I'm finna exit out of it. What the fuck? Oh, you gotta do puzzles like that now on TikTok? No
that shit
way.
wild.
Wow.
But y'all say everybody who's saying DNA is not reliable. How did the organism become what it was today? How did your tissues form? How did your cells form? With what template? With what blueprint did they form with? If DNA is not reliable, and if I'm telling you, your DNA is the melanin type that you have. Black people, we have no melanin. You see what I'm saying? The reason why you have your body is because it's an extension of your brain and your spinal column. And your brain and your spinal column were the first things to form during embryogenesis, during the neuroplast in the blast cells.
Like, if you don't know this information, don't say that it's nonsense, though. Because the same people that you saying Black American, I can name you four so-called Black American
This
scientists right
is
now. I'm
nonsense.
gonna go ahead. We don't do over talking. We'll introduce you in just a second, K-Flow. Because the thing is, the Black American that you cling to,
You're muting me because you already
get the
know.
fuck off my panel over talking me. You a grown ass man. I said wait. Like what the fuck?
We
It
didn't
was
even
already
introduce you
other
yet.
people. We don't even know your take. So
We
why
don't-
would you speak out of turn, bro?
When the host is talking.
Have some respect. So I'm responding to somebody else and you trying to speak on their behalf. How fucking ignorant, man. You don't know if the person that you're speaking even agree with you or not. And you just
Hello.
talking. 1 second. So the point that I'm trying to make to y'all is that there are 4 BLK neuroscientists that are talking about, have books, documentaries, extensive work and data talking about our embryology. You saying you don't care, but your own people, according to your logic, is pushing this information. You tell me, so, oh, it's nonsense, but your people is putting it out though. So the title don't matter, man. What's separating us right now is consciousness and the fact that this nigga got you thinking that you different from somebody else because of a title. That don't have nothing to do with your genetics. Race is not biological. And y'all be in the racism lives all day. Race is not biological. Why we not locking in with biology? What are y'all on live about if it's not biological? It's a social construct. So all these people is talking about how it's a social construct, meaning that it's constructed to be a social barrier. Damn, y'all, how we don't understand that?
And the people saying, what is this gonna do? What is this for? Like, what are y'all talking about this for? the people who was asking that, you don't care about the knowledge and wisdom that passes through our children's brain then.
Yeah.
You don't care. You don't care to learn about yourself. You need another
Go ahead.
species to teach your child about 1, 2, 3, cat and dog.
Go ahead, Tony. Go.
I was just gonna say we're all Homo sapiens from
Okay,
Africa.
I don't want to talk to nobody white right now. I'm gonna come clean. This is about BLK people globally being the same due to our embryology. If you are BLK, so-called BLK, and you are in here and you don't think we're the same, please request up. Do not overtalk me. Do one at a time and let's talk. When y'all overtalk, that flags the live, and there's already a restriction 2 on this live. So that's the reason why I'm saying we honestly cannot overtalk right now, because then they'll just cut it off. And I post these on my main page and on YouTube. This is my backup account. All right. So if you think that we are the same or not the same, please come up and express your frequency, but have respect or get the fuck out my life. I'm not Tony Banks. Come out the request. We not talking to you right now. You see what I'm saying? Our people that's down in the comments yapping, all I asked for you was just to let me speak. I will let you talk, but you got to let me respond to you. How are we going to have a conversation?
Yep. And you will always be confused about what you're supposed to be doing in your life and how you're supposed to be doing it, because you don't understand your genetics, which is telling you what to do. That's why every
Yo,
organism
I'm Puerto Rican and black.
organism in nature knows what to do. They don't need
Yo, real quick, shut the fuck up, Zoomer. I'm Puerto Rican and black.
watch your
Goofy
mouth and
ass.
get off the panel.
Just tell us why you
goofy
came
ass
up.
Zoomer.
Tell us.
Get off the panel.
Fucking
Tell us why
iPad.
you.
You're an iPad kid that grew
Yeah,
up.
you're not even trying to be for real. You trying to name call and shit like that. We just asked for respect. Name calling, we don't care. Respect. So, embryology, y'all. Somebody say you don't understand and can't tell who they are. We're on phones that are unnatural as fuck. I don't care about that. I don't care about that. You're gonna excuse the fact that somebody was just cussing me out when all I asked was, can you let me finish speaking on my shit? Like, can y'all come up? I don't want to talk to the comments.
Yep.
I want to talk to my people, but I want to converse for real. I don't want you to overtalk me. That's rude. We can't hear each other. I can't hear you if you're overtalking me because I'm talking. The hell, I can't hear you. Like,
Yep. The health tip is to detach from the system. It's polluting your DNA. This system was made to pollute our DNA, and we want to subscribe to everything about it. It doesn't make sense to me.
She said, are you guys going to be giving health tips along with these genetics, or are you just mingling science? We give a lot of health tips. We talk about embryology, we talk about hybridization, and how to actually feed your DNA and your genetics. Everything that is naturally here and expanding with our planet should go in your body. Fruits and herbs, herbal teas is structured water. Fruits begin to metabolize with our anatomy the moment that they touch our lips. So we should be eating fruits. We should be in the sun at least 2 to 4 hours a day, powering up our neuromelanin, taking in structured water, and making sure that we're graduating our consciousness up, because consciousness and learning information sparks more neurons, which puts more light in the body, because that's what happens in the brain. When neurons spark, those synaptic sparks, light flashes. That's why they always depict you getting an idea with a light bulb. So when you got to learn how things actually originated. Grapefruits are not synonymous with our DNA. Celery is not synonymous with our DNA, because these are hybridized fruits and vegetables. Orbital hybridization is their origin. So the pomelo is natural. That's the parent fruit to the grapefruit, right? But bananas as we know it, the strawberries as we know it, are not natural. They've been genetically modified. There are wild strawberries, there are burros, there are plantains that naturally exist here and are not hybridized. That's what aligns with our anatomy and is going to power up your vessel so much better. Take it from me. I've been alkaline vegan for almost 2 years now. And I never knew that my body could feel this great. And I played sports my entire childhood. And my body now, I don't get cramps. I don't deal with lactic acid buildup because I'm not putting milk and meat and rancid cheese in my
Processed
body.
food, animal products.
Yeah. Meat is not even a food. It's a stimulant. And the decaying process actually begins in the butcher shop when they begin to slaughter it. So when you put it in your body, it just begins, it decays even more, breaks down into uric acid, or breaks down into sugar, and then that sugar breaks down into uric acid. And this is why we struggle with diseases the way that we do, because we're eating according to shit like blood types instead of our DNA. Blood types are determined by antigens, which are foreign substances. So all these different diseases that they gave us through grape, the seminal fluids when we came in contact, that's what you're feeding. You're feeding the antigen, something that is foreign to your body, keeping it comfortable, keeping it in an environment to take the minerals from your body, because every parasite needs a host, and that's how parasites affect the body, antigens. So go ahead, Mac.
How you doing?
Abundance, go ahead.
Abundance.
Yeah. If you work out now, you say your muscles don't ache no more, right?
I said I no longer get lactic acid buildup.
Yeah, that's from anaerobically breathing. So if you don't have O2 to your muscles, then acid build up. But when you
Right.
get wind and air and oxygen, so the more you work out, you be able to breathe your air. You don't have all that.
Yeah, but it's called lactic acid buildup because it's lactic acid building in the body. Lactic acid is not naturally being produced by my cells. Lactic acid is the same thing like lactate milk or lactose intolerant. That's synonymous with cows. That's synonymous with dairy, milk, and cheese. So I no longer put that in my body, and I don't have that problem. We've jogged 7 miles there and back with no problem, no lactic acid buildup, can be out in the sun for hours because we don't feel uncomfortable because there's no parasites. When you're in the sun, I used to be in the sun a lot and get itchy because them parasites moving around in that dermal layer. Somebody says the title doesn't match what we're talking about. It does. It's just your consciousness doesn't match what's being discussed in here.
So you doing 7 miles now?
I can do more than that.
You in shape. How long you been doing the 7 miles?
I mean, I can, over the course of 2 years, I worked my way up to that.
Oh, what you doing mile a minute? Like what, 10,
I
7?
don't
You gonna time
like
it?
time it. I'm not running on a track. I'm walking in nature, like in forests, like, you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
we're
Like getting
elevating.
familiar with my
We're
surroundings
we're
and
we're
shit.
exercising to elevate our consciousness. You see what I'm saying? You got to
Yeah.
really be mindful of what thoughts is forming your muscles when you're working out, because your muscles have
Yeah.
weight, and that's the first phases of matter, which is light, which then turns into gases, liquids, and solids that transitions throughout your body. So you gotta it's not about, oh, how much can you walk. It's not about what you can do. You see what I'm saying? When you exercise or when you learn, it's about how many times you do it. That's your product. That's your discipline. That's your reward. That's your truth.
This sister said I can walk 15. That's amazing. You see what I'm saying?
That's a
And
long
if
way.
we were to go seven, excuse me, if we were to go 7 miles out and walk back, we doing about the same. You know what I'm saying? So keep it up. You know what I'm saying? Make sure you feeding them genetics, giving them the environment that it needs to really flourish. Mac, you can
Yeah.
go ahead and
No problem.
yeah, you
Okay.
can wrap it up. We're about to head out. We've been
Oh, y'all
live for
finna
almost
dip.
7 hours. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no good. I'll catch y'all next time then. I know y'all
Okay.
tired.
Abundance and gratitude. My main page is Skywatcher, y'all. I have
It
books
is?
pinned on
How,
there,
how,
and
how can we follow it?
what'd you say?
How can we follow the main page?
Go and type it in,
How you
and
spell it? Can you put it in the live?
I'm putting it right there. You could just type in Skywatcher, and the handle is J Shawty. But I have information pinned on there, and I'm about to load that page up. I had to take a break, read, do a lot of research for a few months. Now I'm getting ready to put more informative videos on there with the new material that we've been reading. But um
Yep. So so-called black people, we should be eating bioelectric foods.
Yeah.
It needs to hold sunlight, something that grows from natural sunlight. If it's hybridized, it's gonna contain parasites and carcinogens, and it's gonna slow down how nutrients and minerals flow through the blood and the brain and to other organs, which is called ischemia, which is hardening of the cell. And a lot of our people deal with that. So the best way to clean our body is to clean our blood. Our blood is our life. Our blood is our life force.
That's how blood is how information is passed throughout the body. So that shit is excuse me, that has to be clean.
Yeah,
But
yeah, yeah.
yeah, keep taking it out your diet, sister. Take the fish out, take the shrimp out, take all flesh out.
No,
If
we.
it has a tongue and
Oh, yeah.
eyeballs, it should not go in your body.
And no sugar. No sugar. That sends shocks to your prefrontal cortex from growing and other parts of the brain. It keeps you from using other parts of your brain and keeps you at a 2% rate of brain usage.
Oh, that was no. See, like me, right? I understand what y'all was doing. I did that before. Like I did a cleansing, and when I did the cleansing, I did it for like 2 years straight. But now I'm at the point where I can eat complete junk and get anything out of it. Don't no effect.
It's an effect on your, it's a cellular effect, regardless of anything that you put in your body, because your cells have to read that to process it and break it down. So, I encourage you to go back to, eating according to your genetics, because that's like cellular prison.
Yeah.
That's terrible for your cells, which are living.
Yeah, you're oversaturating your cells with harmful chemicals and toxins and metals,
But
which actually hinder them from growing and developing.
Go ahead, Snow Rail.
Absolutely, all black people are the same globally. I don't think so.
Absolutely, you don't think so?
Absolutely not. Can you tell me? Do you not agree?
Prove us wrong.
Yeah.
Explain it.
Explain to me why
Don't
you think
ask
that
us
we're
to explain.
different.
Because they culturally different. Not every black person thinks the same, or they don't have the same beliefs. They ain't the same. How
What
would
about
they be the
genetically?
same? Genetically, they wouldn't be the same either because they done got a different heritage as well.
What does heritage have to do with embryology and DNA?
Because they ain't raised the same way, they culture ain't the same way.
What does that have to do with the cells that make up who you are as a person?
Like you may look like this person, you could look like a white person too, but
But
you
are
just a
you
different
YT?
color.
And is your skin composed of the same melanin as YT people, since there are 5 different types of melanin?
No, but you trying to break it down on a scientific level.
Yep, that's what this live is about.
Yeah, but
But
culturally, no. Heritage, no.
but what makes us the
Or
same though?
if
Genetics, right? Which
can
is
you
who you
tell me?
actually are though, right?
Can you tell me if you go over to a different country with black people, are they gonna treat you the same like the other black people there, or are they gonna treat you different?
You want to know why they may treat me different? Because there's an unnatural
Because we're
organism
not
there
globally the
because of
same.
colonization, right? But before colonization, we were a global civilization, correct? So we may be looking at each other different
Where's
today, but
the
we haven't always looked at each other different.
Can you show me your factual statements that prove you right that we was
You want me to give you?
globally, yeah,
Because you're not
globally,
connecting dots.
Yeah,
There's a lot of points.
yeah. You can
before
look up.
colonization?
You can look up. Yeah, I'm gonna give you prehistorically early civilization.
Yeah, because I don't
Minoans,
have my computer, but I'll look it up on my phone real quick.
Minoans, Phoenicians, Egyptians, and the Cretans. That's 4. We also see the same information was shared between people in so-called South America with the so-called Asiatics. We see information that was shared in so-called Asia and Europe. We see the same base megalithic structures, pottery, sacred geometrical structures, um, all over the globe. Petroglyphs and hieroglyphs depicting the same symbols. They shared it. We shared information. The pyramids that are in um, So America and Africa were built to both connect to the stars.
Yeah, I get what you get. I
Mm-hmm.
get what you saying at a point,
Yeah, that
but yours is
behavior.
more scientifically.
Yeah, that behavior is phenotype. Like if you look at what phenotype is, behavior is a part of that list, and we're all behaving the same way genetically. Cellularly and genetically, our DNA is operating the same. It's just tainted with antigens and parasites that aren't supposed to
Yeah, I
be
don't
there that
believe
attach
that.
to the, RBCs. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I get what you're saying. You definitely did a lot of research on it.
Yeah. He said genetics the same, culture different. Her point is genetics. Yeah, we gotta, man. And when y'all's, you know what? Y'all in here, some of the people that's in here that was agreeing, they gonna be in them lives in the rising. The Africans ain't us.
Now we know what to go live about next. Culture.
Culture,
We shutting
damn,
that shit down.
down.
I
Culture, we
don't think
finna
y'all
do
will
a
shut it down because y'all just gonna pinpoint scientifically, and
Yeah,
exactly
then
because
that's
our
and
at the
then
base
culture,
of
18 and
everything.
because
then
our
and then you
culture
gonna
is
say like
electromagnetism.
then
Our
y'all gonna say
culture.
back in the day, and then back in the day we may share some of the same beliefs, but not all of us did.
What back in the day are
Beliefs?
you talking about?
Yeah, what you mean?
Whenever y'all brought up the Egyptian and all them other
We're
people,
not talking about that. We're
Well,
talking about both.
can I say something to him for with that? Because I said that and I just wanted to clear what I said.
Go ahead.
So the thing is, you remember you asked me, you said
yeah,
before colonization. You remember how you
yeah,
made that distinction? And I said,
yeah,
perfect. I'm gonna go with prehistory, right? These
yeah,
are the early civilizations. These are before YT people came and colonized. Now, if you look at Egyptians 4 to 5 thousand years ago, yeah, that's colonized. That's like 6 to 10 thousand years ago. Don't that's too soon. But if we go back to early civilization, as early as we can go, our people, when you look at how the early civilizations moved up until like 10,000 years ago, they're doing completely different things.
and that's the
And
same
my
people who
my
built the
source for that,
pyramids.
my source for that is a book that's like, what is it, like 700-800 pages, 500-600 pages, The
A
Great
book.
Cosmic Mother. It's jam packed with pictures, history, and it's written by two authors that are specialized heavy in early civilization and uh yeah pre what is it called, what's that era called, mm, paleos,
Paleolithic?
yeah,
But you
Neolithic
can
and
still also
Paleolithic.
argue the
Yeah,
point that that's perspective, that's point of view.
but it's facts that we can actually observe through megalithic structures and the things that we left in the hardest stone known to man. So it's actually something that you can't deny.
And
That's what makes it a fact. It's not a
what stuff
perspective.
did we leave?
Like I said, the pyramids, the
You really believe people
Stonehenge.
was moving tons?
You got to study when you say moving tons, what are the pyramids made of?
I don't know the exact compost of it because I that was a long time I done researched that, but I know it weighed a ton.
It
And
weighs
the
more.
natural resources wasn't around. You had to go out your way, travel to go get that.
Where would they have got it from?
Rivers and stuff.
Okay,
No, I
see,
told you I don't
your
know
logic.
the composition of the stuff.
But you're saying that we didn't do it, but you don't know its composition at all. So
So
maybe you just don't
you tell
know.
me where how
Maybe
did y'all
maybe you
do it?
just maybe you just don't know how it came together. The scientists, the historians, the anthropologists are saying that these megalithic structures were built with laser-like technology,
And
and when
Where's
sonics.
that technology at?
yeah, and sonics,
Sonic frequency.
which is sacred geometry. When you look at so-called wands, like how they be trying to abracadabra shit today, them is not real wands. Them don't conduct electricity. The actual tools that were used, the megalithic structures that were built through sound waves, were built through understanding the different the stones themselves, its vibration. Like we used to move things through sound
With our own
with
Why
our
don't we
brain.
own
do that
brain,
now?
and that's You can do it now, but they've reduced you to only using 2 to 5% of your brain. You was using 100% at one
You
point.
really believe that? That's
No,
a
we
crazy
can't
statement.
do it now because your body's heavily oxidized. It's rusted. You see what I'm saying? You're filled
That's a
with
crazy
parasites.
statement. That's just like
Oh
them
my
people on
gosh.
live hitting tinfoil thingies.
Oh man. You're filled also called, no matter where you are on the planet, every black person on this planet right now is filled with parasites, diseases, and cancers. And how we know that is true is because your blood is oversaturated with heavy toxins and chemicals, which is rusting your organs.
Who did it
So
then?
you saying it's the same thing as hitting little tinfoil cans because
Hold
they
on.
using
I'm
5%
not
of their
where we
brain?
went from talking about pyramids and you and your brain started talking about tinfoil cans.
Yeah,
Nobody said
because y'all
that.
saying y'all doing this with 80.
But hold on. If you actually understood the brain, your brain chemistry and its circuitry, everything that the brain is capable of doing, understanding cerebral spinal fluid, how it flows, your temporal lobe, how it actually perceives, you are reduced in your thinking. You're not using your brain at playing football, basketball, walking and jogging is 2 to 5%.
Of your brain
So you
usage.
got to understand when we say 2 to 5%, what you're actually able to do. And you're striving to do more or to be greater than that. So if you can do that at 2% of your brain, imagine what you could do at 100 at full capacity with no antigens, no parasites, no poison water, because all the water is fucking poisoned. The
And
water
you,
is not real water at all, and you have to study the composition of water and see what these people that own these water plants, what they're actually saying about the water. You would have to learn about aquamation. You would have to, like, y'all
so
not
you ain't never
studying,
drunk from
man.
no
I
well
don't know.
before.
And the thing is, the people who built this, they built this with gamma brain waves. They built it with that, and they were using 100% of their brain. You're not using
So
it.
so so yo so yo so your grandparents ain't never had no farm. They ain't never drunk from out no well
Yeah,
before.
yeah, we got a well down here. I know where it came from.
What?
Man,
No,
Running
I'm
water.
talking
wells,
about y'all
you
got y'all own personal well that y'all get it from because y'all said all the water contaminated, even the water in the well.
that
No,
doesn't mean that doesn't mean that. What we're saying is that even the well water that you're talking about, when you say grandparents, you realize that's only like a generation or two, like, behind me, right? You realize that that's like 30 years?
But y'all saying y'all
Like,
was
come
using
on, man.
100% of y'all brains, but there ain't no factual claims to this.
Okay, neuroscientists is saying this. What are you talking about?
What neuroscientist said this?
All of them are talking about how so-called humans,
Can you
the
give me a
portions of
name?
the I'm good off of it. I'm good off of it for tonight. That
We
over
told y'all to
talking
prove it to
to us and
us.
y'all asking me questions and then trying to
1,000
debunk. You don't
questions.
even know what we're saying and
You
then
ask
trying
her the
to,
question, and it said, nah, 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 nah. Ask us a question,
man.
and nah, nah. Because you don't know.
Yeah,
So
why are you
shut
trying
your
to
mouth and leave.
why are you asking me a
The
question
fuck?
while I'm answering your question? Like, what the fuck? You asking me about grandparents? We were talking about the Egyptians now, and somehow we're talking about our grandparents. You just asking shit just to be asking with no structure behind your thoughts. You just asking shit. On that note, I forgot even what I was even saying because I was cut off. My bad. I don't even know what I was saying a minute ago. But okay, yeah. Neuroscientists are talking about brain capacity all the time. You can look at brain scans.
Yeah.
Dr. Joe Dispenza, because that he is a brain doctor and he's well versed in like 4 different branches of science. Um you got Dr. Ancy Brown, you got Dr. Richard King, Dr. Edward Bruce Bynum. I just named like 4 or 5 doctors.
Dr.
Don't ever
Delbert Blair,
Dr. Delbert
Dr.
Blair,
Layla
Dr. Layla
Africa.
Africa. Like,
Like,
it's too many
there's so
different.
many people out here that is just talking about this since the 80s, the 90s, 70s. And you're still asking us, oh, I never heard this because you never looked.
And somebody is now saying that neuroscience is a theory, not a fact. So studying the brain is a fucking theory and not a fact. I gotta end on that note, man.
Yeah,
I'm
we
gonna
gotta
come
go
clean,
after.
man.
We gotta go after
I'm gonna
that one,
come clean.
man.
How do you know you have a brain If it okay,
He
so
uses brain to tell us that the brain is a theory.
and it's not real. I don't know what's in his skull. Like I don't know
Man, you
what.
know, man, y'all got it on that one for sure, man. That was wild. And you're saying that football requires calculations to do what? To turn and run?
But guess what?
Running, jumping, sprinting, walking. You see what I'm saying? Making calculations to anticipate where you're gonna run to or where you're gonna catch the ball or throw the ball at. All of that is using your cerebellum, the smallest part of your brain, and the brain that is
motor.
It's just for your motor neurons. Mm-hmm. Exactly. It's just for movement. It's just so you can move and balance. You see what I'm saying? Everything else in your brain is for psychic abilities, extrasensory perception. That's why telepathy is real. Y'all talking about Stranger Things, the Montauk Project is real.
That's not a theory that actually happened. And the thing is ignorance to think that theories in science are the same thing as theories in all other branches. You do understand that a scientific theory and theory are two completely different things? Do you understand that? I gotta end the live, man. Yeah. I gotta end the live.
The atom, so-called black people, we're the whole 360. We don't need no degrees or a piece of information, a piece of the truth from a facility called Scholé. School means to hold back or keep you clear from true knowledge. So we don't need that. But we're gonna end on that note that the guy said. He said neuroscience is theories. I'm confused.
He said it's pseudoscience. I'm trying to figure out how. Are you positing that you cannot study the brain and observe it through brain scans? Are you positing that there's no nervous system, considering that your nervous system is literally connected to the brain? I don't understand. Like your brain is connected to the spinal cord, like, and you have nerves in your fingertips and in your toes. I'ma end the live. End the transmission, y'all. Gratitude and